I recognise the urgent need for more homes, and I remain just as committed today to driving practical action to meet that need. In 2019, the Conservative Party committed to delivering 1 million additional homes over the Parliament. In 2024, before the general election, we delivered on that commitment. The Labour Party has now committed to deliver 1.5 million homes over this Parliament, and it is essential they deliver on that manifesto commitment. As the bill progresses through this House, we will raise serious concerns, though, my Lords. The removal of councillors' voting rights on individual applications, sharply increased housing targets in rural areas without sufficient protection for villages, the shift to strategic plans, and the questions over the deliverability of the 1.5 million homes target. My Lords, that 1.5 million figure appears to be little more than the Deputy Prime Minister's arbitrary aspiration, announced in the other place without a roadmap, without detailed plans, and ultimately without a credible delivery mechanism. The target lacks the very foundations required to make it achievable. There are quite rightly widespread questions about its deliverability, particularly in light of the February's S&P Global UK Construction Purchasing Managers Index, which reports one of the sharpest monthly declines in house building and construction on record. Furthermore, my Lords, a joint report from Savills, the Home Builders Federation, and the National Housing Federation estimated that the Secretary of State is likely to fall short of her target by as many as 500,000 homes. My Lords, doubts about deliverability were only compounded by the recent spending review. The Chancellor's announcement was heavily backloaded, with limited short-term impact. Most of the uplift comes after 2030, with meaningful increases not projected until 2035-36. The headline figure, spread over a decade, goes beyond this Parliament, my Lords, and will have to withstand numerous fiscal events from a government so often keen, my Lords, to change their mind. There is as yet no formal multi-year budget commitment. It is a pledge, not a statutory allocation. As the Institute for Fiscal Studies put it, the £39 billion figure is only meaningful if future spending reviews confirm it. My Lords, even if the workable aspects of the bill are able to deliver more homes, the government must indicate how this funding will be delivering their pledge in this Parliament. My Lords, this bill also impacts on our natural environment and rural communities. Later in this debate, my noble friend Lord Roborough will outline why, from these benches, we view Part 3 of the bill as a particular cause for concern. The proposed nature restoration levy may, to some sitting in a office in Whitehall, seem like a welcome simplification of the environmental conditions attached to the planning system. But, my Lords, in reality, this appears to water down existing protections, and that is not a solution, my Lords. The official opposition wants to see the right homes in the right place without weakening our position on nature restoration and appropriate environmental protections. There are important questions the governments must answer. What safeguards will ensure that the levy is proportionate to the environmental impact and does not simply become another tax or barrier to development? What is the expected timeline for implementing the environmental delivery plans, and has the government factored in potential delays, including the possibility of judicial reviews? We look forward to the Minister's reflections on these points, and our assessment is that it could take some years from royal assent before the environmental delivery plans begin to make a real-world impact. And if the government believes otherwise, we would welcome reassurances on this. On outcomes, concerns persist. The Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management has warned that this system risks the immediate loss of natural capital. and with any benefits only realised decades later. And so we hope the government can provide greater confidence that this approach will deliver meaningful and timely results for the environment. My Lords, if the government are now concerned with the issue of nutrient neutrality, perhaps I might draw their attention to the amendments we put forward during the passage of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Regrettably, my Lords, the government, then in opposition, chose to vote them down, thereby defeating the proposition. I would, of course, be more than happy to assist the noble Baroness the Minister and the noble Lord the Minister by returning these amendments to the attention of the House in the hope that even at this stage the government might now reconsider their position. Additionally, my Lords, this bill touches on the crucial area of energy. My noble Lord, Lord Offord, will speak with authority on this subject later in the debate. However, I will briefly set out why we see it as so vital. The UK continues to face some of the highest electricity costs in the world, an issue that poses a serious barrier to growth. We therefore welcome commitments to energy infrastructure and support any measures that aim to reduce energy costs. But this must, my Lords, go in hand with proper community consultation, particularly regarding the installation of overhead cables and new pylons. Finally, we must ensure that we are developing a diverse and resilient energy mix, one that provides stability and equips us to meet the challenges of an increasingly uncertain world. My Lords, I now turn to the issue of planning. And the noble Lord the Minister is correct. We are deeply concerned about the proposed national scheme of delegation, which would remove councillors' ability to vote on individual planning applications. My Lords, is the Minister not concerned about the systematic removal of a layer upon layer of democratic oversight? Democratic accountability matters, my Lords, especially when it comes to house building. Local consent, legitimacy and trust are essential to delivering not just more houses, but, my Lords, the right houses. When the local communities and their elected representatives have a meaningful role in the planning process, house building is seen as something done with people, not done to them. Strip that away, my Lords, and you risk generating opposition, misdirecting development, and ultimately building fewer homes. We want the right homes in the right places, and the government needs to bring communities with them if they're going to deliver that. When communities are engaged and can see the shape and benefit of new housing, whether through affordable homes, infrastructure improvements, or environmental safeguards, public support increases and delivery becomes more achievable. My Lords, we are particularly concerned at the proposed model of strategic planning, and it could be used to shift, and is being used to shift, urban housing need, my Lords, into our rural areas. This is especially troubling in the light of the disproportionately high increases in housing targets assigned to those rural authorities. The Secretary of State has raised the national housing target by 50%. Residents might reasonably expect that their local targets have increased by a similar amount. But, my Lords, that's far from the case. According to the House of Commons Library, in major urban conurbations, housing targets have risen by an average of 17%. In predominantly rural areas, they have increased but by 115%. To illustrate, London's target is down 12%, Newcastle down 15%, Birmingham down 38%, and Coventry is down 55%. Meanwhile, Wyre Forest and New Forest have seen their targets doubled. Westmoreland's target has increased by almost 500%. My Lords, this is neither fair nor sustainable. It erodes local trust and places significant pressures on our rural services, infrastructure and landscapes. Worse still, my Lords, it undermines the very reason we need more homes in the first place. High housing costs in major towns and cities act as a major barrier to inter-regional mobility. For low-income households and renters, housing affordability creates a form of price lock-in, preventing them from accessing areas with greater employment opportunities. If we're serious about boosting growth and supporting opportunity, we need the right homes in the right places. We need homes where opportunities are. We need local representation to be involved in the process of building those homes. My Lords, we therefore urge the Government to rethink this approach and to restore a meaningful role for democratic decision-making in the planning system. From these benches, we warmly welcome the Government's greater emphasis on the local plans. A plan-led system is the right approach, and we recognise the effort to ensure that communities have a stronger voice in developing, in shaping development. We do, however, see opportunities to build on this. In particular, we'd like to explore more ambitious support for small builders and self-builders, an important part of a diverse and resilient housing sector. The current 10% site allocation for such developments is a positive step, but we support the Federation of Master Builders' suggestion that this could be increased to 20%. We also welcome consideration of an expanded role for Homes England in supporting micro-builders who often face particular barriers to entry. Turning briefly to the issue of grey belt, while we appreciate the intention to make better use of underused land, concerns remained about how these changes may impact the wider countryside and particularly village identity. Although this is not directly part of the bill, it clearly interacts with the bill, and we hope ministers will continue to reflect on the balance between flexibility and long-standing protection of rural communities. There is also a risk of unintended urban sprawl. My Lords, this would place significant pressure on our local infrastructure and local services. We should prioritise the proper use of our existing urban centres, bringing empty properties back into use and supporting densification where appropriate to make the most of the space we already have. My Lords, our aim in engaging with this bill is not to obstruct its objectives, but to contribute constructively to its success. We will bring forward amendments that are designed to strengthen the bill's ability to deliver well-designed, affordable homes, particularly for those on lower incomes and first-time buyers, while ensuring that local voices, rural character and environmental safeguards remain respected, my Lords.
My Lords, we welcome the stated aim of getting Britain building and kick-starting our economic growth, delivering much-needed housing and critical infrastructure. We also recognise the urgent need to fundamentally reform and improve our planning systems. We must build more homes, more affordable homes, and infrastructure to meet the challenges of our time, from improving transport systems to addressing climate change. The current systems are clearly not working. Getting to clean power alone, my Lords, by 2030 will require huge investments in renewable energy and the grid. Our electricity consumption is due to more than double by 2050, and we welcome the reforms to the grid connection system. We are at the stage, my Lords, of the energy transition where we need to build a lot of stuff, and we need to be able to take our communities with us in order to get that done. While the intention to improve the systems and processes is welcome, some of the solutions proposed are misguided and concerning. This government has chosen neither bats nor crested newts because they want growth. These plans are much more done to than done with when it comes to our local communities. The government suggests that existing environmental protections are a significant barrier to development and that these plans will provide a win-win for both nature and the economy and a more strategic approach. Nature appears to me to have little voice and little value within these proposals. Our planning systems need to be aligned with and support our climate and nature goals. If this bill were enacted, our nature and biodiversity would, in my opinion, be degraded, and the real reforms and funding that our planning system desperately needs would be missed. My arguments are based on the government's own evidence. The impact assessment admits that there is very little data on how environmental obligations affect development. Official analysis provides no data to support the argument that environmental legislation holds up building. My lords, removing these protections would not help. Delays are more often rooted in lengthy pre-planning application stages, poor processes, lack of data sharing, outdated national policy statements, and in some cases yet to be delivered policies like land use frameworks and various spatial plans. In addition, our local authorities are permanently understaffed, underfunded, and unable to cope. We can add to this list skills shortages, supply chain issues, and market confidence. More than 1.5 million homes in England, as we have already heard, have planning permission. 95% of local planning applications are approved. All too often, developers do not build, and the systems simply fail to ensure delivery. The bill misses an important opportunity to better hold large house builders to account and continues a developer-led approach. The environmental delivery plans, EPAs, and the nature restoration levy proposals are an alarming step backwards for nature protection. The bill proposes that developers can pay into a nature restoration fund instead of fulfilling existing legal obligations to protect wildlife and habitats. This bypasses the fundamental mitigation hierarchy, the principle that impact should first be avoided, then mitigated, and only as a last resort compensated for. There is no requirement for developers to even attempt to avoid harm before resorting to paying the offset fee. This is a profound weakening of our environmental law. Personally, I do not much like the idea that nature can be transplanted in this way for a fee. It treats nature to akin to a problem as if it were simply house removals. Nature cannot simply be moved around to suit developers' needs. For irreplaceable habitats, this model is entirely unsuitable. All sites with nature protections should be removed from these provisions. Many of these habitats are simply impossible to recreate and move elsewhere. The abundance of 753 terrestrial and freshwater species has on average fallen by 19% across the UK since 1970. We do not expect to be able to meet our biodiversity targets with these proposals. How do we expect to be able to meet these biodiversity targets with these proposals? Proposals to give these unique ecosystems stronger protections were rejected in the other place, and government amendments that were never arrived. The government even rejected a cross-party amendment to allow Swift bricks in new homes. My lords, what hope is there for nature if adding a £36 Swift brick is so easily rejected? We must work with nature, bring it into our developments, and promote access. Doing so provides rewards for our quality of life and improves our health. We must restore and work with nature to help mitigate the impacts of climate change. Instead, the bill's overall improvement test states that conservation measures must only be likely to sufficient to outweigh negative impacts. This introduces uncertainty, unpredictability, and subjectivity, falling far short of the rigorous scientific certainty required by our existing environmental laws. We believe this must be strengthened and benefits must significantly outweigh any harm. The Office of Environmental Protection has also expressed significant concerns about the bill, as drafted, saying it would reduce the level of environmental protection. They described the provisions as a regression, particularly for habitat species. Concerns also persist regarding adequate resourcing and capacity for Nature England to administer the substantially new responsibilities. And my lords, these are going to be a complex system that the government is putting in place. We are calling for independent oversight of the NFR to ensure funds are spent effectively and transparently. My Lords, to conclude, we must properly resource our planning authorities. 25% of all planners have been lost in the last 7 years. While the government allows local authorities to set their own fees, these fees must be ring-fenced to make sure that the money and the skills are available to ensure a sufficient local planning system. We must strengthen our local democracy, accountability and public trust. The approach in this bill risks alienating communities and diminishing the crucial role of our elected councillors. I worry also that this could have a negative impact as we roll out all the stuff we need to build to get to net zero. We must ensure meaningful engagement, good communications, and that communities have a voice in and benefit from the energy transition itself. My Lords, we will work with this government to improve this bill, but I do say this, the government may well be surprised by the level of cross-party consensus that has already well established itself on all sides of your Lordship's House on these matters.
Well said, well said.
My Lords, I declare my interests as a Vice President of the Town and Country Planning Association and the Local Government Association and an Honorary Member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and an Honorary Fellow of the Royal Institute of British Architects. My interest is in this bill. My interest is in this bill's vitally important mission to get the homes and infrastructure built that this country needs so badly. We have a very real housing crisis, with increasing numbers of families placed in temporary accommodation at huge public expense simply because there are not enough homes to go round. This objective will require proper resourcing of planning departments, and I think that Part 2 of the bill does recognise this necessity. For me, my Lords, a key question hanging over the ambition to build 1.5 million more and better homes is, who will the nation entrust to get this job done? For many years, the answer for most house building has been, we will let the volume house builders acquire the sites, come up with the plans, design and build the homes, and make their profits, while we try to require them to allocate a modest proportion of their output for affordable housing. My Lords, this reliance on the large house builders has not produced the quantity or quality of homes we need. It has seen development of expanses of greenfield land in preference to small sites and brownfield schemes that can regenerate whole neighbourhoods. It has put SME builders out of business, down from building 40% of new homes to just 10% since 2000. It has not created apprenticeships and a trained workforce. There has been little innovation or use of modern methods of construction. It's led to so-called fleasehold sales to home buyers, to uniform, soulless design, and with little attempt to provide the green spaces and community facilities that are the making of any place. And the house builders have worked at a pace that suits themselves, a build-out rate that ensures no reduction in house prices. The house builders can reply that they are profit-making businesses with shareholders to satisfy, and they cannot be expected to work for public benefit, for the common good. But surely, my Lords, now is the time for a model that is driven by what is best for the place in question. This leads us to the really positive Part 4 of this bill that promotes new development corporations. This is the model that will be used for the eagerly awaited new generation of new towns, but which can operate everywhere else. Arm's length to local authorities, but publicly accountable, sometimes created by mayoral and other combined county authorities. Development corporations acquire sites ahead of planning consent and capture the increase in land value, if necessary, using the CPO powers, much improved by Part 5 of this bill. Development corporations commission the necessary master plans and parcel out sites to a range of providers. to house builders, large and small, but also to housing associations for social housing, to providers of homes for later living, student accommodation, self-build and custom house building, as well as for all the vital social infrastructure. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill enables the use of this development corporation model for any major development, introducing an alternative to the failed business model of the oligopoly of volume house builders. Here is the breakthrough that the bill could achieve. So in commending Part 4 of the bill, can I ask the Noble Baroness, the Minister, whether the necessary backup, guidance, governance, finance is being prepared by the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government for the creation of many new development corporations for urban extensions, major regeneration projects and desirable new developments that will contrast with the arrangements that have let us down for the last 30 years or more.
My Lords, it's always a great privilege to follow the noble Lord Best, whose wisdom on housing is quite unparalleled. I also draw attention to my own interest in social housing as set out in the Register, and further that there are a number of provisions in this bill that might impact on the interests of the Church Commissioners for England. They pay my stipend and they own the house I live in. My Lords, I welcome this bill. We desperately need a rapid expansion in the building of social homes, ideally at social rents. Enactment of the measures here included can be part of the architecture, please I accept the pun, that we need if we're going to underpin the ambition for a mixed economy on housing, one that can live up to the Archbishop's Commission on Housing's values of homes that are safe and sustainable. I, along with the noble Lord Best and others, welcome efforts to tackle the long-standing issue of hope value. The rapid inflation-busting rise in the value of land with planning permission, compounded now over several decades, convinces me that the position we've inherited, whilst it may have been suitable for half a century ago, is now frankly untenable and immoral. However, we do need to tackle this carefully. I and my colleagues will listen closely to debate on this matter in your Lordship's House. In Greater Manchester, attempting to achieve a spatial plan across 10 local authorities has proved taxing. That's a euphemism for impossible. I hope that through this bill, we will be able to break some of those log jams. In practice, these are often less due to party political differences and to councillors who need to attend to very localised lobby groups. Combined authorities and mayoralties have, I believe now, my Lords, more than proved their worth, especially when we need to take a more strategic view. So I'd hope that we can give them the powers that they need. Indeed, I suspect that many local councillors who understand the need for housing and infrastructure may actually be deeply relieved not to be always the ones deemed at blame for agreeing to major new developments in their wards. But turning to other aspects of the bill, several of my Right Reverend friends will be following with interest the rural provisions. For example, we believe that this bill provides an important opportunity to protect chalk streams. These are both globally rare and ecologically very significant. The Lord Bishop of Hereford has drawn to my attention how multi-generational farming families struggle under current legislation to build agricultural tide accommodation so that the next generation can remain on the farm. We do need to keep family farms running, not least so that very elderly farmers can retire. I know far too many who are continuing when they really shouldn't. And so that we don't lose the skills and commitment to farming that have often been passed down through many generations. He, I know, will be looking to table an amendment at committee stage and supporting, no doubt, other amendments. The notion of offsetting the impact of development on a particular site by other environmental measures elsewhere, I think is one that's already established in other legislation. And so in extending it does have my support. But I do believe that the case that's being made by the Wildlife and Countryside Link, that measures to offset environmental harm should be delivered as close as possible to the site of the impact, that needs to be taken seriously. Wherever possible, there should be a direct link between new infrastructure and the development of new ecosystems. That way the public see the benefits in their own communities. I accept that won't always be possible, and it mustn't become a means of blocking or delaying every major development, but offsetting at a considerable distance should be rare and exceptional. Finally, my Lords, I've long championed the needs of the Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. They have been part of the backbone of rural Britain for many generations, but increasingly, we know, they're pushed to the margins. I urge that we take the opportunity in this bill to to ensure that gypsy and traveller accommodation figures are included and explicitly referenced within the requirements of spatial development strategies. Moreover, the definition of social housing could also helpfully be amended here to include local authority gypsy and traveller sites, as well as broadening the definition of a dwelling in the Housing Act 2004, Section 1, to include all those essential parts of the home on a gypsy traveller site. My Lords, it may not be obvious given the lack of any of my right reverend friends in their places, but there is considerable interest in this bill on our bench. It just also happens to be one of the busiest weeks of our year. Several hundred new priests and deacons will be being ordained in our cathedrals across England this coming weekend. Lucy, my assistant, has worked wonders with the diary to even get me here. And I look forward to continuing to engage with the bill at its later stages. But in the meantime, I'm glad to welcome it.
My Lords, I very much welcome the bill, which I see as an essential foundation to building new homes and critical infrastructure. My Lords, we simply cannot afford the current planning and regulatory system, which almost seems designed to stop growth and actually make it so expensive and damaging to our economy and basic living standards. My main interest in the bill is in Part 1, which will help speed up the building of new energy infrastructure, which I see as vital to achieving clean power by 2030. Now, Baroness Scott, in her remarks, said she supported much of what was in the bill, including that in relation to energy. I noticed that she made no mention of clean power and net zero. And of course, my Lords, the party opposite is in full retreat, despite the fact it was Mrs. Thatcher who went to the UN in November 1989 and spoke about mankind and his activities which are changing the environment of our planet in damaging and dangerous ways. And of course, it was Mrs. May as Prime Minister who legislated for net zero by 2050. But the party opposite is now in full retreat. They've turned their back on climate change, they've turned their back on net zero, and they've developed an unfathomable passion for fossil fuels, despite the fact that the volatile fossil fuel market is one of the major causes of our high energy prices. So, my Lords, clean power by 2030 requires a huge upgrading of the country's major energy infrastructure. On that, I think we are agreed. The Commons Environmental Audit Committee concluded in 2024 that many planned renewable energy projects were hampered by persistent problems accessing the electricity grid, including slow connections, limited capacity of local planning authorities, and inappropriate planning regulations. Currently, my Lords, companies are waiting up to 15 years to be connected to the grid. And, my Lords, this is leaving very promising developments absolutely gridlocked. Now, NESO, the National Energy System Operator, advice to government was to increase new transition network infrastructure by 2030 at over twice the pace that it was being delivered the previous decade. And that's why the bill's provisions are so welcome, particularly the removal of the burdensome statutory requirement to consult as part of the pre-application stage for nationally significant infrastructure project applications, the grid's connection queue reforms to move from first come, first served to a first ready and needed, first connected approach, the new funding mechanism for statutory consultees that hopefully will address the lack of capacity and resources, and the proposed bill discount scheme for people living closest to new electricity transmission infrastructure. My Lords, Part 3 is also relevant to infrastructure growth, and I would say to the noble Lord Russell, I fully accept it would be perverse that if net zero was achieved at the expense of our nature, farmland and general environment. But I would also say to him that the bill as it currently stands gives a huge amount of responsibility to Natural England and the other statutory bodies who've shown no interest in considering the benefits of delivering development, have seen a hollowing out of scientific expertise over the years of austerity, and have no experience in delivering complex infrastructure strategies. Now, environmental development delivery plans to deliver strategic compensation in relation to the habitats regime, I can see working for a given area where you might have multiple housing developers. But I'm worried as to the extent it will work for major infrastructure developments. As Catherine Howard, Head of Planning at Herbert Smith Freehill's Kramer has written, there is a risk that developers would need to twin-track the EDP process by also going through the traditional habitats assessment regime because an EDP was not in place in time for the consent application. My Lords, this is going to be hopeless for developers, and I believe that the Secretary of State needs to have a call-in power in the event of this being stuck in this way. So, my Lords, with that important caveat, let me say I welcome the bill. I see it as a great foundation for growth, but I do hope the government will be willing to listen to some of the issues for major developers on infrastructure in relation to Part 3.
Say how much the whole House will miss the contributions of the noble Lord Hunt from the dispatch box. We welcome the clarity of his contributions, and the backbenchers will be reinforced by his presence now. He's free to say what he actually thinks. My Lords, here we go with another planning bill. I start with a quote. Conflict is not uncommon between those in both the public and private sectors who wish to change the use of land. The planning system provides the framework for resolving these inevitable conflicts. The bill brings the system up to date and enhances its credibility. That was myself on March the 12th, 1991, introducing as planning minister in the other place the Planning and Compensation Bill Lords. My imprint on the planning system did not last long. We then had the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2002, the Planning Act 2008, the Localism Act 2011, the Housing and Planning Act 2016, and the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act 2023, which was another planning bill, and now this. The 1947 Planning Act lasted until the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. Since then, we keep on digging up the foundations without apparently making the structure any more durable. So I wish the ministers well. In the time available, I just want to make one point. The success of the bill will depend on the efficiency of local government departments responding to the challenge in the bill. On February the 5th, the government told all councils in two-tier areas and small neighbouring unitaries to produce plans by last March to go unitary. Professionals in planning departments are probably more affected than anyone else because all the plans will have to change. They will understandably be worried about their own futures and the turbulence of reorganisation as they apply for jobs in the new structures or accept redundancy. The bill's success depends on up-to-date plans to deliver certainty and avoiding appeals. The government states that, I quote, succinct and up-to-date plans should provide a positive vision for the future of each area and a framework for addressing housing needs and other economic, social and environmental priorities. But as of March 2024, only a third of local authorities had adopted a plan in the last 5 years, and 291 had plans more than 5 years old. So as they attempt to address the backlog, and that will still be necessary until the bill becomes an act, they will also have to start all over again producing a plan for the new unitary authority. And the government has stated that, I quote, where reorganisation occurs, new unitary authorities are expected to promptly prepare a local plan covering their entire area. Now, this all came on top of the December 2024 devolution white paper. All of England is to be part of one of three new categories of local authority, another reorganisation: foundation strategic authorities, mayoral strategic authorities, established mayoral strategic authorities. Now, the planners in these new strategic authorities have to produce under the bill spatial development strategies, providing strategic policies for the use of land in their area. And at the moment, there are only 3 of these. In a masterly understatement, the government said, we are aware that areas undergoing local government reorganisation and devolution will experience a transition period where responsibility for spatial development strategy might transfer between authorities. And at the same time, the government wants to reduce all the current delays in processing planning applications so we can get on with the infrastructure and building the 1.5 million homes that we need. Now, if planning departments were fully staffed with the necessary skills, they might rise to this challenge, but they're not. The Local Government Association Workforce Survey found that 62% of councils have difficulties recruiting planning officers. 45% have difficulties retaining planning officers. Many are tempted by higher salaries elsewhere. 2/3 of councils rely on agency staff to address capacity issues. The RTPI says, I quote, "We continue to have concerns about the chronic under-resourcing of our planning system. It is essential that a long-term resourcing and capacity strategy be published alongside the bill." Well, it isn't. And the new town development corporations will also require planners. Now, the government has recognised the problem, but the steps it has taken to address it fall way short of what is needed and risk undermining the purpose of the bill. My Lords, I remember a discussion when I was a Treasury Minister with a senior economist in the Treasury. When I suggested a new policy that had been tried in New Zealand, he said it may work in practice, but it doesn't work in theory. Now, the risk with the bill is exactly the opposite. It may work in theory, but it won't work in practice unless planning departments are resourced.
My Lords, whilst planning and infrastructure may not get everyone in this House excited, it is fundamental to everything we do in this country, and we need to get it right for our communities and to start delivering across the country. The Chapter 3 of Part 1 of this bill regarding transport infrastructure has not had the focus it deserves, and we recognise the urgent need to modernise and expand our networks. From rail upgrades to new bus corridors and active travel routes, major projects must be delivered efficiently. However, we must not move to a position where we bulldoze through projects with no consideration for local communities and their needs and to environmental concerns. It is getting that balance right. And if we travel to the continent, we experience the fantastic high-speed rail networks that have grown at pace. In 1981, France became the first nation in Europe to implement a high-speed rail link from Paris to Lyon, 450 kilometres long. And since then, the network has grown with over 2,800 kilometres. And Spain started constructing its high-speed rail network in 1992. 30 years later, they have roughly 4,000 kilometres of high-speed rail. And then we look at the UK. High Speed 1 opened in 2007 from London to the Channel Tunnel, a mere 108 kilometres. And of course, High Speed 2, which we discussed last week. And whilst I welcome and understand the government's ambition to streamline infrastructure delivery, we must ensure that the bill does not sacrifice local accountability, local engagement, local heritage or environmental integrity in the name of speed or indeed progress. We can learn from our European neighbours about how best to deliver such projects at pace, but whilst bringing communities with us. And I welcome some of the progress in this bill in the area of EV charging. It's a huge issue as we clean up our transport network, and for too long there have been barriers. Clause 47 relates to public charge points, and it's crucial the legislation effectively addresses this issue and is future-proof to support the continued growth of electric vehicle adoption. Now, my colleague Helen Maguire MP championed amendments to this bill in the other House that would have enabled cross-pavement charging solutions, such as covered cable gullies, by extending the permitted development rights for on-street charging setups. The amendments would have broadened and clarified permitted development rights to facilitate the installation of EV charging infrastructure. These changes are essential if we're to support the 40% of households without off-street parking and ensure the benefits of EV adoption are shared fairly. The current bureaucratic process, which includes a street works licence and planning permission, just feels too much, and I hope the Minister will look favourably at similar amendments when tabled in this House. We also do need to look at how we can establish charging infrastructure for HGVs and other supply vehicles, which will be vital for net zero. Too often companies are finding it difficult to secure the necessary permission, let alone the grid access for such important infrastructure. But, my Lords, we must also think creatively about how we power this transition. One of the most underutilised opportunities lies in our existing transport infrastructure. Across the country, vast expanses of roof space sit idle, exposed to sunlight. Installing solar panels on car parks, bus garages and railway stations could generate clean energy, reduce grid pressure and power local EV chargers directly. Now, France has already mandated solar panels on large car parks, and we are playing catch-up with the recent government announcement. But I hope the government will consider provisions in this bill to require solar installations on all suitable transport infrastructure. It's a simple, visible step towards a greener future. And we have some good examples here in the capital, such as Blackfriars and Denmark Hill stations. Let us use this bill not just to build faster, but to build better, build smarter and build fairer for a transport network that is clean, connected and accessible to all.
My Lords, I draw attention to my registered interest as Chair of the Cambridgeshire Development Forum and the Oxfordshire Development Forum. But I should emphasise that my views on these issues are entirely my own. We, of course, a number of us are taking forward many of the issues that we discussed during the passage of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, including my noble friend Lord Younger-Cookham. I may say, following him, I thought his point about the resourcing of planning authorities is really important, and something that the government could do straight away outside this bill is to enable the retention of level 7 apprenticeships for planning, new planning officers, because in the lack of that, I think it's going to be very difficult for local planning authorities. Can I just say, in the time available, I just really want to focus on one thing, which is, as we discuss many issues in this bill, I hope we can understand more about what it is that the government is proposing to use from the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act and what they're proposing not to use. So, for example, and how they're going to use them. So, for example, the national development management policies are potentially extremely important in enabling local authorities to produce plans more quickly and efficiently. I hope that those local authorities who are going into the new plan-making process should have early access to NDMPs in order to be able to limit the extent to which they have to undertake unnecessary consultation. It also links to the debate we're going to have about a national scheme of delegation. I have to say, I thought that the government's technical proposal, actually, insofar as it substantially deviated from the original consultation with 3 options, went in the wrong direction. It seems to me on the face of it that the national scheme of delegation should be, firstly, that planning officers should be making decisions where those applications are in line with an existing up-to-date local plan. And that should be very straightforward. And secondly, they should be making the decisions where the decision is directly mandated in effect by the national development management policies. So we do need, I think, to look at some of these additional planning issues before we get to the debates in committee and report on the content of this bill. Also, I do hope that the provisions in the Levelling Up Act in relation to neighbourhood plans and neighbourhood policy statements might be brought into force, and in the absence of that, I hope that the bill will use that, because from the government's point of view, if they want more homes built in the places where people want those homes to be built, neighbourhood planning has shown itself to be an effective mechanism for that purpose. And also in the in the Local Levelling Up and Regeneration Act are provisions relating to locally led urban development areas and locally led urban development corporations. Now, my noble friend on the front bench referred to these provisions. The noble Lord Best advocated very forcibly the use of development corporations, but he didn't say which kind of development corporation. And I think we need to know from the government whether they are going to make locally led urban development areas and development corporations available to be used for this purpose, or whether they are planning to use government-controlled development corporations, or whether they are planning, in line with the provisions of the devolution white paper, to focus on mayoral development corporations. So it's not just whether we have development corporations and what powers they have, it's what kind of development corporations. And this will make a big difference when we hear from the New Towns Task Force, which I hope we shall do before the summer recess. So the final thing I want to say is we all agree, and I share many of the objectives of this bill, and I look forward to debating it with a view to strengthening the achievement of those objectives. We want to be able to deliver effectively on development plans, but we need up-to-date local plans to make that happen. At the moment, we've got 70 local authorities that are going to go under the old NPPF rather than the new NPPF, and that in itself lost us something like 15,000 potential homes being built, or requirement for 15,000 homes a year. So I think it is important with all of these changes that we know how the government is going to give us more pace in putting all the planning reforms in place alongside this bill.
My Lords, firstly I must declare my involvement in a family farming and land management business. And secondly, I would like to record my thanks to the Bill team for their courtesy in coming together to answer my series of very naive questions. Now, my Lords, I believe this bill is essential to get our country moving again, and I support what it is trying to achieve. Coming from the southwest, my favourite eternally delayed project is the road that is vital for bringing our tourists in and taking our manufactured goods out, namely the A303 and its dualling. The first time I saw a planning application for the Stonehenge bypass, which is the key to unlocking it all, was in 1985. That's 40 years ago, my Lords, and it still has not been built. An hour-long traffic jams still happen there. Not good. However, the issue that desperately needs dealing with is housing. We have a major housing crisis in rural England, far worse than the towns. It is affordable homes we lack, not executive houses. Note the homes and houses. And as I've said in this House many times, council houses, or their equivalent, would be good. Affordable homes to rent in proper interactive communities, built to standards we can all be proud of. And I hope this bill will enable that to happen. Building standards need to be checked on, perhaps by the development corporations that Lord Best and I are both very keen on. And we also need to amend the right to buy, which I hope is just around the corner. Now, my Lords, I'm all in favour of councils charging their own ring-fenced planning fees, providing it gives speed and certainty to applications. I'm in favour of delegated planning decisions, training for planning committees, limiting the use of judicial reviews, encouraging faster access to electricity supplies, etc., etc. But the government's biggest problem is going to be the availability of skills. Where are they going to find the hundreds of new planners needed, the thousands of new builders, plumbers, electricians, etc., and above all, the hundreds of new skilled ecologists that Natural England and others are going to need to make this bill work successfully? As I understand it, EDPs are only about protected sites and protected species, and that the developers' current obligations to promote BNG, biodiversity net gain, will continue to run in parallel. There is going to be huge competition for a small supply of ecologists between developers, local authorities and Natural England, and I'm not sure there is the capacity out there. Part 3 of the bill is its biggest weakness, and I hope that the promised Pennycook amendments to satisfy the OEP will be announced soon. The biggest shortfall is the lack of a mitigation hierarchy. The bill also, to my mind, needs to provide for subsequent management of the land involved in an EDP. It is all very well having achieved overall improvement by 10 years, but what is to prevent this overall improvement disappearing on the land in question in future years? In Part 4, I'm pleased to see that the heat networks are going to be included in the list of necessary infrastructure, something I've promoted in this House for some time, particularly where geothermal heat is involved. I'm not keen on Natural England having compulsory purchase powers. I think it is better and cheaper if they contract with landowners to get the land management they want. But I suppose if you are trying to assemble land, or a land management programme, it is probably best if, as President Roosevelt said, you talk softly but carry a big stick. But I hope that the powers will not be used too often. But there is an issue with compulsory purchase generally that needs fixing, namely the way that an acquiring authority, or more often a private sector company acting in their name when implementing a CPO, seem to think they can ride roughshod over the normal rules governing the conveyance of property. With CPO powers in their armoury, they seem to turn into badly behaved bully boys. And there are stories of people whose land and businesses have been confiscated, and 2 years later they are still waiting for payment. That is outrageous. So I will be proposing the introduction of an enforceable code of practice to ensure that the confiscation of property by the state, which can be devastating for an individual or a business, is accomplished in as fair and civilised a manner as possible.
Very good. My Lords, first I declare my long-standing interest in Persimmon plc, a middle market mass house builder. This position has given me a ringside seat to observe the vicissitudes that have beset house building and planning over decades with their cycles of ups and downs, which no one has ever managed to defeat. Secondly, whatever the bill before us sets out to do, no way can it suddenly abolish the cycles in favour of a smooth, ever upward movement of growth just by virtue of the men and women in Whitehall knowing best. I don't believe that is possible. For I don't think this unfortunate bill cannot, by some just fix fiat, these cyclical ups and downs, which rather depend on the state of the economy, on levels of taxation, on availability of capital and of skilled labour, and to do this simply by grabbing more power from the centre. Indeed, the record sadly shows that no Conservative or Labour government since 1945 have ever met their stated aspirations or hopes or pledges to build this or that particular number of homes in any one year or in any one decade. And it's amusing but sad to see that 300,000 per annum still is the hot favourite target. The Prime Minister and his ministers have, since 2024, said much about their target intent. So I would like to ask the noble minister this afternoon, when he replies tonight, for a bit more clarity. He's got an enviable reputation for being straightforward, saying as it is, absolutely giving it between the eyes. And I hope he's not going to let me down, and I seek not to damage him in any way at all by what I say in his important role. But I would like to ask him, therefore, what is the number of homes that he expects to see built per year until August 2029, when his lot will come to the end of their present term? And is the number by then really still to be 1.5 million? And I look forward to his answer. If he hasn't got the time tonight, in a very long night, I'm so sorry if his colleague who's winding up tonight cannot tonight give me that answer. I'd be very happy to have a draft, as drafted by the noble Lord, an answer to be placed in writing in the library of the House, so we can all see exactly what it is. This is because 4 years is a decent enough length of time over which to succeed, or then perhaps to be called out, to be shown to have been pledging the unattainable. For I just don't think the massive shift of planning power away from local communities and councils is going to be any guarantee of success.
That's right.
Thirdly, although HMG can recycle or manufacture new pledges, and I think we've seen a bit of this in the last year, unfortunately we can't manufacture new supplies of land. And I've said in your Lordship's House before, it's a scarce resource. All new housing cannot be built on reused brown or grey or green tinged land, or built in areas which were once occupied by military bases, which they're going to probably be reopened as military bases quite shortly. Much green or green tinged land, alas, will need to be built on to provide new homes for young people. But I accept that sometimes this will be necessary, and it's the only way that young people will get their homes. But I doubt it will be easily accepted from distant London SW1, all to be decided centrally. Local involvement will always be needed to generate acceptability, for planners do not create communities, only people create communities. So to make this happen, houses must themselves look good. It's very possible to build well, but also beautifully and to a human scale, as the late Sir Roger Scruton said. That very rare bird, a university moral philosopher and urban thinker. And we should heed the advice that he gave.
My interest as a chief engineer working for Atkins Realis, a vice chair of Peers for the Planet and co-chair of Legislators for Nuclear. And my lords, as an engineer, of course, I'm very keen to see Britain get building. And this bill is, I think, the single most important piece of legislation in the government's agenda to unlock growth and deliver for those many strategic targets that the Noble Lord the Minister outlined, including housing, Clean Power 2030 and defence. And it's vitally important, therefore, that Parliament gets this right. And I do very much welcome the direction of travel in the bill, and actually that the government is coming up with a number of very positive, radical ideas here for the planning system. But, my lords, the biggest problem, in my view, for the bill being able to deliver against its objectives is that Part 3, which has been presented as a solution to speed buildings and infrastructure through the system, may be a solution for housing, but as the Noble Lord Hunt of King's Heath set out, very broadly held concerns that it will not deliver for infrastructure. Because by the time a developer comes along and identifies a habitats problem, there is unlikely to be time for Natural England to put in place an EDP to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. And so what that means is that there will be that twin track approach, which could have the unfortunate side effect of adding to the bureaucratic burden within the planning system for large infrastructure. So I would be grateful if, in her summing up, the Noble Lady the Minister could perhaps expand on how she sees EDPs delivering for large infrastructure. And my lords, at the core of many of the issues that have added billions in cost and years in delay to our large infrastructure is the habitat regulations. I think that's fundamentally what it comes down to. Of course, they're very necessary, but there have been increasing issues that we've seen in terms of how they've been interpreted. And Catherine Howard, mentioned previously, partner at HSF Kramer, has been doing some sterling work with ecologists and others on some really straightforward, common sense clarifications to the habitat regulations that would really bring more scientific rigour to the whole process. And this has been set out in her Project Nutcracker series of articles, which I hope officials have seen. For example, the habitat regulations are worded to require the proving of a negative, so proving that there will not be an effect on a particular habitat of a proposed project. And this isn't really the way, my lords, that science works. We come up with theories and we design experiments to try and falsify them. But proving that something doesn't exist is not falsifiable. So what that really means is that currently Natural England is not only overburdened, but wastes precious time exploring hypothetical risks which aren't adequately underpinned by scientific evidence. And this is the fault of a system which asks them to prove that developments will have no impact, meaning that they must investigate and account for possibilities that there is no ecological evidence for. So the fundamental change that needs to be made is a positive duty, not to grant consent where there is scientific evidence of an adverse effect. And this small amendment would have an immediate effect on freeing up scarce resource at Natural England to deliver on those goals while streamlining the planning process for all those projects going through the system. So there is a potential common sense reform here that many ecologists are supportive of that will bolster the measures in the bill to speed up the delivery of infrastructure projects this Parliament, including the much needed projects which are at the centre of the government spending review and infrastructure strategy, as well as delivering more effectively for nature. Finally, my lords, I'm grateful to the Minister, the Noble Lady of the Minister, for her engagement on embodied carbon emissions in this session. And I wonder if, in her summing up, she could say what plans the government has to introduce common guidance or perhaps introduce a ministerial statement clarifying the approach that local authorities should take. In conclusion, I believe there is a significant risk here, my lords. If Part 3 doesn't deliver for infrastructure, all the government's great aspirations for infrastructure build and development won't be realised, and I look forward to further engagement with government on our, I think, pragmatic solutions to mitigate this risk, to help get Britain building in the near term and deliver for nature.
It's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Ravensdale, who, I hope he won't mind me saying so, does illustrate by the expertise he's brought to this debate how the hereditary system brings into our midst a comparative youthful expertise of a non-partisan nature which will never come in once the constitutional vandalism which this government planning has removed such people from this House. I wholeheartedly support the overall objectives of this bill to speed up and streamline the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure. The current delays and costs are intolerable. The Thames crossing has cost £1.2 billion just on the planning process before a single sod has been cut, if that's what you do to sods. That's more than building the longest river tunnel in Europe cost in Norway. A 25-mile bypass cost £250 million just for the planning process. And virtually every housing project in my old constituency, and indeed most other parts of the country, faced objections locally. We've created, in effect, a vetocracy in this country. Objectors can impose such costs and delays on projects that project developers that they effectively can veto those projects going ahead. We must find ways of reducing the power of that vetocracy, and I welcome steps in this bill that do that. We've got to stop local vetoes preventing, delaying and raising the costs of building homes, transport and energy infrastructure. The Noble Baroness Pigeon lauded the French success in building large infrastructure projects. I recall my old and much lamented friend Nigel, the late Lord Lawson, telling me when he was Energy Secretary, he asked his French counterpart how they were able to build nuclear power stations with so little objection across France. And the French minister, without realizing the double entendre, replied, "When you are draining the swamp, you do not consult the frogs." But we do have to consult the Brits in this country. And one less draconian way of undermining the democracy is to enable developers to buy off or compensate objectors. This is most relevant, I think, in the energy sector, which is my principal concern. We do need to access lower cost and most reliable energy sources and enable it to reach the users without imposing extra costs. So I welcome the measures in this bill which will enable the Secretary of State to establish a scheme to compensate people living in properties near to new transmission network structures by crediting their energy bills. But I can't see why it should be delimited to those living near transmission networks and certain major upgrades of existing projects, which the bill says at present. Why not extend the scheme so that compensation may be offered to those living near, say, proposed onshore windmills, for example? They are the cheapest form of renewable energy. And better still, give companies proposing to drill for shale gas or oil onshore the right to offer compensation. I've heard one company which would be prepared to offer £1,000 per household to those living within, say, a mile of a proposed well if a majority votes to allow such drilling to take place, and subsequently to offer a reduction in their gas bills if the well proves successful for the life of that well. And I shall put down amendments to that effect. Another aspect of this bill which relates to the energy sector is the section enabling the government to introduce a cap and floor scheme to finance long-duration energy schemes. The explanatory note makes clear that that's expected to relate to new reservoirs, like I mentioned the De Norwig existing reservoir. Though there are, I have to say, very few potential sites. But the notes also refer to the Your Lordship's House's Select Committee report on long-duration energy storage, Get On With It, which was mostly about the development of hydrogen as a form of storage. I would just again alert the House and the government to the dangers of pressing ahead and investing in immature technologies prematurely. That technology hasn't been developed, is hugely costly at the moment, and we should not empower the government to go ahead with it before it's proved its worth. Finally, I would add that if we are going to build 1.5 million homes, and I hope we will, and I will help the government in its measures to make that easier to get planning permission, we have to recognise that at present 40% of those will be taken up in effect by the rate of immigration foreseen by the Office of National Statistics over the next 5 years. So we have to remember it's not just about supply, it's about demand, but no one will ever mention that.
My Lords, I am the chair of Annington, a housing company that specialises in affordable homes, but I'm not going to talk about that because for many years now I have been the honorary president of the Carbon Capture and Storage Association, which also includes utilisation. And frankly, I never thought the day would come when a government would put CCUS at the heart of such a significant piece of legislation. So I want to say thank you. This bill has the potential to turn our net zero ambitions into real-world jobs, investment and long-term economic renewal. The Climate Change Committee has acknowledged that there is no credible path to net zero without carbon capture and storage. And the confirmation of funding for HyNet and the East Coast Cluster build-out, alongside the support for Acorn and Viking to reach final investment decisions in this Parliament, has put a spring in my step. And you can probably tell from my accent which one gives me the most spring in my step. The recent financial close for Net Zero Teesside and Liverpool Bay CCA further highlights the momentum, but risk still remains. Inconsistent planning frameworks that are crying out for updating could threaten delay or even derail progress right at the time when we need to accelerate. And for those of us, like me, brought up in the heartlands of coal, iron and steel and shipbuilding, this isn't just a climate solution. The opportunity analysis by the CCSA points to 50,000 skilled jobs and almost 90 billion in economic value by 2050. That is something that should not be sneezed at. And add to that the potential for large-scale CO2 storage and industrial decarbonisation. Traditional industries like coal, iron and steel and shipbuilding can reform into clean energy industries. And that means a lot to the kind of communities that I used to represent in the other place. It is the same skill sets are required for carbon capture and storage. But the planning must reflect the national role of CCUS infrastructure, even if it's only for short distances. Now, I know that there is a possibility of some pretty minor amendments that can have a great impact on the future of carbon capture, utilisation and storage. Reforming current guidelines, like those in the Pipelines Act of 1962, can streamline the consenting process for CO2 pipelines, and that kind of modernisation will allow us to keep with partners like Norway, who are already planning cross-border CO2 transport. And Norway has been very much in the lead with a lot of this technology, and it's worth looking at. This is all about boosting investor confidence, because it will take investment from outside government that will make this work and work in the long term. At committee stage, we will need those amendments to designate CO2 spur pipelines and carbon capture equipment as nationality significant infrastructure projects under the Planning Act of 2008 and remove the requirement for special parliamentary procedures in the Pipelines Act of 1962 for pipeline compulsory purchase orders. This will help unlock the £9.4 billion already committed by government to CCUS delivery and enable clusters like Scotland, Teesside, the North West and Humberside to move forward. We have the potential to be a global leader in the development and export of carbon management technologies. Let's seize the moment. Let's go for it, because there are great, great reserves of energy out there that can help us. Thank you.
My Lords, it actually takes a lot to shock me, but this bill still does, and it's going to take a lot of amendments to get it right. I was particularly distraught by Part 3 of the bill, and I'm conscious that in the last Parliament, as my noble friend Baroness Scott of Bybrook mentioned some of the LURB amendments that were rejected by this House, they were much smaller than the scale of what we are seeing in Part 3, which can only be considered a complete and utter assault on our natural environment. In terms of thinking through what aspects could be done, there's plenty of briefings that I'm sure we will all be sharing. But I do think it's important that we need to go through very carefully and properly understand, instead of some of the various mantras that have been coming out as desiring to push this bill forward. Now, there's no doubt that we want to have more homes built. But, my Lords, as Lord Burt mentioned earlier, it's actually finances that are stopping a lot of houses being built. There are 700,000 empty homes in this country. Not second homes, not holiday homes, empty homes. There are 1 million planning consents still available for homes to be built in this country. Over 250,000 those in London. So what is stopping them? It's about financing and about how they continue to make the most money. And I'm not criticising them for that. But simply by trashing lots of the countryside, trashing nature, isn't necessarily going to deliver the infrastructure and the homes that this country and people in this country need. Now, I say this because I looked at the Human Rights Memorandum carefully. And in terms of compulsory purchase, there's a lot here which talks about in the public interest. Well, I'll declare one interest. I still live in Suffolk. I still live pretty close to some proposed energy infrastructure. And I'm not an NIMBY. I was actually very active in supporting Sizewell C as long as it dealt with aspects of environmental regulation, which it did satisfactorily. But one of the two projects there that come to mind, and I'm not clear how this bill will address it. People are concerned that it's taken so long to get a variety of projects, and I understand why. But one of the key issues that happened for Sizewell C is that all of a sudden, due to a High Court ruling, the local water company said they could not guarantee to supply the water. That impact was one of the things that massively derailed the construction of Sizewell C at that point. And then even then, when they started to come up with creative solutions, for example, right, we've got a water shortage here in East Anglia. A lot of farmers are going to be infected, and food security will be affected by the fact they won't be able to get the water that they've been used to. And they're pretty good with their water in East Anglia, have high productivity. But when it came to, let's build a reservoir, we need it for the creation of Sizewell C, farmers can use it as well, and Ofgem said no. They said no. And so what I hope is that we get to a situation where this bill will start to allow these sorts of creative solutions instead of some of the challenges it is going to bring, the struggle that we will have to reach the targets already set in primary legislation. My Lords, part 2, I think, is an affront to democracy. I'll give another local example. So there's no doubt that building housing on any green field, not necessarily green belt, but green field, often tends to be controversial locally. But I pay credit to the councils that try and get this balance right. What worries me about removing decisions from local councillors and giving it to planning officers is that now we've got even more targets going into the countryside for housing, that situations, for example, where the plan set a density for a 2,000 house development, they set a density, and then officers were recommending outline planning where the density was only a third for that development of what it should have been in the plan. It doesn't take too much of a brain to work out that in order to meet the rest of the housing things, they're now going to have to use 3 times the amount of land. My Lords, in terms of, there are many clauses here which I will be examining very carefully, not only Clause 89 with their extensive Henry VIII, Schedule 5, Clause 91, this is about compulsory purchase, but by the way, we can all be happy, it doesn't apply to Crown land. Why not? It should be the first that should be considered for compulsory purchase for any nature development. I think it's also wrong that Natural England gets so many powers. It's not about Natural England themselves, but I think it should be in the hands of the Secretary of State who should be devising these. And if they choose to delegate to Natural England, that's a different matter. But the Secretary of State and ministers are accountable to Parliament. Natural England is not directly accountable, and that's what we need to fix. Water's been used a lot as well. There's a variety of issues to do with water, but in particular, what I hope is that the government will be open to a variety of permitted development rights, particularly thinking of ponds and helping our farmers, whether it's about sustainable drainage. But do bear in mind, I do appreciate a brand new reservoir has not been built in a long time, and I don't really understand why Thames is dragging their feet over in Abingdon. But, for example, take Abington capacity over in Essex. 10 years ago, the capacity went up by 60%. So stuff is happening in this country, and we shouldn't just be trying to use every bit of nature as an excuse on why certain things aren't happening. The A14 was built on time, ahead of time, and below budget. So, my Lords, I'm very sorry, but I will be pressing the case for a lot more social housing, but not at the expense of trashing what we hold precious in this country.
Speakers reflects just how serious this chamber is taking the issue of house building and infrastructure. I refer to part 2 to start with of the bill, spatial development strategies. For those of us who have been involved in local government for a while, this is reminiscent of the RDA era. Part 1 of Chapter 2 lists what a strategic planning authority means, but there is no mention of the national parks. This seems extraordinary, as they are absolutely vital to ensuring strategic planning in their areas is done with empathy and sensitivity to individual environments. Access to the countryside and the contribution this makes to health and well-being is well documented. This is a vital role of the national parks. They are involved in assisting the provision of affordable homes and have many permissions for housing granted. Currently, in the South Downs National Park, there are over 2,000 homes with permitted permission, of which 500 are affordable homes, but all are unbuilt. National park authorities are also not mentioned as being part of strategic planning boards. Given their role in mineral extraction and waste disposal, surely they should be present round the table and fully involved. Can the Minister say whether this omission is an oversight or deliberate, and if so, why? I turn now to the role of the Community Land Trust organisation. There are currently 290 CLTs in England which own 2,100 assets, including 1,953 affordable homes. Many CLTs provide housing in AONBs and national parks, where smaller scale affordable housing development is essential. Almost half the rural affordable housing projects in the pipeline in Devon involve CLTs. This was a result of the Community Housing Federation's work, and shows the potential and appetite among communities to increase housing supply if they are confident it will result in homes that meet local needs. It is not helpful that the government has recently ended funding for neighbourhood planning support. The government has also not reinstated any grant funding for community-led housing. Whilst I know the Minister, Baroness Taylor, has been very positive in writing about CLH, the government has actually made it harder for communities to play this role. The pipeline of new projects in the southwest has almost completely dried up. This is very disappointing indeed. Projects that were led by communities are set to be replaced by imposed government diktat. Is this really what the Minister wants? I turn now to the issue of the lack of stopping places and permanent sites for gypsies and travellers, and the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, has raised this. Every local authority should provide transit and permanent sites alongside other traditional stopping places, thus dramatically reducing those forced to stop on what the law now classes as illegal encampments. Since the statutory duty to provide sites was repealed in 1994, barely any local authority sites have been built. Private provision has increased, but whilst this is welcome, it is not accessible for many. In planning for homes, it is crucial to acknowledge and include provision for all our communities. Local authority managed sites remain vital for a culturally pertinent way of living. Long-standing planning failures have created a severe shortage of safe, suitable sites. Children will be present and have their access to education and health services are almost non-existent if they are continually moved on. Treating them as an underclass reinforces their marginalisation from the rest of society. Lastly, my Lord, my first bill was the Housing and Planning Bill of 2016, which has already been referred to. Lots of warm words about delivery. I urge the government not to follow the example of the previous administration. Housing is not an also-ran. It is key to economic and personal well-being. The Housing Minister must be totally committed to delivering the government goals and stay in post for at least the length of the parliamentary session. Churn will not deliver. Being the Housing Minister should not be a stepping stone to another role. It is an essential part of delivery and needs consistency, not a yearly change of personnel.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Baroness Bakewell. And the bill is trying to do what is needed to boost house building. And I don't think there's anyone really who disputes the simple fact that the gap between demand and supply continues to widen. And we know, as many noble lords have said, that that is, at least in part, the consequence of a planning system that is unbelievably complex and cumbersome and often just flies against common sense. We've heard lots of examples today. I'm going to focus on one aspect of the bill. Start by saying that I appreciated the Minister's opening remarks in relation to nature. And I know from my own experience of dealing with the Minister that he believes very much what he said. But I have concerns about the bill. I think the bill, like others before it on this issue, it seems to pitch nature as a kind of blocker to development. So in addition to there not being any new measures that I can see to ensure new developments are built in a more nature-friendly way, some valuable protections are being removed, even if by default. So Clause 62, for example, says that nature improvement needs to be funded by developers in a way that does not make development economically unviable. But in a country like ours, that is so nature denuded and where our biodiversity continues to plummet, surely some development in some genuinely sensitive and important areas should be economically unviable. And in the proposed equation that we're seeing here, it's hard to see how nature can ever win that contest. Nor is it clear what the bill means for the future biodiversity net gain obligations. Now, I just remind the noble lords that this is a new market created more or less by consensus between the two houses, that's generated myriad businesses and schemes exactly as intended. Students, businesses, anyone who's moved into this new space will undoubtedly be feeling unsettled about their own future. So I hope we'll have clarity from the Minister on that point. Now, there are lots of ways in which the bill can be strengthened. I hope personally, for example, that we'll see significant, stronger protections for irreplaceable habitats like chalk streams, ancient woodlands, peatland, and so on as an insurance against the risks that have been highlighted in this bill. We have 85% of the world's chalk streams, but only 11 out of 220 are currently protected. And given the huge cost to communities of flooding, it just makes no sense that the National Planning Policy Framework still permits development on some functional floodplains. We have an opportunity here to change that, as well as pursuing opportunities to simplify regulations and give nature a boost at the same time. There'll be plenty of opportunities to outline those examples in due course, but I want to focus on one measure which is particularly important, and it's among the easiest and most cost-effective and effective steps that we can take. It's one that I previously championed in this House with, I have to say, tremendous support from the then opposition, now government. At the time of tabling my amendment, the Noble Baroness Taylor said, and I love these words, we were delighted to see Amendment 221A relating to the provision of Swift bricks. We believe that specifically including Swift bricks as a measure in the bill to be incorporated in planning law is justified because of the unique nature of these precious birds' nesting habitats. There is definitely a clear and present threat to these species. We hope the government will accept this relatively small step, which could make a world of difference to protecting our swift population, and that it will not be necessary for the noble Lord Goldsmith to divide the House. But I hope he knows he has our full support in this amendment. So you can imagine my delight when that amendment was resuscitated in previous debates in the other House. It reappeared as Barry Gardner's New Clause 73, and it would require the installation of Swift bricks in any development bigger than 5 metres in height. The noble lords will know, because we've debated this already, that the breeding population of swifts collapsed by a staggering 60% between 1995 and 2020. We've known since 2002 that this rapid decline in swifts, and it has to be said other cavity nesting birds, is primarily the consequence of a lack of cavity nesting sites. And the way we build new homes today and the way we renovate older homes just doesn't accommodate in any way nature at all. This month, we heard from the government, a welcome announcement in my view, confirmation that the national insulation budget of £13.2 billion will be spent in full, mostly on wall insulations. Now that is good news, but there is no mitigation, there's no protective legislation for cavity nesting habitat, the birds don't stand a chance. Now we know Swift boxes work, there's a reported 96% occupancy in boxes on the Duchy estates, there's unanimous support from ornithologists, zero real opposition from the developers. The parliamentary petition that was started by the author and campaigner Hannah Bourne-Taylor was, at the time that it was launched, the fastest to reach 100,000. So there's popular support. And it's so easy to do. It's cheap, zero maintenance, zero expertise required. So I would strongly encourage the government to look again at some of the great things that were said by the opposition. When I was trying to get this amendment through, I failed, as noble lords will know, and I would encourage the government to ensure that when the time comes, it doesn't and won't be necessary to divide the House.
About anything of substance in 5 minutes on a subject so central to this government, but having talked with colleagues in the industry, I would like to make the following brief points, and I declare my interest. Firstly, my colleagues are reassured by the sense of purpose and drive that this government is demonstrating in this policy area. We need to help this bill get onto the statute book soon so that we can get building. Secondly, my lords, this bill needs to think more about building communities and placemaking, not just about building more soulless housing estates. This government is rightly committed to addressing a range of different problems: housing, health, crime, education and net zero. The lessons from the history of failed housing estates from the 60s and 70s built by the public sector and the worrying signs from too much of what is being built today is that if we build homes in the wrong way, we will not only fail to help solve these problems, we will make them worse. We need to build places and strong humane cultures and communities, not just homes. If you are in any doubt what this means for local residents, take 5 minutes and listen to Billy Connolly's description on YouTube of what happened to him and his family when they were moved out of their home and community in the Gorbals in Glasgow and placed in a soulless housing estate on the edge of town. No one can describe the experience more clearly than Billy. My Lords, my colleagues and I are working on addressing precisely these issues in projects across the country with some of our major developers. We are happy to share our 360-degree approach to placemaking focused on buildings and culture with the Minister and her colleagues. Maybe she could let me know if there is interest. My Lords, we are all very concerned about what happens to bats and newts. But how concerned are we about the young mother I was with a few months ago on a multi-million-pound new housing estate in East London, whose 2-year-old was already picking up needles in the play area? We all, I think, need to think very carefully together about how we do not repeat those mistakes in this next phase of development. Thirdly, it is good news that planning officers will be given greater responsibility to determine smaller applications, reserved matter submissions and schemes on allocated sites through a new proposed national scheme of delegation. This should lead to greater consistency of approach across local planning authorities, plus certainty and timeliness of decisions. The mandatory training of planning committee members should, in theory, also lead to greater consistency and certainty for applications that do not fit into the above national scheme of delegation. My Lords, having sat on a planning committee for many years, I know how flawed these present processes are, and I have watched too many local councillors play political games with these local processes. Can I just say, I do think Her Majesty's opposition needs to think more clearly about the connections between democracy and delivery. There needs to be more clarity in their thinking about this matter. Fourthly, the Nature Restoration Fund hopefully will remove the restriction on 160,000 homes stalled by nutrient neutrality restrictions by allowing developers to pay into a nature restoration fund that delivers habitat improvements at a regional scale, rather than requiring site-specific ecological mitigation for every scheme. This should speed up the delivery of sites. There are, however, concerns about Natural England's ability to deliver a robust scheme on a timely basis. Fifthly, the proposal in the bill to speed up the delivery of nationally significant infrastructure projects is also much welcomed and should provide greater clarity and certainty over the delivery of these projects. Having said all this positive news, there remains some challenges for business colleagues in the industry. The introduction of new cross-boundary regional strategic planning on the one hand could be positive, driving a more joined-up approach towards housing, economic and infrastructure growth across LPAs. However, there are significant concerns about the potential delays to new local plans and housing schemes because of this structural change. LPAs which remain critically under-resourced are undergoing significant change through forthcoming devolution and the abolition of the two-tier authority system, which, when tied in with the need to soon deliver these regional strategies, mean there may be an awful lot of resource tied up in delivering restructuring and not delivering local plans and housing schemes which are needed in the short term. I finished with a reality check. The current lengthy timeframes for securing planning permission will likely not shrink by a significant amount. Bidding on a site now does not realistically generate volume for the large housing businesses until 2028, given the timescales associated with A, securing planning permission, B, selling consented land, C, securing reserved matters, D, signing Section 106 agreements, and E, site preparation, and F, build and sale of homes. So by and large, the bill is seen by many in the housing industry as very positive, with several of the changes proposed leading to quicker, more consistent and more certain outcomes. However, this does have to be set against the wider context and systematic issues present, which may limit the positive impact these reforms will have.
My Lords, can I declare my environmental interests in the register? I think we all recognise the need for changes in the planning system to deliver really important infrastructure and housing. But we do need to recall that the planning system is there to do more than dig, baby, dig. It's a system whereby a balance is struck between economic and social and environmental outcomes for the good of citizens and communities. The narrative in this country on this has become too polarised over recent months. You're either a builder or a blocker. It's either development or the environment, but we're smarter than that. We can deliver both. But Part 3 will need considerable change if we're going to do that. And that's a view which is shared by the Office of Environmental Protection, who regard this part of the bill as regressing from our environmental standards. The provisions in Part 3 on environmental delivery plans and the Nature Restoration Fund are fine to deal with the delays in the planning system caused by environmental issues that are best solved on a wider than site basis, on a catchment basis. Issues like nutrient neutrality, which has already been mentioned, recreational pressures and other water quality and quantity issues. But the proposed system is not right for resolving many protected species issues or for dealing with irreplaceable habitats. For the latter, the clue is on the tin. These habitats can't be replaced, and indeed both the revised NPPF and the Biodiversity Net Gain guidelines make provision for their protection. So I would ask the Minister to tell the House how irreplaceable habitats will be protected under Part 3. Part 3 also removes the snappily named mitigation hierarchy, which encourages developers and planners as a first step to think hard about avoiding protected sites, first do no harm. If the government's going to meet its statutory nature conservation targets, it must both protect what is already there by way of important nature, as well as creating more strategic habitat. And Part 3 delivery relies on Natural England, which is already creaking for a lack of resources and staff. Can I ask my noble friend the Minister what assessment has been made of the capacity of Natural England, how many environment delivery plans the government expects Natural England to prepare, and how long will that take? There are other issues in Part 3 which in the interest of time I will pass over. I could go on, but I would begin to sound like the polarised narrative that I said we should avoid, and I don't believe that's where I stand, because we are smarter. There is a win-win solution. Many of the elements of that system are already in place or being put in place by this government. The land use framework approach, regional spatial strategies, and revised local plans linked with local nature recovery strategies, all of which can enable developers to steer their applications to places where they can be sure of an easy run through the planning system. The ecological surveys and environmental impact assessments will have been done in advance at strategy and plan level and not be a delay factor at planning application stage. And there are other simple changes that will streamline the system. And I look forward to working with the Minister on alternative proposals. Meantime, can the Minister advise us when we will see the government amendments signalled by Minister Pennycook in the other place to address these concerns? One last point I would like to make is that it's true to say that several of the larger developers, both in infrastructure and in housing, are increasingly anxious about Part 3. Sweeping away important nature protections is not a good look for a house builder or an infrastructure developer that's pledged to deliver a national or international environmental accreditation. They are concerned that this will be done in their name. They're also concerned that they will incur costs and complications from having one system inside EDP areas and another outside, as the noble Lord Ravensdale highlighted. Is the government listening to these concerns from the developers themselves? I look forward to the Minister's responses.
My Lords, this bill is something like that popular old spaghetti western, the good, the bad and the ugly. So let's begin with the good. Chief among them is the strong recognition that the status quo is no longer working. Infrastructure delivery has been sluggish, housing needs remain unmet, and many local authorities are still grappling with outdated planning frameworks, and, as has been said, many do not have an up-to-date local plan. The icing on the cake for me is the welcome return of strategic planning, and with it empowered development corporations. These are aspects that were missing previously, and both are welcome and overdue. The emphasis on streamlining nationally significant infrastructure is in principle a sensible one. If you want to tackle the climate crisis, deliver on net zero and provide energy security, we simply cannot have vital infrastructure mired in red tape for years on end. And similarly, the focus on digitalisation and data-led planning is very much a step in the right direction. If digital tools mean that more people can engage meaningfully with the process, then that is a win for both democracy and delivery. I also acknowledge the proposed reforms to compulsory purchase powers. If handled fairly and transparently, this could enable more strategic regeneration in brownfield development, which has got to be preferable to the continued encroachment on our green belt. But then, my lords, we come to the bad. Now, the bill talks a good game about speeding up delivery, but firstly, we must not conflate delivery with planning permissions. As has been said, there are hundreds of thousands of units already with permission that are simply not being built. Let's have some courage and address the broken land market and the incentives that currently reward land banking. That's not about red tape, that's about political will. Throughout the whole bill, as has been mentioned by many noble lords, there is a concern about capacity to deliver. Our local authorities are expected to implement much of this bill, and as we have heard, they are already overstretched, underfunded, and struggling to recruit and retain skilled planning officers. Now, I know the noble lady, the Minister, will tell us of the government's plans and funding to remedy this long-standing problem, but the gap between these plans achieving fruit, i.e. people in post doing the job, is a gap of many years. How will the government fill that gap? And my lords, there certainly isn't time here to comment on the capacity within the construction industry, which is also demonstrably lacking, but the Minister may well have an update for us on that. My lords, the bill treads worryingly into over-centralisation. I understand the driver for that after decades of failure, but we must not fall into the trap of sidelining local voices in the name of speeding up the process. From experience, I know that the best planning outcomes emerge when communities, councillors and developers work collaboratively within a coherent framework which hopefully the spatial development strategies will provide. The bill needs to be clear about the value of and the appropriate place for the public's voice to be heard. Now, it's clear, even from our debate, that Part 3 of the bill has attracted the most concern. Measures which replace robust environmental safeguards with a financial levy. There are concerns that changes to the environmental assessment may risk weakening vital safeguards. We need to be absolutely certain that the new processes will uphold our biodiversity, our heritage and climate commitments. We must insist that any levy achieves significant improvement, not mere compensation. And to the ugly. As we have observed in other bills, and increasingly so, is the tendency to present undeveloped legislation that lacks detailed policy and grants ministers broad delegated powers to fill in the gaps later. Most notably in this bill is the proposed national scheme of delegation. This is a significant shift with substantial powers given to the Secretary of State, where we are yet again being asked to give the government a blank cheque on matters of national significance and some controversy. Disappointingly absent are provisions to strengthen community engagement, to empower neighbourhood planning, to bolster community land trusts, measures that actually empower citizens to shape their places, rather than merely react to what developers propose. Indeed, I would urge the government to consider that a vision for high-quality design is a core component of the spatial development strategies. created with communities rather than handed down to them. My Lords, we will support the good, amend the bad and call out the ugly.
Declare my interest as noticed in the register as Chair of Peers for the Planet. So when looking at this bill, the one thing I think we can all agree on is that our planning system needs to be reformed, and in that sense I welcome this bill. But if we're to ensure a healthy and resilient future for people and the planet, we also need to ensure that our planning system at the same time as delivering these 1.5 million houses and major infrastructure also delivers towards our environmental and climate targets. What we need is a climate and nature duty which would run through the planning system and ensure consistency in decision making by treating them as material considerations and giving nature and climate targets proper planning weight. Yet what we have in our current system is already too piecemeal, and now this bill brings in yet another set of reforms which, if not really careful, will result in conflicting legislation and strategies all pulling against each other. And I know other Lords have commented on this, but in this respect, my Lords, it's part 3 of the bill which is of most concern. Because if it's left as it is, this will lead to regression in the legal certainty for nature, a removal of the mitigation hierarchy, and conservation measures that can be delayed by a decade after the damage has been done. So associated with this, I have 3 specific concerns that would be very helpful to hear the Minister's opinion on. The first, as highlighted by Baroness Young, is the bill fails to include any mention of protection of irreplaceable habitats, such as protected blanket peatlands, ancient woodlands, chalk streams and species-rich grasslands. Now, currently, these habitats are given strict protection under the Habitats Directive and the Wildlife and Countryside Act, as well as protection under the mitigation hierarchy. In this bill, the EDP proposal turns this process on its head. It would allow developers to pay a levy and skip straight to compensation. But how can you compensate or restore elsewhere when habitats can take 100, if not thousands of years to restore? So, for example, take the SSSI blanket peat bog Walsall Moor in Yorkshire. It's taken 6,000 years to grow to where it is now. And at its current growth rate, if we destroy it, it's going to take 240 human generations later to see the peatland restored. This is clearly ridiculous, and allowing harm to these irreplaceable habitats in exchange for future compensation would be a grave misstep. Second, the bill only views nature as important to protect for its inherent value. And yet we now have huge amounts of evidence, including the UK government, that the ecosystem services provided by nature are incredibly important for their role in climate mitigation, flood risk protection, pollination, clean water, clean air and good quality soils. And it's also now widely acknowledged, including the Treasury, that these natural capital assets are, if they're allowed to degrade any further or be destroyed, they could be significant financial impact. So the Green Finances Institute, their 2025 report, I'd recommend you read it if you don't know this data, on nature-related financial risk, for example, estimated that further deterioration of our natural capital assets could lead to an estimated 6 to 12% loss of GDP by 2030. So how will this bill protect important natural capital assets? And third and finally, in this bill, there's no mention of the need to preserve green spaces and nature in cities. This is a major omission in my view, given the abundance of data and population-level evidence, including papers published most recently in Lancet and the British Medical Journal, demonstrating that green spaces in cities is critically important for health and well-being of us humans. So provision of accessible green space within 15 minutes walking distance has been agreed in our international legislation. And so where is it in this bill? Alongside any new housing development, there should be provision for green space within 15 minutes walking distance. So to conclude, my Lords, I firmly believe it is possible to achieve nature and climate positive urban development, but we do need to be clear about how it should be prioritised within the system and ensure that decision making is more balanced and consistent. Thank you.
My Lords, The cost of energy has been hinted at this afternoon, but however, the cost of energy is one of the most important infrastructure issues that we must address. As disclosed in the Register of Interests, I serve on the board of directors of a global energy company, Chevron. My lords, today, the United Kingdom has the most expensive industrial electricity costs among developed nations, with British industry paying 4 times as much as in the United States, according to the IEA. Meanwhile, British households are paying on average 40 cents a kilowatt hour compared to 18 cents in the United States and just 8 cents in China, according to Statista. This situation could get worse as AI data centers raise demand, constrain electricity grids, and put further pressure on energy costs. It seems to me an ideal planning and infrastructure bill should invest in fresh capital and critical infrastructure, including transport and housing. This is much in the vein of the government's 10-year, £725 billion funding commitment, but Britain must also invest in bringing down its punitive costs of energy. My lords, reducing the cost of energy is the ultimate non-inflationary economic stimulus that this country urgently needs. Especially given that this month, the OECD cut the forecast for the UK's growth from 1.4% to 1.3% for this year and down to just 1% in 2026. Reducing the cost of energy increases both the profit margin for businesses and disposable income for households, both net good for the economy. Moreover, lower energy costs ease the financial pressure on public goods such as the National Health Service and local authorities. I welcome the government's plans to reduce electricity costs by 20 to 25% from 2027 for electricity-intensive manufacturers. However, this still leaves higher energy costs for the rest of the private sector, the public sector, and for households. My lords, it is my contention that an effective infrastructure policy should reflect at least 3 points as it pertains to reducing energy costs. First, for the foreseeable future, the United Kingdom should maximize all sources of energy, including both renewables and conventional energy, in order to bring down energy costs and secure a stronger economic future. This stance would ensure that Britain could regain a key global competitive advantage, energy production. As a small step, I am pleased to see that the government is looking to allow new applications in licensed oil and gas fields in the North Sea this autumn. Second, AI and agentic AI in particular offer real tangible promise to bring down the cost of the elements of energy production, such as exploration, drilling, and transmission. Therefore, AI adoption should be a centerpiece of energy policy planning and infrastructure planning for the 21st century. Third, there is an opportunity for dematerialization. Simply put, this is the ability to get more power out of the same unit of energy. For example, in vehicle manufacturing, this would mean using lighter materials in car bodies to reduce fuel consumption and emissions. Currently, businesses and academia are leading innovation in dematerialization, but it is vital that government support science and research in this specific area. By taking these 3 steps, we achieve the 2 goals of lowering energy costs, which catalyzes economic growth, and reducing emissions, a key piece of our energy transition ambitions. My lords, many aspects regarding the path of the energy transition are rooted in assumptions from 3 or 4 years ago. Yet so much has changed since 2022 in terms of our energy security, our economic outlook, and our understanding of what technology can do to reduce energy costs. Britain's natural resource wealth and the emerging era of technology thankfully allow us to pursue both economic growth and an effective energy transition. I support the direction of this bill, but I feel there remains considerable scope for the government to reduce energy costs both through this bill and through broader policy.
Privileged to follow the noble lady, raising such an important dimension affecting this bill. And as I listened earlier this afternoon to the Minister, I was pleased at the way he delivered this particular bill before us. And I think he will have sensed there is across the House a wish for us to move forward and to help the government succeed in the objectives they've set. And I know that is shared by his noble friend who we're winding up, who I have talked to about new towns. I myself would like to just cover three aspects shortly. Firstly, my own experience. I had the privilege to be elected leader and chairman of housing on the London Borough of Islington in 1968, the only Conservative leader of the London Borough of Islington so far. And when we took power, I am son of an architect. We did a complete review with the borough architect, a man called Mr. Head, Alf Head. Looked at a place called the Scrumbles or the Crumbles, which was run by the GLC, an early Victorian building where the residents had to have the toilets on alternate floors. I said to Mr. Head, do we really have to continue with buildings of this sort? No, he says, sir, if you've got some vision and you as councillors, I have been working on in low-level intensive housing. And I invite the Minister perhaps to go to Essex Road sometime and see the results of his vision and our ability as local councillors to get it built. So that was an exciting exercise. Secondly, and I think it's still relevant today, my wife and I bought a small terraced house in Gerrard Road. It did have a sort of bathroom, it did have maybe a kitchen, but there was a grant process for a young couple with a baby, which we had, to get a grant, which we had to match. And we did it. And that restored that property, for the best of my knowledge, a long, long time. And I think that time's come again, because I visited one or two properties which are in a terrible state, and young couples have the energy and desire to bring them up to modernity. So that was my personal experience there. I did actually write a pamphlet called The Disaster of Direct Labour, but I don't think the present government is proposing direct labour in local government. I hope not. So those are my experiences there. And I'll say a few words about new housing. Absolutely vital, of course. And I was thinking about it, and the problem today, one of the biggest problems, is building or potentially building on the floodplain. And it will get worse, because we know from all the evidence we've got that the level of rainfall is going up by 10% approximately a year. We know the intensity of the rainfall is greater now than it was 10 years ago. And against that background, frankly, I don't think we should allow any building on the floodplain. And I think that's an important element. Conversely, I do think we need to work with the major house builders. I'm not one that's critical of the work of major house builders. They have to have planning permission for covering at least 3 years if they're to run a viable business. And whilst, yes, it's quite right to say to the new housing builders that, yes, you've got to put on roofing material that will help get solar energy. I don't think you can tell them to put heat pumps into every property. That is not feasible. I worked in Hull in my early stages with Reckitt and Coleman. Row after row of terraced housing. Those properties can't have heat pumps. And it's against that background that I would like to see us look again at gas being put into our, used as our vehicle with hydrogen to provide heating and cooking in particularly the areas of major terraced housing. And I've done some work with the that particular industry, the gas industry, and the what goes with it. And basically, it's safe, and it works, and I should like to see it go forward. Now, I come finally to new towns. I was representing Northampton South for 23 years, a new town. Initially not welcomed by the local councils. I thought about it, and I said, no, we need to welcome it. We need more housing in this area. We need proper housing, a mix of housing. And we were getting it from the New Towns Commission. But the new towns of the future, we must make sure there are sufficient facilities for sport, libraries, education, and all those facilities. Now, the proposals are there's an inquiry recently proposed that government should do 12. In my judgment, 3 or 4 is more than enough at a cost of over £3 billion each. There are opportunities there, and certainly speaking purely for myself, I'm delighted to work with them on any project they may have and to take it forward.
I want to say a few words about something which has not been talked about very much, if I can turn this damn thing off. Sorry. It happened in my select committee yesterday, and it wasn't very good. About planning. Because planning comes up to a great deal in this bill, quite right. It's a great bill. And there's a lot about the different ways of obtaining planning, Transport and Works Act through the Planning Inspectorate. What I can't find is anything about planning when it comes to railways or canals. Because historically they have been, planning permission has been obtained through a hybrid bill. And I've been involved in a number of hybrid bill projects. Channel Tunnel was the first one, then HS1, HS2 more recently, and I chaired a select committee on a river project in East London, North East somewhere. And there's one thing in common which worries me, because with the greater pressure on people's time, there's a serious worry that the who you would call a judge in any other court or an inspector in the planning becomes a group of a dozen or half a dozen members of Parliament or members of your Lordship's House who are expected to act as judge with full transparency, full fairness, listen to all the evidence, both from the promoter and from the people who are petitioning, and then make a decision. That all sounds very easy until you look and see, well, first of all, how is the committee, the select committee? It's not like a select committee we have here. It's a special select committee to act as judge and jury, so to speak, for the particular project, usually promoted by the government. And I have to say that when you start looking at who is selected, a lot of the time the selection is based on, have you behaved in the House, have you voted with your party, or have you not been there? And if you're speaking against the party too often, you're going on that committee. I can give several examples, which I will not do now, but and I think it's got to the stage when that committee, you can look at them and you can say, well, I've got to open my correspondence in the morning meeting, and then maybe I'll be asleep after lunch, but nobody will notice. I mean, that does happen quite often. And the poor petitioners, who are not helped by the very expensive lawyers that the promoter is employing, the poor petitioners have to often speak on their own, being told through a process that it's all very difficult and you're probably not going to win, but I suppose you could try. And they more or less then have to accept the decision of this so-called court, which has got a lot of pressure from ministers and everyone else to come out in favour of the petition, of the promoter. So, my lords, I would like to ask my noble friend not necessarily tonight, but I think it deserves a petition when we get to committee stage to say, do we need to use the hybrid build process for railways and or canals anymore? Because the planning process that we have through the Planning Inspectorate and Transport and Works Act seems to work very well, and people have confidence in it. And certainly on the basis of HS1, I can go on to compensation and things like that, but I won't now. But people are very, very upset about it and think they've been badly treated, and then they don't get paid their compensation, whether that's related or not, I don't know. But I think we ought to have a debate about it, because I suspect the reason for not having a change is because Parliament sees itself as supreme. And we're very good at being supreme here, very good at being even more supreme down the other end. But I think for something like this, which is basically a court, we should give it to the professionals. So I shall be trying to come up with a petition which may at least enable some debate to take place, and I shall be told why it won't work, but let's hope it will work.
To build more homes and infrastructure for our country is welcome. It is indeed time to get Britain building again. However, there's a danger in this bill of council blaming and nature blaming, which ignores recent history. According to the CPRE, a staggering 1.2 million homes given planning permission since 2015 have not been built. This highlights that the problem isn't always the blockers in communities, it's often developers banking land and failing to build. While we support strongly the aspiration of 1.5 million new homes in this bill, regrettably it doesn't include any explicit target for the building of 150,000 social homes per year, a vital commitment in our own manifesto. How can we truly tackle the housing emergency, get families out of the insecurity of temporary accommodation without addressing the dire lack of genuinely affordable homes tied to local incomes? We are deeply concerned that this bill continues to the over-centralised, developer-led approach that has demonstrably failed to deliver. It undermines the independence of local government and deprives communities of their stake in development. Local councils, as the backbone of our planning system, are not the blockers. They approve the vast majority, 86% of applications that come their way. Sweeping powers to the Secretary of State, such as determining which planning functions are delegated and reducing the objection period for transport projects, shut communities out of decisions that profoundly impact their lives. We must ensure local councils, not Whitehall, decide which applications go to committee, maintaining the democratic right for communities to be heard and represented. Regarding Part 3 of the bill, while the concepts of environmental development plans and a nature restoration levy is noted, its success is highly dependent on upfront and substantial funding. We have very serious concerns for the committee stages about Natural England's capacity and resources to effectively monitor and enforce this fund. We also believe this is a missed opportunity for mandating nature-friendly development in all new housing, including minimum biodiversity, measures like SWIFT boxes, BAT boxes, green roofs, including solar. It also fails to adequately strengthen protection for irreplaceable habitats, such as our precious chalk streams. We will seek to amend to improve farming business viability through better use of environmental land management. We owe it to future generations to ensure our planning system is sustainable, genuinely affordable, and democratically accountable, enabling our communities to thrive and enjoy nature, not diminish it.
I declare that I'm on the boards of the Peers for the Planet and the Conservative Environment Network, and I chair the Environment Select Committee, though the members that are here will be pleased to know I'm speaking purely as a backbencher. I'd like to begin by thanking the Minister that will be responding, the Noble Baroness Taylor, for the time she's given me, not just on this bill, but on the wider issues of housing and planning. It is both generous and genuinely appreciated. I find this bill to be the most exciting legislation in this session. I think it's been said by someone else. But it's not because it's perfect, far from it, but because it opens a vital and long overdue national debate. It's not just about housing, it's about life, communities, connectivity, places to raise families, work, grieve, make friends. It's a chance to nationally plan land use more strategically, aligning homes with infrastructure, jobs and nature. And there are three things I wish to raise specifically on this bill. First, as already been discussed, planning committees. I discovered a poll which found that 53% of people don't trust councils to act in their best interests, and 59% want more information or greater say in local decisions. And I acknowledge, as has been said by the Noble Lord and Minister, that there is a consultation that's underway. But if the government plans to remove a democratic element from planning, whatever the threshold, it must, in my view, ensure that people still know who makes decisions, on what basis, and how they can make their voices heard. Democracy only works if people are involved. And if you remove that local impact or input or accountability, you damage that democratic link entirely. So I would like us, going forward, to explore how we can front-load the planning process, using better data, earlier engagement and stronger design codes that secure local support from the outset. And if you combine that with the brownfield passports, which the government are looking at, and you reduce the need for repeat committee debate, save time and provide long-term clarity. And all of this, I believe, is already possible in current legislation. Second is Natural England. If it's to take on a stronger regulatory role, we must ensure it's transparent and accountable. Who scrutinises its daily decisions? Who steps in when something goes wrong? Does it have the right skills, as has been said, and the right resources? And should it be the sole delivery body? And third is part 3. And I looked at it the other day, when I was preparing for this. It reminded me when I put things into AI, usually when I'm bored and ask it a question, and out pops something which is very clever, but often, or sometimes, lacks human intuition. And this section of the bill, I do feel, perhaps started with nutrient neutrality in mind, and perhaps should have, I think has already been said, should have stayed just there. And the problem is, if you put it alongside the noise, the broader noise on biodiversity net gain and nature-friendly farming, I can't help feel a slight apprehension, not perhaps slight, perhaps more than that, and growing. And I do feel that I'm afraid this section risks undermining protections and creating new problems, when I think we should be surely fixing what is not working first. The fund must be for nature, not in administrative expenses, which is now in the bill. As it stands, it risks becoming a bureaucratic cash cow with too few guarantees of results. There's nothing about mitigation hierarchy, no requirement to embed green infrastructure, and no assurance that the funds stay local. Maintaining and improving nature isn't addressed. You basically pay the levy and the problem is offshored. Added to which EDPs only last 10 years, and what happens then? And some habitats and species cannot just be cut and pasted elsewhere. My Lords, I hope this bill, though, does spark a deeper national conversation about the kind of places we want to build and the kind of country we want to be. Growth doesn't have to make things worse. On the contrary, it is essential, but people must feel and see the benefits. We need to better deliver the infrastructure and services that people expect and fix this crazy situation where there are billions sat there in Section 106 just waiting to be spent. And scrutiny of this bill and criticisms in areas must not be mistaken for NIMBYism. You can care deeply about nature, deeply and passionately about nature, and still want more homes and more businesses. And that's not cakeism, it is smart planning. And recently I went to Aylesbury, where Barratt and RSPB have partnered for 2,500 homes. And since then, sparrows have risen 4,000, goldfinches 200%, and bumblebees 50%. And all of this is not just despite Brexit, it's despite the presence of roads, homes, shops and schools. And all of it was because nature was put in at the very outset. And they're not alone, there are others doing it. Because nature isn't a blocker to growth, it is part of growth. It does create jobs, as my noble friend on the front bench knows all too well. It does create growth, it revives places, it helps make healthier and happier communities. So I welcome the government's aims, but the rhetoric must change. We must stop framing it as housing and nature as adversaries, where one must lose for the other to win. And I've spoken to campaigners and young people who care about the environment yet want more homes, and developers, many of them building at scale, who are putting nature in because it works. And it's this energy I want us all to channel, not to kill the bill, but to improve it, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to push for a more measured, more national, more ambitious plan that delivers for both people and nature. Thank you.
The Planning and Infrastructure Bill marks a turning point. An intention has been declared by the government to pursue a major reconstruction of the UK economy, and this intention is conveyed by the bill. Many years ago, a Labour government was faced with a similar task of post-war reconstruction, and an austere and purposive government, under the unassuming leadership of Clement Attlee, faced a task of which the difficulties were widely acknowledged. The government was supported by an able civil service, whose skills had been honed by the wartime exigencies. The Ministry of Supply, which had overseen the procurement of wartime material, was replete with technicians and with staff who had managed a complex supply chain. The Ministry oversaw some leading post-war technological projects, including those of the newly established nuclear industry. It also oversaw the nationalisation of the iron and steel industry. And an equal competence was demonstrated by the Ministry of Transport, which oversaw the nationalisation of the rail network, albeit that little credit was given on this account. Thereafter, the civil service was rapidly de-skilled. Its traditional amateurism was reasserted by means of the Civil Service Selection Board. Even by the mid-1960s, critics were complaining of the lack of scientific, commercial and manufacturing skills in the civil service. Current circumstances are very different from those of the early post-war years. The Department of Energy Security Net Zero, which is charged with overseeing our energy policy, has a dearth of technical expertise. And one might expect the department to be dominated by scientists and engineers, but there are few of these. Those in charge of the nuclear policy are graduates with degrees in archaeology and history and the social sciences. And whereas they can be credited with supporting a nuclear renaissance, there is little understanding of the technological imperatives. In pursuit of net zero emissions, it will be necessary for small nuclear plants to come close up and personal to industrial applications and to clusters of populations. Reactors are required to that embody fourth-generation nuclear technologies that possess inherent safety. And instead, we are developing pressurized water reactors both on a massive scale and as small modular reactors. And both of these pose stringent safety requirements, which must keep them at a distance from the consumers of heat and electricity. We have allowed projects that have been pursuing fourth-generation nuclear technologies in the UK either to close or to expatriate themselves to more promising countries, more welcoming countries. And a ministry staffed by technical enthusiasts would never have allowed this to happen. The dearth of commercial experience in the civil service is as striking as its technological limitations. And this deficiency has been gruesomely illustrated by the experience of the HS2 rail project. It seems that successive governments were willing to support the project, were content to issue vague outline plans and to rely upon the contractors to determine the detailed specifications. And the governments were inclined to make changes to the plans without regard to the costs of the resulting disorganisation. The HS2 project has been affected by a planning system that is beset by local objections and by demands for judicial review. And this has severely impeded its progress. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill proposes to reform a sclerotic system. There is a tendency to envy nations that have a more forceful regime that can override local objections. And if we are not prepared to act likewise, then we must resolve to compensate adequately the affected parties. However, in pursuing the construction of new towns, if that is what we intend, we must make provision for the compulsory purchase of land in a way that will allow its enhanced value to accrue largely to the public authorities or to the development corporations. Otherwise, it will accrue to lucky but undeserving landowners. There's one final comparison that I wish to make between the past and the present. After the war, the nation was fully aware of the parlous state of the economy and of the physical environment. The electorate are less aware nowadays of the hazard that we face. Our leaders should have alerted them sooner to these realities. And the consequence is that we'll be blamed for each emerging problem, We'll be blamed for the failures in the provision of health care and social care, and for the bankruptcies of local authorities and of universities and institutions of higher education and of much else besides. We have been willing to listen to the nostrums of pollsters and spin doctors and political strategists, and these were responsible for convincing our leadership that it was dangerous at an election time to admit that taxes needed to be raised to finance the reconstruction. This was surely a misreading of popular opinion, which made no allowance for the possibilities of political persuasion. The consequence is that we have lost time before embarking on the project, and we have lost some credibility.
My Lords, it is a pleasure to speak to Part 1 of the Bill, and specifically Chapter 2, which relates to electricity infrastructure. This bill introduces many critical reforms to our planning and grid connection systems, and if implemented effectively, could help restore a degree of realism and responsiveness to our infrastructure development. My Lords, I welcome the shift from a first come, first serve to a first ready, first connected model for grid connections. And to quote my noble friend Lord Young of Cookham, in theory, this should allow viable shovel-ready projects to proceed without unnecessary delays. However, if we are to prioritise projects, we must be strategic. Not all megawatts are equal. A kilowatt hour from a nuclear plant delivered consistently is not the same as one from a wind turbine that might not be turning tomorrow. Immediately dispatchable, energy-dense sources such as nuclear and gas must be prioritised for grid access. These technologies provide essential baseload power and enhance grid stability. Crucially, they offer inertia, i.e. resistance to frequency fluctuations, something renewables like wind and solar cannot provide. Frequency fluctuations can cause blackouts, something we saw firsthand in Spain only too recently. My Lords, we must be cautious about fast-tracking a growing queue of small-scale, intermittent renewable projects that offer low capacity factors and often require costly network upgrades. My argument is not against renewables, but against imbalance. A truly resilient grid must be cleaner, yes, but also smarter, stronger and more stable. We should connect the right projects in the right order, in the national interest, not just to tick boxes for arbitrary 2030 targets. Broadly, my Lords, we would support efforts to streamline the planning process for nationally significant infrastructure projects, and these are critical for our energy security and economic competitiveness. And while I welcome the bill's legal framework for a cap and floor scheme to support long-duration electricity storage, I would also share the caution of my noble friend Lord Lilly's comments on preempting new technologies before they're fully proven. That said, it is vital that we enable deployment of technologies that do balance supply and demand, reinforce resilience and help us move towards a cleaner energy system. However, I must express my Lord's concern about an underlying motivation driving them, and namely the current government's so-called Clean Power by 2030 target. Though I've done so in this House many times before, I hope noble Lords will indulge me once again. It is important to lay bare the reality of the associated cost of this target. Aurora Energy Research has priced up the cost of grid upgrades at £116 billion over the next 10 years. That amounts to an additional £400 per annum per household. And that is before factoring in the OBR's estimate of £96 billion more green levies and subsidies over the next 5 years, an additional £600 per annum per household. Well, Lords, let us be clear, this 2030 target is not just unrealistic, it is ideological. It is being pursued not with a careful eye on affordability, nor with a clear plan for technology neutrality or energy resilience. My Lords, I believe it's being pursued to satisfy a political agenda, not a national one. My Lords, we must prioritise a balanced energy mix, one that combines innovation with reliability, clean energy with cost effectiveness, and growth with environmental stewardship. Ideology must not override practicality. The government owes the British people a secure, affordable and sustainable energy future, delivered fairly and in a realistic timeframe. My Lords, I trust the noble Lord the Minister has heard these concerns. I look forward to engaging further at later stages of the bill, and I hope for constructive dialogue during committee.
My Lords, I remind the House that I'm a Vice President of the Local Government Association, and I understand the ambition of this bill to speed up infrastructure delivery. Planning frameworks are complex and can be slow. But I'd remind ministers that when the Audit Commission existed, they audited planning performance and publicised poorly performing councils and required improvements from them. So for myself, I accept the need to enforce shorter timescales on decision making. And I think it is wrong to suggest that the planning system is responsible for not building enough homes. As we've heard, there are well over 1 million homes with planning permission not built. Councils approve 9 out of 10 planning applications for housing. It is not the planning system which causes low house completions. It is the lack of money, now partially addressed in the spending review, although not entirely, together with the lack of construction workers and materials, added to land banking by major builders who sit on planning permissions whilst land values rise. Now, the government still wants to build 1.5 million homes by 2029. That means that they must build 374,000 a year from 2027. And if it was to be done, at what quality might it be? I ask that because this bill could be the means of future-proofing our housing stock, given our ageing population and given we have more people who live with a disability. But many new homes lack quality, and some very poor housing is being produced through permitted development conversions where profits are the driving force. My Lords, we need to build more healthy homes that last. Now, my noble friend Earl Russell and others have talked about Part 3. I just want to agree with his conclusions, and I do wish that ministers would stop talking about this being about newts. Not in this chamber, I should say, but more generally. We have heard that. It is actually about 5,251 rare and protected habitats which must not lose their current legal safeguards. My Lords, in terms of delivering infrastructure, planning reform will help, but many large infrastructure projects in this country have suffered from bad project management and huge cost overruns. It is not just about planning. Well, the bill includes several positive measures, such as making it easier for councils to purchase vacant land for house building in local housing planning fees and increasing planning capacity, and those should be supported. But the national scheme of delegation will centralise decision-making when there is no evidence that decision-making will be improved. And the democratic role of councillors in decision-making, which has been central to the English planning system, is at risk. Any reforms must safeguard local oversight and transparency, otherwise there is a risk that the public will not be supportive. And planning reform will only succeed if there are qualified planning staff to do the work. To build capacity, Level 7 chartered town planner apprenticeships must be expanded, and this at a time when spending on planning has been reducing. According to the Royal Town Planning Institute in their excellent brief, we have a shortage of over 2,000 planners in local authorities, and we don't have enough chief planning officers as the role has been downgraded over the years. My Lords, I think the real reason why planning has been in difficulty is because there haven't been enough staff to do the work necessary, and there have been too few chief planning officers with the necessary clout to drive progress and outcomes. I believe chief planning officers should be statutory, and I have said so the same thing in the passage of previous planning bills. My Lords, I think the RTP is right to urge the inclusion of a clause defining the purpose of planning, alongside an audit of the whole planning system and how it interlocks. And their proposal that there should be a national spatial framework, I think, would be a positive improvement. My Lords, at this stage of our debate on this bill, I think it is true that we have to put competency and accountability at the heart of decision-making. But Clause 51 gives too much power to Whitehall If you train councillors in clause 50 to be better, why do you need to take the power away from them and give it to Whitehall? Whitehall does not need to be involved in the size of planning committees or powers of officers and councillors. And finally, as the RTPI has said, planning is not a blocker. It is an under-resourced enabler. And this bill could put that problem right.
On from the noble Lord Shipley and pick up a couple of the points that he has made so eloquently. I'm going to talk about two things: the relationship between health and planning and between health and housing. The second reading is about principles, the underlying principles, and I wanted to start with what is planning for. And it is too often cast, and is cast at the moment, as an obstacle. And I understand why, with the frustrations we've heard already about the major infrastructure projects. And how does one explain to a foreigner why we can't manage those projects in this country? And the costs and delays involved, and speeding up decision-making more generally. And it hasn't always been like that, and it needn't be like that. Planning can be a positive force for transformation, for creating places and communities that support health and well-being, prosperity and the environment. And these three have been linked, for example, in Ebenezer Howard's original concept of garden cities. And today we must all recognise those links between health, prosperity and the environment. For example, the creation of healthy environments and a healthy, stable workforce is vital to a thriving economy. And the opposite is damaging to growth, as we've already seen from the chronic levels of sickness around the country at the moment. I also observed that my noble friend, the Baroness Willis of Summertown, has pointed out the way in which the natural environment enhances our health and is vital to be in the cities as well as in the countryside. There is almost nothing in all the various aspects of planning today that addresses health. And where this is, it relates almost exclusively to healthcare facilities. There is some increasing emphasis on prevention, but nothing yet on creating health, by which I mean creating the conditions for people to be healthy and helping them to be so, which is a pretty good starting point, it seems to me, for planning for community and places. We need to recreate the link that people have understood in the past. Turning to housing, many noble lords will know that Nye Bevan and previous ministers for health were ministers for health as well as housing. And perhaps it's not surprising, though I'm not about to make an amendment on suggesting there is a change in the responsibilities of government at the moment. But there's no need, I suspect, to tell noble lords about the links between health and homes. Mould, damp, cold, heat, unsafe construction, fires, falls, accessibility, and extraordinary mental stress from worries about repairs and risks, and the mental health aspects are an important part of this. But there's also a positive side. If we get our housing right, then it provides great stability, a great foundation for life. It allows children to do their homework if the rooms are big enough. It allows us all to live out through life's changes without having necessarily to move. We need new homes which promote health and well-being and provide a foundation for a healthy and productive life, rather than as so many today do in damaging health and adding to the feelings of insecurity and helplessness that are sadly so prevalent today. The TCPA has published a booklet, A Home to Die For, which shows you a whole lot of pictures of some of the worst homes that are being created today, particularly through permitted development rights. And I see nothing in this bill that will address those issues. Some noble lords will recall that I introduced a Healthy Homes Bill into the last Parliament and attempted to get a set of healthy home standards into the Levelling Up Bill, with excellent support from His Majesty's opposition of the time, and the Liberal Democrats and many others. Indeed, we won a vote on it in this House and lost the ping-pong vote by only one. I am hoping there may be still some warm feelings towards these ideas on the now government side, and that we may still make some progress on them. And I will, of course, be looking for support elsewhere. I know the noble lady, the Minister, will point me towards policies, and there are some very positive policies, although not enough reference to health and well-being even there. But they are too easily ignored or overruled in the name, ultimately, of viability. People start out with the planning with all the good intentions, but in the end we lose those vital aspects. The evidence is all around us, as shown in the booklet that I've referred to. And Lord Best, my noble friend Lord Best, described very well the mechanics of how some of this has worked. But he also pointed to the very positive role that development corporations could have in the future. And we have many good examples of that, including the Olympic legacy one. And I think this is something that I hope we will explore. So, my lords, in conclusion, I want to quote from my great friend Professor Omazwa, who used to run the Ugandan Health Service: "Health is made at home, hospitals are for repairs." And planning can do a great deal to create health, support the new localised NHS agenda that I believe we will be having, and help create sustained growth. And I mean sustained growth, not just a short dash of growth, by providing the support people need to lead fulfilling and economically productive lives.
Well, it's a pleasure to follow the noble lord, and I'm very glad he mentioned the point about healthy homes. It's just one of the many issues that are missing from the bill. My lords, I like this bill. I like the ideas and the principles behind it, and I thank the Minister for the way he introduced it. But I'd like to take issue with him on one point in particular, and that was on when he was talking about the current problems that the planning system faces. What he didn't mention was the lack of planning officers, and that has been raised by a number of noble lords. My noble friend Lord Young of Cookham mentioned it, the number of lack of skilled workers. Well, that was mentioned by the noble lord, Lord Cameron of Dillington. And is the noble lord concerned about the lack of planning officers? There's been such a huge decline in the last 10 years. And these are going to be absolutely key people in the transformation that the government wish to see happen. My lords, I think I was not the only noble lord to be very struck by the speech of the noble lord, Lord Best. And I hope that the government do pay attention to that speech and listen and take action on it. It is far too easy for the government to say they listen, but it's actually time that they acted on the listening. My lords, I welcome clause 32 of this bill, and I welcome the ring fencing of planning fees. My lords, of course we all need some new development, but we also need nature with the new development. I was very saddened by the speech of the noble Lord, Lord Mawson, who went to the old chestnut of nutrient neutrality as the excuse for not building new houses. My lords, that is a house builder's old chestnut, and it is a nonsense. And if I give the example perhaps of the Hampshire Avon that have done so much on nutrient neutrality, they've got enough land now for 10 years of house building. And that is a very precious area, my lords. I thought the noble Baroness Lady Grender was absolutely right in what she said about the missed opportunity of this bill to make all development more nature-friendly. There is a huge opportunity here for the government to turn the dial to a position that would be really beneficial. It is healthy homes, it is a good natural development that new housing can take advantage of, and we get a better design and a better quality of house as a result. My lords, let me turn to my main concern, which is part 3 of the bill. The more that I've learnt about this bill and the more people I've talked to, the more I've decided that part 3 is being made up on the hoof. It's a good idea, but it's been totally overshadowed and destroyed by the civil service, my lords. The government, not surprisingly, are taking a very statist approach to nature, and they're giving more powers to Natural England. My lords, I would advise them against that. Natural England have a poor record on protecting nature. They lack effectiveness and efficiency. A lot of people have said that. I am waiting and still waiting for over 2 months to get a reply from the Chief Executive of Natural England. My lords, in recent evidence reviews, they have ignored up-to-date scientific evidence which is contrary to their own thoughts. My lords, the funding of Natural England is a concern, but it's even more of a concern when it comes to EDPs and nature restoration levy. As Tony Juniper, the chairman of Natural England, has told us, that is an unpredictable pipeline of money. How are the Natural England going to do a job when they've got an unpredictable supply of money? My Lords, I hope that the Minister will confirm that the private sector is still going to be involved. There is a huge amount that the private sector have done that could help in the development of nature, and in particular of chalk streams. I'm glad the Right Reverend Pennant is back in his place because he mentioned chalk streams, and I will support him all the way on that. And my final plea to the Minister is, please, can we clarify all these overlapping policies, all these spatial policies, biodiversity net gain requirements, new grey belt plans, environment outcome regulations, 25-year farming roadmap, environmental improvement plan, and local nature recovery strategies, and how we're going to link that in with EDPs.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Earl of Caithness, and I've been having a sense of deja vu thinking back to when the Noble Earl and I were working on getting a focus on soil health in the Environment Bill Now Act, when the Noble Earl was indeed acting to push his own government in the right direction. I declare my position as Vice President of the Local Government Association, and I'm rising to speak as the first member of the Green Group in your Lordship's House speaking. So I do have to note that in the other place, the Green MPs voted against this bill at third reading. That was not because they didn't think there were good elements in it, but there is so much damage being done to nature, and hence, as many noble lords have said, to human health and well-being, to the state of the nation, that they could not support the progress of the bill. So I thought it was important to set out that position that we start from. And I think in the Noble Lord the Minister's introductory speech, we heard a couple of the central misconceptions that underpin the reasons why the government's approach, both more generally in this bill, is simply not going to work, is going to be counterproductive. The Noble Lord spoke with some glee about new roads. Well, we know that new roads simply create new traffic. You cannot build your way out of traffic jams. All you do is create more traffic jams. And the Noble Lord spoke about safe and decent homes that this bill was supposed to be going to deliver. Well, as the Noble Lord Crisp just said, and many others have said, what our large handful of mass house builders are building is anything but that. And if people haven't seen it, I'd point them to the article in the New Statesman just this month about some of the absolutely awful and incredibly expensive homes that have been built in the Prime Minister's own constituency that the owners are not being able to get sorted out. And I think I'm picking up points made by the Noble Lady Baroness Willis of Somerton and many others. The health of nature is the health of human beings, we human animals living on this fragile planet in this terribly nature-depleted country. Speaking up for nature is speaking up for humans. Even as the Noble Lord Crisp just said, if we're going to have a healthy economy, we need healthy humans. We are speaking up for the economy, ultimately. And this bill is disastrous for nature. I go to Wildlife and Countryside Link, but there are many, many briefings pointing out how it undermines vital legal protections for nature. It is an environmentally regressive bill that reduces the level of environmental protection provided by existing law. Now, I could take the rest of my time doing simply a very long list of all the issues that I want to address, but that would be a little bit dull, so I'm going to focus on a couple of points that I think help illustrate my general point that nature and human well-being are tied together. We need to take a One Health approach to this bill. Now, I point to a briefing from the Sustainable Nitrogen Alliance, which says the proposed environmental delivery plans will be insufficient to tackle nitrogen overloading. We need an integrated approach to nitrogen pollution that addresses, in addition to development, the impacts of intensive agriculture and wastewater, and the risk of pollution swapping. And coming back to my point about health, I go to the UNEP which notes that ammonia emissions, as well as contributing to climate change, are an important driver of fine particulate matter pollution, which reduces air quality and has increasing adverse effects on human health. Now, I actually spent last weekend with my in my leisure times 2 days course with the Field Studies Council Introduction to Lichens. And I can highly recommend that to noble lords, and any noble lords who don't stand still in the dining room may find themselves bailed up by me to talk about that more. But it was really striking how much the tutor kept saying, well, you won't find this wonderful species or that wonderful species here. Everything is covered in nitrogen, and that's what our country is like. And that's a human health issue as well as an issue for lichens. Now, I do just want to very briefly mention, in the other place, the MP Sarah Champion talked about right to grow. That's really crucial for human health, and also allotments and similar spaces are great for nature as well. I'm going to mention the issue of landfill, historic and current, and the human health impacts of that. And Zane's Law is something noble lords will hear more from me on. But I'm just going to finally mention something that might be able to be cleaned up now before we get to that point. And the Badger Trust points out that in Schedule 6 there are amendments that significantly undermine protection for badgers without in any way improving the situation for house builders. I hope that we might be able to clean that up before we get to committee stage, so we won't have to dig through that detail.
Yeah. Lords, this is a bill I strongly support. I want it to work, but I think it will be a waste of time. That sounds harsh, but it need not be. As I said in the King's Speech last year on the 18th of July, I've been involved in planning reform before as a minister more than once. My radical suggestion of a 30-month period of no regulation other than building control has clearly not been taken up. Far too bold. But unless ministers can remove the walls around departmental silos, it will be a waste of time. New Labour was not perfect, but I was involved under New Labour more than once in clear major work across departments outside the silos. It can be made to happen. Currently, it is not happening. I've been at meetings with developers, industrial builders, energy providers in the last months where the issue was getting action across departments. No give and take, examples of all or nothing from departments, and in some cases it's been nothing. Jobs lost, companies lost. Nobody seems in overall control. Number 10 is the issue. We have a good government, but I think it's a clumsy government. The bill will not work if at the top it's awkward, all thumbs, butterfingered, lumbering and stiff. The model I think the Prime Minister should take a leaf out of, believe it or not, I was going back in a bit of history, was the Arnold Weinstock Management Playbook. When he took GEC from a tiny company of £100 million to a manufacturing company of 11 billion, selling power plants to China, locomotives to the USA. He did not allow silos to exist in the subsidiaries. He cut out the chaff. He did not get sidetracked by consultants or third parties. It can be made to work. I support the bill. I've read the briefs from at least 10 organisations, the National Trust, Royal Town Planning Institute, the AB Insurers, Town and Country Planning Association, National Association, Local Councils, the LGA, County Council Network, CPRE, the CLA, NFU, all claim to support the bill, but there's always a but. Some contain good people I'm happy to work with, as indeed tomorrow morning will be a good example. But collectively, as third parties, aided by the two regulators, Natural England and the Environment Agency, they are the reason so little progress has been made over the years. That sums it up. Collectively, they are being the problem. And they sidetrack the clumsy government we've got. So the government needs to embrace boldness as its friend, really, not as its enemy. Once number 10 is clearly in charge with a plan, to stop and get rid of the silos, ministers should be made to work across the department and just get on with it.
My Lords, as we say, follow that. It's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Rooker. Always trenchant, always given with verve and determination. And I do want to pick up, if I may, on his issue of departmental silos in a minute. I want to make just 2 points, one strategic and the other tactical, and deal with the strategic one first. This is an ambitious plan, 1.5 million homes, while meeting clean power targets and at the same time making sure that we have an adequate degree of nature recovery, as mentioned by my noble friend Lord Goldsmith. But, my Lords, it does not deal with the point made by my noble friend Lord Lilly, that over the next 10 years we're going to have an additional 6.6 million people in this country. And this is a huge number. It is about 2 cities the size of Manchester. Manchester covers an area roughly the size of Berkshire. And together, all these issues are going to have some very, very substantial consequences. And for my part, I'm concerned that some of them may be unintended. And in the short time I have available, I just want to draw the House's attention to one, and that is that there is a growing danger, a growing risk to our food and water security. Now, when this bill goes into effect, there will be a lot of agricultural land taken out of food production. Partially, obviously, because we are going to have to build houses and ancillary facilities that goes with it. But also, less obviously, but still very important, there will be massive amounts of agricultural land lost to solar farms. And not just to solar farms, but also to the production of maize for feeding into biodigesters as all part to generate electricity, all part of the push for green energy targets. And it is obvious, my Lords, you cannot eat solar panels. So when the Minister comes to wind up, and perhaps I could ask the noble Lord to pass this message on to her, could she tell the House how many acres of agricultural land are expected to be taken out of production as a result of the implications of this bill, and how the government squares this with the conclusions of its own national security review, published today, which concludes, as headlined in the Times, that the risk of war on home soil is now the greatest in years. People tend to forget, my Lords, that we only grow just over half our food, about 55%. And we have to go onto the world market to buy the balance. And it's not just a question of buying the food, it's a question of shipping it here. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, the impact of pinch points, 4 or 5 pinch points, like the Straits of Hormuz, show how vulnerable we are to world events. And we, my Lords, as an island, and as an already relatively crowded island, are particularly vulnerable to these shifts. In the early 1940s, my Lords, this country was within a few months of starvation until the Royal Navy was able to crack the U-boat threats to our convoys. Today, the threats are much, much shorter. As is mentioned again in the National Security Review, supply chains are now very, very thin, run very thin. It's estimated that there are 3 days of food supply for this country in the food chain at any one time. And as someone has put it rather overdramatically, we are 9 meals away from anarchy. Now, and the situation, by the way, as regards water, and this is a point made by my noble friend Baroness Coffey, is no better. If the prime task of the government is to protect its citizens and keep them safe, that must include providing adequate supplies of food and water. But this doesn't come into this debate because the point made by noble Lord Rooker, this falls into another silo. And it is important that somehow those silos interconnect, communicate, and make sure that the implications of one are read into the conclusions and policies of the other. In my last 30 seconds, my Lords, I want to turn to my second tactical point, and I want to interrogate the Minister about footpaths, and I must declare an interest as a member of the Ramblers. The UK's network of footpaths plays a very, very important role in giving people a chance to exercise, and to improve their physical and mental well-being. But there are 40,000 miles of footpaths, which are currently unrecorded, and which, under the drop-dead date of the Countryside and Right to Roam Act of 2000, will disappear on the 31st of December of this year, gone forever. The last Conservative government gave an extension, so they want to disappear this 31st December, they will disappear on the 31st December 2030. But the Labour government, incoming, very bravely said we should remove the whole of the drop-dead dates. They should be left to be sorted out over time. But, in the hallowed phrase, when parliamentary time permits. Now, my lords, we have parliamentary time. So I hope the Noble Lord the Minister will welcome some amendments to give effect to this very important commitment that his government has given.
My Lords, I thought I was going to be about the only person who mentioned recreation and sport in this bill. And Lord Hodgson has basically sort of stepped timidly onto the territory with footpaths. My Lords, because there is the removal of consultees is something I have found rather worrying in this, and Sport England disappearing as a consultee is something which I have found very worrying. The fact that we're going to do away with the system and remove the roadblock by making sure you don't have somebody that defends playing fields. Yeah. Now, I would say this, wouldn't I? I cover sport, I play sport. If I have to declare an interest about my career as a rugby union player, it is a financially very strongly negative one. Not positive for physiotherapists, possibly, and manufacturers of rugby boots, but the rest of it is distinctly negative. But, my lords, playing fields allow that sport to happen. The little club I started with, now known as Lakenham Union, now originally as Lakenham Hewitt, played the first 10, 15 years of its career totally on school playing fields for its home games. It's gone on to be something bigger and developed and gone through. But we don't have that statutory defence anymore. And now it says that, I can't remember the ultimate plan. I give a dyslexia comes into it. Probably should have declared that in the question earlier on today, my lords. But that we will look at this. But you're removing the people who look at this, absolutely. Playing fields. Yeah. You haven't got that defence in place anymore. And my lords, talk about Noble Lord Rooker spoke about government being a little bit cleverer. Did we not hear yesterday the minister saying determinedly, yes, we need more sport, we need a better choice of school education, we need people to get out there to try the whole thing. You can't do that if you don't have playing fields. You just can't. And it is a benefit for health, community, everything else. So I would hope that at the end of this process, and my lords, it depends on how much I bother the committee stage and report of this, how soon I get the answer. You can get rid of some parliamentary time by giving me a nice answer. If we get some consideration that we're going to get something solid here to defend community ask. And on the briefing I had, if something is is no longer needed, my lords, you've got a bit of green open space you play sport on. How can that possibly be not needed? It is ultimately reusable many times over. The way you can do it is you make sure you don't have any changing rooms. But it takes a bit of investment. You go through there. And there's enough local government experience in this room to be able to know that I'm telling the truth here. If we're not going to look after these bits to make sure that the communities we're building around have some assets to make them communities, we're ultimately going to fail. My lords, unless you look at these details, the houses that go through, and a reference was made to Billy Connolly's description of being moved out of Glasgow. I've heard that. It's very funny, as well as making a political point. You move somebody out of somewhere and say, you're out of a slum now, but you're living in a desert. Playing fields in schools, parks, everything else, are a key component that allow these things to happen. please make sure they're protected and protected properly. And if you are going to get rid of them, make sure you put something much better in their place. My lords, it's these little details that turn things from being successes to failures, and I hope the government is listening.
I declare 3 interests. Firstly, as a practising planning silk with a range of clients affected by planning and infrastructure law in different ways. Secondly, as chair of the advisory committee of the developer SAV and director of Crossman Special Projects, a land promotion company. And thirdly, clause 12 of the bill, proposals to give legal effect to those recommendations of my independent review of legal challenges to nationally significant infrastructure projects that require primary legislation. My Lords, in my opinion, there's much to be welcomed in this bill, particularly in parts 1 and 2. On the whole, it's a step in the right direction. I do, however, think there are some missed opportunities, and I hope the government will listen to constructive proposals to improve it and thereby further help its purpose of making the planning regime more efficient to deliver the housing and growth this country desperately needs. I endorse the streamlining of the NSIP regime, in particular, and unsurprisingly, clause 12, the streamlining of the procedure for judicial review of NSIPs in order to cut down on delays caused by legal challenges. That's the only recommendation of my independent review that requires primary legislation to implement. The other recommendations require changes to the civil procedure rules, which are governed by the Civil Procedure Rules Committee. I would welcome clarification from the Noble Lady the Minister regarding the anticipated timescale for implementing those other changes. My recommendations were put forward as one overall package, and it would be helpful to know when the rest of that package would be delivered. I'd also welcome clarification as to whether the changes to the CPR will be made only in relation to infrastructure judicial reviews or to judicial and statutory reviews in planning generally. My report looked only at infrastructure, but I do see merit, as do many others, in rolling out the reforms to cover planning reviews generally. The reintroduction of strategic planning is, in my view, a positive step. Previous experiments with extreme localism failed to appreciate that, at least in the world of planning, reliance on carrots alone without any stick is and always will be ineffective. Strategic direction is essential to make the dent in the massive shortfall nationwide in both market and affordable housing. I don't share the views of some of those on this side of the House that rural areas should be exempt from their fair share of delivering growth. In fact, my experience from planning inquiries promoting and indeed opposing housing in rural areas is that, done well, housing in rural areas can provide a necessary and welcome boost to the local economies, the pubs, the post offices, the schools, etc. Without that boost, they'll wither away and die. In the limited time I have, I now turn to the improvements to the bill that I would most like to see. Firstly, an express general principle of proportionality in planning. This will give decision makers, applicants, consultants and the courts reassurance that less can be more, and put an end to the days of environmental statements being delivered in lorries and DCO examining inspectors asking over 2,000 written questions about a single project, both of which are real examples of the current default to prolixity, which only clogs up the system and causes delay and additional cost. Secondly, the basic conditions for neighbourhood plans. Currently, neighbourhood plans don't have to conform with national policy. They have to have regard to it, but they can say, having done that, we're not going to conform with it. And this presents a significant loophole to the drive for greater strategic direction. Well-resourced parish councils in the areas of greatest unaffordability can unilaterally pull up the ladder contrary to national policy, for example, deeming there to be no grey belt in their area, or by restricting development in their area to less than is required by national policy. Mark my words, this is what will happen if the basic conditions stay as they are. A single sentence amendment to the basic conditions will put paid to this by requiring neighbourhood plans to conform to the framework and thus put them in their proper place within the hierarchy of plan making. Thirdly, providing a legislative solution for the difficulties presented by the Hillside judgment concerning the relationship between overlapping planning permissions on the same site, where later permissions are sought to modify a large multi-phase development. This is a technical point, can't possibly do it justice in a short speech. I know the Minister's aware of the issue because we've discussed it. It's a huge issue in relation to multi-phase projects, adds massively to their risk profile, the finance costs, and their attractiveness to inward investment. The Levering Up Act and I share my noble Lord Lansley's comments that there are a number of tools in LURA that haven't yet been exercised. That proposed Section 73B, which went a modest way to addressing this by allowing for limited material amendments to planning permissions. Now, that doesn't go far enough, but even that Section 73B hasn't been commenced. I don't understand why not, and I don't understand why this bill that's now before the House couldn't go further and deal completely with the hillside problems. It would make a real difference. Thirdly, we've heard a lot about fourthly, we've heard a lot about local authority resources, not very much about the planning inspectorate. The planning inspectorate are the keepers of the keys in relation to DCOs, in relation to local plans, spatial development strategies when they come forward, planning appeals. They are massively under-resourced at the moment. The inspectors aren't paid enough, which has an issue in terms of attracting the widest possible pool of people to that role. I've raised before the issue of charging for planning appeals to raise money for PINs. I understand the block to that. There is actually a power to charge for appeals, but the block is there's no ring fencing. So if appeal fees were charged, it would go into the blob. Well, you've got ring fencing for local authority fees in the bill. Why not put ring fencing for planning inspectorate fees in the bill? Lastly, and very quickly, I'd suggest I agree with the noble Lord Shipley's suggestion that the RTP asked of statutory chief planning officers and the statutory purpose of planning. That would help buttress the national scheme of delegation by ensuring that officers aren't unduly lent on. I support the scheme of delegation provided it's done properly, and I do suggest we should see the detail before the bill goes through, appreciating the consultation is live. So I do urge the government to consider these proposals at committee stage with an open mind.
Yeah. Lord, it's very interesting to follow the noble Lord Banner, but I shall take a different perspective. This bill's commitment to practical measures to get the houses we need built and long neglected infrastructure developed is going to change millions of lives for the better. I'm also reassured by its pathways to clean and reliable energy in the context of nature restoration and to bringing down the cost of living. It is, of course, and I declare an interest as an honorary fellow of the RIBA, essential that the reforms create well-designed places where healthy, prosperous and enjoyable lives can flourish and which cover all of our diverse population of all ages and abilities. The noble friend the Minister will not be surprised that I am in particular concerned about our long-established gypsy and traveller communities who for so long have been left out of our concepts of homes, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, and the noble Baroness Lady Bakewell Harding Mandeville, not in her place, said so powerfully earlier. I declare that I'm co-chair of the all-party group for Gypsies, Travellers and Roamers, president of Friends, Families and Travellers, and of the Advisory Committee for the Education of Roma and Other Travellers. Despite their centuries of contribution to our cultural fabric, our policies and legislation have consistently failed to protect the nomadic way of life of these communities, defined in law, central to their identities, even when many have been forced into bricks and mortar to the detriment of their well-being and often their mental health. I'm proud that our government has begun to make the planning system fairer to gypsies and travellers in their revision of planning policy last December. And I know my noble friend will understand that there's still quite a way to go, not least in the training of local authority planners. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill provides this opportunity. Lords, we must clarify the definition of social housing. The founding definition in the Housing and Regeneration Act 2008 has, by omission, made a loophole for ignoring the accommodation needs of gypsies and travellers, and that has been the pattern. The 6,441 caravans recorded in the July 2024 caravan count on 267 socially rented sites owned by local authorities and registered providers are clearly low-cost rental accommodation as defined under sections 68 and 69 of the Housing and Regeneration Act, yet they are not explicitly recognised as social housing. The duty on strategic planning authorities, spatial development strategy. Most interesting provisions and the obligations on landlords need to have a basis for including them. The Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Needs Assessment System, GITANA, is also not working. There is now no duty to conduct GITANAs, and guidance on how they must be conducted was withdrawn in 2016, causing distressing disparities across the country. In fact, there has been a dramatic decline in the provision of local authority sites since the repeal of the statutory duty to provide them in 1994, resulting in neighbourhood friction over an authorised site with no local authority rubbish collection or mains drainage, constant eviction, and starkly inferior living standards. I hope my noble friend has a copy of the Kicking the Can Down the Road report by Dr. Simon Ruston and Friends, Families and Travellers, which reveals that among the 100 local authorities which performed the research, 119 of the 149 socially provided gypsy and travel sites were built before 1994, with only 30 more developed in the 3 decades since across all local authorities in England. That is paralysis. Planning legislation must address that chronic, damaging shortage of lawful stopping places and end legislative ambiguity to ensure that gypsy and traveller communities are no longer left in the margins of our planning system.
Yeah. My Lords, the fact that we're facing increasing demands on our infrastructure and living in one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world shows that we need to plan our new and retrofitted homes carefully. They need to be as light touch on the environment and national infrastructure as possible, and wherever feasible, they need to have a positive impact to meet our aspirations and our legal targets. This is, I'm sure, the aim of all of us, but this bill needs amendments to achieve it. Every building that we construct or renovate should be designed to use and waste as little energy as possible and to generate as much of its own as possible. It should be designed to provide habitats for wildlife, such as through cavity nest boxes, which effectively cost nothing. And it should be designed to minimise harm to wildlife. The British Trust for Ornithology estimates that around 30 million birds a year in the UK die by flying into windows. Yet bird-safe designs and glass costs little more and are legislated for in other jurisdictions. And I should be pressing for bird safety in planning and design, as this is such a simple measure. At the next level up, every new housing development should be planned under the same principles. How can we help ensure that community-level energy, water, or sewerage systems are designed and built, making communities more resilient and putting less pressure on the national infrastructure? And how can we integrate these developments properly with existing houses and communities, helping preserve their character and independence, and with their natural environment? Places where people live and thrive need to be places where other species live and thrive too. So the proposed spatial development strategies and environmental development plans need to be hardwired to the long-awaited land use framework, to local nature recovery strategies, and they also really need to reflect communities' priorities. The UK is committed to legal biodiversity restoration targets, and we need to legislate that all planning and development, including those by development corporations, is done with a view to biodiversity enhancement. With that in mind, I hope the government will agree to tightening up aspects of Part 3 to ensure it's in line with their aims. As other noble lords have mentioned, and I think everyone will agree, there are some habitats and some landscapes where no amount of money is going to compensate for their loss and they can't be moved to some other location. Ministers have previously said that they think that irreplaceable places implicitly fall outside the scope of the proposed environmental development plans, in which case I urge the government just to make it explicit on the face of the bill. Then there are some habitats which have been so degraded already that they can be considered suitable for development. But here we must see it as a double opportunity to provide homes both for people and, in doing so, enhance the biodiversity opportunities on that land. It could be a triple win. Enhancement can go beyond designing buildings to provide natural habitats and bird safety. It can extend to giving people access to green spaces, and increasing flood resilience and local water storage, nature-based solutions that benefit people, biodiversity, and relieve our national infrastructure all at the same time on that very piece of land. Amendments to this bill are necessary, but could achieve that. And finally, there's land which is currently a green space, but not designated irreplaceable, which is going to be damaged by development, and despite all the considerations of green planning, which need to be legislated as the first approach. This is where the government, through this bill, rightly sees that environmental development plans can help by taking a more strategic and holistic approach to the whole area and bring in another piece of land into the equation, a piece of degraded and endangered land that can be protected and its biodiversity enhanced to make up for the loss on the developed land. But, again, at the moment, the wording needs to be amended to ensure a win-win. It's not currently stated in the bill that the biodiversity benefits on this land need to overcompensate for the losses by the 10% or more required under the current biodiversity net gain system. And if we sited that greened up land as close as possible to the sacrificed development land, we would help wildlife displaced from one area to colonise another, as well as acting as a green space for the people that move into that development. That is a win-win and can fit perfectly with existing local nature recovery strategies, but they need to be added into the bill. Alongside these big broad principles, I think the bill needs amending to ensure that environmental development is in place and underway before building development starts, to ensure that biodiversity benefits are carefully and scientifically measured and monitored, and if necessary, further enhancements to the plan are made if the hoped-for outcomes are not at first forthcoming, and to ensure that the greened up land, once allocated, is given a high and permanent level of protection so that it can't just be built on itself in a few years' time, negating its purpose. I very much hope that the government will consider putting forward its own amendments to deal with each of these, and look forward to working with other noble lords on them.
My Lords, please allow me to focus my remarks on Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Bill, which addresses transport infrastructure, a vital sector for our country's connectivity, economy and environmental ambitions. I welcome His Majesty's Government's overarching goal to modernise and streamline the planning framework for transport. It is clear that the existing system struggles to keep pace with the scale and urgency of the infrastructure demands that we face, from improving regional connectivity to meeting the needs of a growing and modern economy. Among the key reforms proposed are amendments to the Highways Act 1980, which will grant local highway authorities powers to charge fees for administrative processes such as stopping up, diverting highways or permitting structures on or over public roads. And whilst this approach is pragmatic in theory and may help authorities recover costs and enhance service delivery, I share the concern of many noble lords that greater clarity is needed on how these fees will be set and regulated. Will there be robust national guidance to ensure consistency across local authorities? And crucially, how will the government protect smaller developers, community organisations and voluntary groups from disproportionate financial burdens that could impede vital local projects? The bill also seeks to simplify procedures under the Transport and Works Act 1992 for authorising transport schemes. Streamlining is undoubtedly required to cut delays and bureaucracy, but it is essential that this does not come at the expense of thorough scrutiny. It is crucial that affected communities will retain meaningful rights to consultation and that environmental and social impacts will continue to be rigorously assessed and mitigated. I welcome the provisions empowering local authorities to mandate electric vehicle charging infrastructure in new developments, but we should be cognizant that a uniform approach may exacerbate existing regional disparities. Rural and less commercially viable areas face significant challenges, from limited grid capacity to a lack of private sector incentives. And we would ask, what measures will the government put in place to ensure an equitable rollout of EV infrastructure across all parts of the United Kingdom to guarantee that those rural communities are not left behind. Throughout the bill, we see the government's continuing preference for centralisation in planning decisions. And whilst efficiency and timelines are obviously important, we must guard against a drift towards sidelining locally elected representatives and communities in favour of top-down control. Genuine local engagement and accountability are the cornerstones of planning that respect community needs and environmental stewardship. The Deputy Prime Minister's remarks in the other place emphasised streamlining, but it must not come at the expense of constructive input at the local level. Finally, my lords, please allow me to raise concerns about the introduction of fees related to harbour orders. Coastal and port communities are economic lifelines for many regions, and smaller ports in particular operate on tight margins. Whilst recovering administrative costs is reasonable, the government must ensure that these fees do not deter necessary investment or stifle growth in these vital areas. This bill presents a valuable opportunity to lay the foundations for a more efficient, responsive and future-facing transport infrastructure system, one capable of supporting economic growth, but as always, the details will determine the success of these reforms.
My Lords, I declare an interest as a Vice President of the Local Government Association, and it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Earl, Lord Effingham, and I almost agreed with some of the things he said. It was quite charming. Now, for a passionate Green like me, who spent the first 18 years of her life living in a council house, this planning bill does absolutely nothing to make me happy. It trashes the environment, it squashes newts, and it builds houses for the well-off. I want this government to focus on social housing, and I want a country where people can actually live in those secure, warm and cheap-to-rent properties, are able to paddle and swim in clean rivers on clean beaches, explore water meadows and ancient woodland. Instead, this government is absolutely determined to put a smile on the faces of the big developers who funded the Conservatives for decades and are probably now lining up to pay for Labour's next election campaign. The trash for cash approach outlined in section 3 of this bill will be a disaster for nature and for human health and has to be thrown out. Developers must not be allowed to pay money to destroy natural wealth in order to boost their private profits. Green councillors argue up and down the country that we want the right house in the right place at the right price. But this government is giving us the wrong type of house in any old place that the developers want at whatever profit the developers feel they can charge in order to boost their private profits. Now, I find section 3 of this bill just absolutely shocking. The Chancellor has declared that developers won't have to worry about bats and newts and frogs anymore. Now, that's a straightforward betrayal of all the promises made about the target of protecting 30% of land and sea for nature by 2030. Those improvements to habitats and biodiversity aren't simply going to happen under this government if it passes these laws. I don't understand why the government objects to good ideas and rejects good amendments. I mean, if we look at Swift bricks, for example, a brilliantly simple idea, adding only a few pennies onto any new build. So why does the government object? Why don't you stop objecting to any amendment that isn't yours, make it yours, and just do it? Now, the Prime Minister has declared war on the blockers and zealots. And if we look at who those people are, there are tree huggers like me, but I'm one voice in my local planning system. I don't live in Devon or Shropshire or Northumberland or Norfolk, or the thousands of local areas around the country who are full of these apparent zealots that the Prime Minister doesn't like. The truth is that the Prime Minister's zealots are just ordinary local people who stand up and object when a local woodland is threatened or a river is being polluted by an intensive chicken farm. Those ordinary local people use the existing planning system to fight big developers. They try to compete with the builders who have expensive lawyers and political access. And this government is promising us affordable housing, but that's a very misleading term. I can remember the very long debates that we had on the London Assembly for 16 years about what affordable meant, how affordable was actually affordable for a house. So when the government talks about millions for affordable housing, it is mostly a subsidy for developers to build the same houses but sell them at a reduced rate. It gives the lucky few a chance to get on the housing ladder, but is often at the expense of the taxpayer. What we need to do is enable councils to build social housing again. Safe, secure, well-insulated housing would solve a lot of social problems and economic problems. For example, schools where the pupils' parents could afford to feed them because their energy bills are low. For the NHS, where there'll be fewer patients sick from malnutrition or from freezing in badly insulated flats. And for the jobs market, where there will be well-educated, healthy people to employ. If the government wants green, this is a bit where I'm trying to be nice, so just listen to this carefully. If the government wants Greens and the majority of noble lords to support this bill, then give us guarantees that the current projections for irreplaceable habitats won't be up for negotiation, and the environmental development plans will include an implementation schedule enforced by Natural England, if we have to have them as players, that is subject to judicial review. Give us a bill that makes social housing a priority and give us affordable rents. Give us a bill that reduces pollution by removing the automatic right of developers to connect new housing with the sewage system. Now that really would be worth voting for.
Firstly, can I start by pointing you to my register of interests? I am the chairman of Friday Adventures, which is set up to provide social worker and key worker housing. So understandably, I'm keen to support any measures that will encourage the construction of large quantity of high quality housing, particularly if a large proportion of that is social housing. I welcome the spirit in which the bill has been launched, as it seeks to build on the progress made by the previous government in delivering 2.5 million homes since 2010. However, there are some serious concerns with the bill which I have to highlight, and I question is it still possible to build 1.5 million homes by the end of this Parliament as the government has promised. This bill is designed to streamline planning and infrastructure delivery and homes as well. But in doing so, it takes away powers from local councillors by reducing the strength of planning committees through the proposed Section 51 National Scheme of Delegation, under which it would be specified at a national level which planning decisions would be decided on by officers and which would be done by planning committees. As the Shadow Secretary for Housing said in the other place, if this bill passes in its present form, residents will feel disappointed and disenfranchised when they raise concerns to their elected councillors about proposed development. I believe this will break some of the social contract we have. If local people feel helpless around development, I think it will lead to less acceptance of new housing. Does the Minister agree? London Council shares this concern, stating councillors must retain the ability to scrutinise and influence certain developments, especially where there is significant local concern. The role of councillors is also further diminished through clause 93 of the bill, which would amend existing legislation to increase the flexibility in use of development corporations. I want to be clear here, development corporations are a very good thing, or can be a very good thing. Particularly in the provision of new towns, I believe they're going to be necessary in order to deliver new towns. But here in London, we've seen the best and the worst of development corporations. A development corporation delivered the Olympics, which was largely considered to be a good thing, and there is housing to this day still coming forward. But if you only look in the West End, what the Mayor of London has currently done with a development corporation, many local people feel he's using it to ride roughshod over their plans that they had with their Labour-led council, I might add, to deliver pedestrianisation of Oxford Street. And if we're going to have development corporations, we need to know what type of corporations and what flexibilities they're going to be given above and beyond the ones we already recognise. London councils are also right to note that the planning system is not the main barrier to delivering new homes and infrastructure here in London. London has a healthy pipeline of nearly 300,000 homes that have been approved by council planning departments. This is enough to meet future housing targets for more than 3 times over but these schemes are not coming forward for development due to viability issues. Viability in a place like London with high land values is a real problem. While some of the measures in planning reform will help, while some of the measures in this bill will help planning reform, I sincerely wish the government all the success in the world with delivering their 1.5 million homes, and I personally, through my role here and on the GLA, will do my level best to help. But this planning bill could be a boon to that, or it could be a missed opportunity, and it's the detail, particularly around things around the levels of social housing that we can expect to get from this, and what we're going to be doing with development corporations that will be vital.
My Lords, before speaking, I should declare my interest in the agenda and in the register, in particular that I am a farmer and landowner in Cumbria. I'm president of the Historic Buildings and Places, and until last autumn had been for 6 years chairman of the Cumbria Local Enterprise Partnership. And I've also been involved in rural, environmental and heritage organisations and matters for much of my life. 40 years ago, to my own surprise, both then and in retrospect now, I chaired the Lake District Planning Board's Development Control Committee. And at that time, I began to wonder whether local authority membership of itself was the right basis for the quasi-judicial function of determining planning applications. And I came to the conclusion that boards analogous to JPs might be better. Hence, I welcome the idea of mandatory education for planning committees. Now, of course, local knowledge and views matter, but they're not the only consideration in determining applications. And planning officers on their own in the real world cannot always deflect the tsunami of local populism that sometimes accompanies controversial applications. Now, it seems to me that part of the point of the planning system is to get it right without resorting to appeals, somewhat analogously to the belief that I have that perhaps the most important thing I learnt from reading for the bar was to avoid litigation if you possibly can. Given the overriding requirements behind the bill and the points that have been made in this debate, it seems to me to be a very good case for accountable development corporations and special regimes for national infrastructure. But as the noble Lord Lansley has said, the devil lies in the detail, and they must be transparent and accountable. In such cases, deliberations of all planning matters must be taken into account. Listed buildings remain listed, even if specific listed building consents may not be required. Changing a planning process should not affect the planning and evidential significance of heritage, nature, or environmental considerations. And these matters are in their own way very important to our national economy and the character of the country in which we live, and are at the heart of contemporary ideas about place, and it's generally recognised the importance of that to the wider economy. Now, it's important that land use policy and its implementation is not hijacked by the public sector to promote its aspirations at the expense of the small man and local concerns and other not directly measurable in economic terms considerations. It seems there's a temptation which sometimes cannot be resisted for the public sector to see the process of authorisation as a kind of bulldozer to get its own way and to take forward its own agenda. And I'm sure we can all think of instances where this may be happening. Now, while charging for planning applications may seem a bit out of kilter in that the basis of land law and the planning system is the presumption that one can do what one wants with one's own land unless there is a good reason not to, which is defined inter alia by planning policies, in reality, this purist approach hardly seems realistic in the world in which we live. But these charges should not be greater pro rata if the authority concerned is ineffective. And indeed, I had sort of wondered whether perhaps if you won a planning appeal, you shouldn't get the money back. Now, my lords, we've heard this evening very considerable scepticism expressed about the mechanisms of Part 3 of the bill. I will simply say I echo them. Speaking from the perspective of a Cumbrian farmer and landowner, the current arrangements are all over the place. And as someone wanting to take forward these things, it is simply impossible to know what on earth you've got to do. The parallel public and private regimes, taken as a whole, make no real sense, and much of the money that's been talked about in this context doesn't seem to exist. Unless matters are sharpened up, much of this will be shown to be whatever is the proper collective word for paper tigers. Now, my lords, planning is crucial. We need it in this country because it is a form of estate management for the nation as a whole, based on the country's disparate needs being balanced out between them. And in that way, you avoid physical anarchy. Now, like all estate management, its implementation on the ground depends upon money, which is why the implementation of much what we are talking about this evening depends more or less entirely on the government's economic policy. Clearly, the country is in a mess. If good policies prevail, that will be for the good. But the impact of some of its current policies, I believe, will inhibit growth, and they will have a damaging impact on what we are discussing. The state of the economy is crucial. How planning policies work out depends on landowners, developers, and those running and carrying out the planning function working together. Levelling Up was a response to a failure in this regard in the north of England. There is still much more to be done. I say good luck to them, but I sense they may need it.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a trustee of the Fonthill Estate in Wiltshire and thank the Noble Lord the Minister for introducing this bill today. Everybody recognises that we have to get more new houses built, although the failure of all governments in recent years to control both legal and illegal migration have clearly exacerbated the shortage. However, in my view, the bill goes too far in removing councillors' powers to vote on local planning applications. Does the Minister really think that the central government knows better than local councils when it comes to decisions on which proposed developments will improve their communities and which will be harmful and ought to be refused? This will be damaging to local democracy and will discourage talented people from seeking election as councillors because they will be allowed to do less than they are at present. Can the Minister tell the House how the proposed scheme of delegation is going to work and how the government is going to demarcate those decisions which are to be taken by civil servants from those which will be left to local planning committees? Surely such important details as these should be on the face of the bill. On the other hand, there are areas where the government could provide much more encouragement to house builders by removing legacy EU habitat regulations, which offer a ridiculous amount of protection to bats, for example, and other EU legacy red tape, which both the last government and this one have been too slow to abolish. Noble Lords may remember that during the passage of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, some of us worked hard across the House to obtain a consensus for providing a separate and recognised status and level of protection for Britain's wonderful chalk streams. My noble friend Lord Bennion at that time introduced a government amendment which achieved that. It is deeply disappointing that in committee in another place, Labour MPs voted against Amendment 148 to this bill, which would have mirrored the Levelling Up Act by providing equivalent and necessary protection to chalk streams in this bill. Would the Minister commit to introducing a government amendment to replicate the protection afforded to chalk streams in that Act? My Lords, I would also question why the government is prioritising building in rural areas rather than urban ones, nearer most of the jobs, and where new houses are most needed. I would also ask the Noble Lord the Minister to explain why the government has decided to remove hope value from the value that it places upon land being compulsorily purchased from farmers and landowners. It seems particularly unfair to farmers who have already suffered enough from cuts to agricultural subsidies and changes to NICs, especially when the purpose of compulsory purchase in such cases is obviously to develop the land for housing or energy infrastructure. Currently, local authorities can purchase land compulsorily, and then pass it to parish councils for some purposes, including building affordable homes. The bill as drafted stops Hope Value applying to this power if it is used to deliver affordable homes. The removal of Hope Value would also apply to the loss payments, which are additional payments based on the property's value, designed to cover the cost and emotional burden of having to move out of and replace the property. In general, I would accept that measures in the bill are in line with the Labour Party's pledges for planning reform, but miss the opportunity for an enhanced recognition of rural areas within national planning policy, particularly regarding the rural economy and rural housing. As the CLA has pointed out, the National Planning Policy Framework does not acknowledge the differences between the sustainability credentials of a rural area versus an urban area. This negatively impacts decision-making for proposals in rural areas. The bill introduces new environmental delivery plans, EDPs. They will set out how damage to protected species or features of protected sites which are likely to be negatively affected by development may be mitigated. I would worry about the expensive powers being extended to Natural England, including whether they are appropriately skilled or resourced to handle this extra responsibility. What does the Noble Lord the Minister think about this? And in particular, does he really think it is proportionate to provide Natural England with compulsory purchase powers to deliver the EDPs? Lastly, I look forward to hearing the Minister's winding up speech, and in particular, I hope he will answer my noble friend Lord Hodgson's question as to the number of acres being taken out of agricultural production for solar energy schemes.
Here, here.
I actually pleased to start off with my interests because one they're to do with energy and battery storage, but I'm going to talk about long-term storage in a minute, but I'll leave that. But I'm also chair and director of a number of smaller land developers, but I'm also chair of Cornwall and Arsensea Local Nature Partnership. So I stand on both sides of a counter where this argument and this bill looks at those conflicts. And I have to say, wearing those two hats, I have never had a conflict of interest. There has never been a situation in all the developments that we've been involved in, medium-sized, often mixed, not always a lot of housing, not infrastructure, I agree, where nature has got in the way of us in terms of development. It's primarily around planning resources at local authorities. I welcome in many parts of this bill, particularly everything that will enable us to achieve net zero. Really, really important that we manage that in terms of energy infrastructure. I also welcome the housing objectives that this government has. But as many people have said, and I think my noble friend Lord Shipley in particular, the problem is not primarily planning. One of the things that opened my eyes on housing some time ago is looking at the time series of housing starts since the Second World War. Some time ago now, but there is a complete break at around the beginning of the 1980s. Up until that point, the number of private starts was pretty equal to the number of public starts. They're about roughly 150,000 each through that period. When the Thatcher government came in and effectively banned local authority housing, that fell off to more or less zero. I mean, it's social housing now is, what, 40,000 units, something like that. But the private sector just carried on along at the same level. So whatever the stimulus was, whatever the markets was, the volume actually stayed the same. And I think there's a real message behind that in terms of the difficulty of stimulating private housing finishes, and it's not necessarily the planning system. Some of the other areas I really welcome in this bill. One is the long-term storage. I'm not involved in that commercially, and the cap and floor mechanism. Let's get on with that. It's important for grid stability. I welcome, as my noble friend Baroness Pigeon has said, the EV changes
in this bill, but let's enhance them further, exactly as she has said. I also welcome the financial compensation in terms of being by grid lines or trying to get people involved in that energy transition. The one thing actually which no one has mentioned is, I think, clause 28, which is the Forestry Commission, which is allowed to indulge in renewable energy itself, which sounds great, but it doesn't mention about natural trees or biomass in terms of energy production. I would be concerned if that pass for them to be able to work in that area enables them to use their own logs commercially to make up for any government funding reductions in terms of cannibalising their own crops. And I'd be interested in what the Minister says on that. But my concerns particularly are around the delivery and the environmental delivery plans. This is not something that we're imagining. Sure, we're in nature depletion. The restrictions that we've had on nature have not been good enough so far, but to me this makes them worse. And the OEP, which has been mentioned, their letter to the Secretary of State, makes it very clear this is a regression. And the thing that worries me is not just this fact that this bill is a regression, but if the government does not take notice of the OEP, then I think in terms of its reputation and its absolutely core function in terms of Parliament and government, I think it's a real problem. It is really important, as I think Minister Pennycook has said, that we find a way that the OEP and the matters that it has brought up are actually solved in this bill on the way through. That is crucial. Otherwise, we have an important government agency that is not loses respect. Lastly, and I've come to the end, I want to talk about local nature recovery strategies. They're mentioned twice in the bill, once very positively in terms of spatial development strategies, but when it comes to EDPs, then they have very weak enforcement in terms of how they're taken into account, and that must be changed. It has to be compulsory that local nature recovery strategies are fully taken into account in terms of any environmental development plan.
My Lords, I begin by declaring my interests. I'm a director of a family company that holds a little farmland and has occasionally done small-scale development. And I'm also the recipient of 3 party wall notices in the last 3 years. We all recognise the need for more homes. And while this bill aims to speed up the process for building houses, like other Lords, I am concerned about the damage that it may do. This bill flouts Labour's manifesto promises to uphold local communities' ability to shape house building in their area and their pledge to preserve environmental protection, as well as being an attack on human rights. There are other ways to do this. As other noble lords have said, there are some 500,000 land bank plots currently being held by the big house developers, with 8 of the major companies holding land in excess of valued around £198 billion. This government states it wants to build 1.5 million homes. So will they please refuse to give the big companies more planning permission until they develop what they've already got? This government's steps to weaken the green belt are very concerning. Surely we must use brownfield sites first, and the CPRE briefing said that existing brownfield sites can deliver 1.2 million houses, but allowances need to be given for cleaning up these brownfield sites over building on green belt. Because once our lovely countryside has been concreted over, we will never get it back. And green spaces are so important for good mental health. We are the custodians of a beautiful country and we must preserve it. Demolishing buildings leads to further climate insult. So can we give tax breaks for repurposing buildings for housing and stopping councils allowing so many buildings to be torn down? And it's not, as we've already heard, it's not just about quantity, but quality. I welcome the good intentions to build better, smarter, more environmentally friendly. But in reality, I worry that this bill will help build the slums of the future. And I agree with the discussions in the other place that sought to ensure we preserve the setting and special character of historical villages rather than losing them in an unchecked sprawl. We need smaller developments with local designs using local fabrics in keeping with their areas. This would help boost local businesses by allowing small developments with local builders. My lords, one of the advantages of living in a democracy is that we have property rights, and we must resist at all costs authoritarian tendencies to wish to remove these. In this bill are provisions to make compulsory purchase easier and for local authorities to be able to seize land more cheaply where it is required for new development. Compulsory purchase, seizing someone's property, is against human rights and should only be used in the most extreme of circumstances. Also, in building and developing, no one should be allowed to interfere with existing housing or to undermine the foundations of a private property without owner's permission. People need to be reassured that their home is safe in line with the ECHR. My lords, government needs to be joined up, and I turn to wider issues around infrastructure. In the current climate of growing uncertainty, we see our defence policy pivoting to deterrence against possible war. Whilst defence is the first priority of a government, surely our second as an island nation should be food security. I know my husband, the noble Lord Hodgson, has already made this point, but plastering our countryside, and more importantly, our productive agricultural land with plastic solar panels is a terrible mistake. As he said, the National Security Strategy tells us that we must actively prepare for war. And our land is needed for food production. We currently import 40% of our food. We need to be more self-sufficient and resilient. Instead, let's insist that all new houses should have electricity generating panels and roll them out on commercial and industrial buildings. Will the government commit to putting solar panels on all its buildings? And I would like to share with you one example of what a solar farm of land under threat from such a development, Limedown, a massive project in beautiful Wiltshire countryside, mostly on good agricultural land, is about. Limedown threatens 2,200 acres with solar panels, 45 acres of batteries, 3 new electricity substations, approximately 1 million panels, and a 2-year construction period involving thousands of lorries thundering up tiny lanes. It takes in 6 villages and stretches 8 by 3 miles across, with compulsory purchase being threatened to access the site at East Pye. The proposed installation will be in place for 60 years. My lords, I'd be interested if the Minister could clarify if and why a non-UK firm can have the right to compulsory purchase UK land. Projects like this not only cause misery to those affected, they erode our food security, and in war they will make easy targets in this area of cyber conflict and drones, and we've already seen what can happen with the recent electricity outage in Spain and Portugal. My lords, to conclude, we need to use existing buildings, brownfield sites, existing planning permissions before we start eating into our beautiful countryside. Solar panels on roofs, not agricultural land, and most of all, as a democracy, we need to preserve our property rights.
I'm glad I'm following the noble Baroness. I agreed with her, I think, the first third of her speech. The latter part, however, I disagree with. I mean, less than 1% of agricultural land will be taken over by solar farms and similar sites. We do need compulsory purchase to deliver some of our energy system. I therefore disagree with the latter part of her speech. But I do agree with her in terms of local control of housing development and of other aspects of planning. I'm going to scrap the bulk of my speech. I will say what I agree with in the bill, but first of all, I am going to make an appeal to my friends on the front bench and to their colleagues not to repeat all this stuff about blockers and builders and giving credence to saloon bar chat about frogs and newts preventing useful development. My lords, it wasn't frogs and newts that made a complete mess of a national infrastructure project like HS2, and nor is it frogs or newts or even spiders that are preventing us achieving our house building targets. My lords, I approve of the provisions in this that provide easier access for national structures, national infrastructure. I approve of the energy and grid connections bits of the bill. I approve of the EV charges bits, and I approve of the electricity storage provisions. But I am dubious about much of the rest of the bill. I think, let me say something in defence of planners. The planning system is often too slow and it is under-resourced, and the bits of the bill that attempt to address the under-resourcing and the recruitment of better planners and better training for planners. But basically, much of our countryside has been protected by the planning system. Much of our urban district, had we not had a planning system since Lord Silkin in the 1940s, we would have had urban sprawl, we would have had new modern slums, we would have had much less protection for our natural resources and our natural features. But it has its inadequacies, and we now want to address those inadequacies. But that doesn't mean we ought to dismantle the planning system or make it more susceptible to the pressures. The failures of the house building meeting house building targets under successive governments, as Lord Best said earlier, have nothing to do with the planning system itself. Indeed, the planning system has approved well over 80% of plans for housing. And when there's an appeal against that, less than 3% of those appeals are upheld by the appeals system. It is not the planning system which is preventing house building, it is the as again Lord Best said, it is the oligopolistic nature of the large house builders and the way they have squeezed out the competition which used to be there with family building firms, and the lack of purchasing power from national and local public bodies. That is what needs to addressing if we stand any chance of meeting our targets on house building. It is not to have an attack on planners. And my lords, I think there is one other aspect I would say on this bill, two others. The government have, in its recent national industrial strategy and its energy strategy, have written in the net zero strategy. That is not written into this bill, nor is there, in fact, the contributions to tackling climate change and slowing down climate change and offsetting climate change. That's the protection of the countryside and of biodiversity and the reversing of the biodiversity loss we have so tragically experienced in this country over recent decades. That contributes to our tackling climate change, and it needs to be put more explicitly in the bill. And the effects of climate change and our need to adapt to climate change also needs to be put into the bill. And why is there not a provision, for example, on not building in areas which are susceptible to flood and in not preempting much of the improvement in the water supply that we need to make? My lords, I'm sorry, it is slightly rambling. It is different from what I intended to say, but I thought most of what I intended to say has been there. But the most important message I take to my noble friends is stop regarding the planning system as blockers. They are enablers of a better life.
My lord, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Whitty, who I enjoyed my time on the Environment Committee in his company and his wisdom there. I'm a supporter of this bill by and large. I'm delighted personally to see that the policy is shifting towards
we want more bats and away from no bat must be inconvenienced. But as the noble Lord Whitty said, bats are not the problem when it comes to planning. And as members of an organisation that can spend enough money to build 50 houses on a pair of front doors that don't work, we should realise that. My Lords, I hope to use committee stage to encourage the government to take some of their ideas further. I think there is obvious scope for allowing trusted partners to work alongside the government to achieve what they're hoping to do in environmental delivery plans. Many farmers' groups are in a position to work on that sort of thing. I think to rule them out, as the bill does currently, is missing an opportunity. I think what the government is doing on throwing into doubt the whole structure of biodiversity net gain is a mistake. You are asking people to commit for 30 years in biodiversity net gain. It was a policy which was evolved with support across the House. And now this government, after merely 30 months of the policy, is throwing everything into doubt. Those people who had got themselves organised to be part of that system are wondering whether they've made a huge mistake. And by the time the government gets around to sorting its ideas out, they will have lost confidence. So I really think the government needs to understand that having trusted partners in the private sector to deliver what it wants is a plus, and to put themselves into a position where those partners can believe that the government and any government that follows it will support them through the long-term commitments which this government and the previous government were expecting to be made. Also, I hope to persuade the government to accelerate its work on biodiversity data. We have a very rich and capable set of players in this country, the local environmental record centres and a lot of amateur effort, but a lot of biodiversity data that's created through the planning system is not captured. A lot of planning applications go through without using the data we have. We need a better structure, better thought through. I know the government internally is working on those things. I hope to see that brought forward into this bill rather than left for some future occasion. I really hope I will be able to persuade the government to take an interest in those things which would allow more use to be made of the settlements we already have. I had a private member's bill on permitted development rights, but I think we should also look at things like land readjustment schemes and the London system of public transport accessibility zones, various and the use of design codes to make it easy for developers to know what will be permitted, rather than leaving the whole question of design to be an uncertainty and a rather individual and personal decision at the end of things. I think we should pick up on an aspect of the government's industrial strategy. They are supporting in various areas the use of digital twins. I think there is a great deal that can be done in planning, which doesn't appear to be specifically part of this industrial strategy, to reduce costs, to enable collaboration, to enable imagination when it comes to what should the layout of a new town be and look like. The AI-assisted capability that is embedded in some of the British products that underlie this are things that the government should, I think, be seeking to support. I will try and persuade them to make livestock markets and abattoirs critical national infrastructure. We need to sort things out. We are causing a great deal of cruelty to animals by not renewing our structure, and animals having to travel very long distances to their deaths, and we can do better than that. I will recommend a duty of candour for planning officers to go with clause 50 so that they feel absolutely confident in telling members exactly what is rather than feeling that they can in some way be criticised for doing it, giving them a duty to support their. I will urge the government to redefine what a newspaper is. It was set out in 1881. Things have moved on. And if we're to have Clause 98 with duties to put notices in things, that ought to recognise the modern world. And echoing the national security strategy and our need to fight on home soil, I will draw the government's attention to the fact that we may not have termites here now, but look at what's happening in France.
My Lords, before this debate started, I was confident that we would hear repeatedly the word architect, but in fact we've hardly heard it at all in a debate about housing. And I want to talk about design and the role of architects. And in doing so, can I say that the speech I've agreed with most was that of my noble friend Lord Best. I should confess that for a time I was the unpaid chair of Design for Homes, the organisation that runs the Housing Design Awards, and therefore was exposed to the work of architects in great measure. I want to argue that building well-designed homes is a key aspiration to be realised through this bill. And I'd like to congratulate the government on their ambition to build so many dwellings, including, as I understand it, so many and much needed social housing units to enable young families, above all, to be able to remain in their own communities. And that applies nowhere more than in rural areas, including the sort of community I once represented in another place. And I should say that I've been troubled by some of the grudging comments from parts of the Conservative Party. I can just about recall, and I've done a bit of research, about what the Conservatives achieved in 1953 when Harold Macmillan was the Minister for Housing. In 1953 to 4, the Conservative government built 301,000 new homes in 1 year, and most of those were council houses, something they trashed following the 1979 election, and I very much regret that. My Lords, in speaking about architects and design, I would urge the government to do a number of what I regard as very important things. First, have proper space standards within homes. The Parker Morris standards, now out of use for many years, served their purpose. Look at some of the best council houses, for example, in the Ministers and my hometown of Burnley, where many council houses, for example on the Brunshaw estate, were built to Parker Morris standards, and good houses they were. And then I would invite the government to ensure, and this is going back to Lord Best's speech again, that architects are not sidelined. Often in big housing developments, the architects are asked to do a design, and then they're forgotten about until something goes wrong, and then if there's litigation, they may be the ones who are sued. But actually, the truth is that architects should be there throughout, because it is only with good design that the government will be able to build neighbourhoods predicated on creating, for people of all ages, places that they will want to remain in permanently, not to leave because they can't afford to live there, not to leave because there are only old people there or young people there or other social mismatches. I agree with the government that compulsory purchase orders have an important role to play. If this ambition of the government's is to be achieved, then land should be made available, and not at ridiculous prices, at fair prices certainly. And in order to achieve what this bill is designed for, it will frankly be necessary to use compulsory purchase orders. I agree too with the proposal to use development corporations, and I would urge the government to look at the equivalent of development corporations in areas where there are not per se development corporations, to ensure that standards were kept up. I would encourage the speeding up of the planning process by providing template standards and accelerated processes, and I agree totally with Lord Young of Cookham when he advised that there should be far more people trained to do the work in planning authorities so that it can be done thoroughly, quickly and decently. And above all, I think I would encourage the government to ensure that communities are involved in the design of their own neighbourhoods so that those neighbourhoods can stretch forward into the lives of the new generations who will be living there. This bill is about building to scale, my lords, and building to scale gives an immense opportunity to build good, because if you are spending a lot of money on a large scale, you can demand of those who do the work, the architects, the developers, that they should do it well. We should build with pride and give to the generations that follow us estates and areas they live in which will stand them and their future generations for long to come.
My Lord, it's always a pleasure to follow Lord Carlisle of Berriew, and I think I agreed with every word he said. The fact is that planning is part of the social contract, and for it to deliver that social contract, the people for whom the planning is being developed need to be part of it. If this bill is to deliver the homes and communities that people are glad to live in, then we must amend parts of it so that people are guaranteed a decent input at an early stage. And we've heard during this debate some of the things that the public will be faced with, you know, master plans, strategic development plans, local plans, neighbourhood plans. They've got local authorities, they'll have mayors, they'll have development corporations. It's jaw-dropping, really. I think that for a normal member of the public who's not immersed in the sort of world we've got immersed in this afternoon, they are really going to struggle to have their input unless there's something in this bill that makes it much easier for them. And certainly diminishing the role of the elected councillor is a very regressive step in that direction. And in fact, it should really be encouraging local authorities to have a bigger role. When I look back, and I know it's some time, years ago now, but to the thing that really invigorated people with my local authority, it was when we had planning for real exercises. And the community could come out to wherever it was, the town hall, the village hall, the pub, and get truly involved. Now, if you look at the tools that are available now, and I'm glad Lord Lucas mentioned the digital twinning one, that has massively taken on the ability that we will have for people to get truly involved, because they will be able to overlay all those plans that I mentioned and the nature recovery areas so that people can see in real time what it will mean to them for the developments that are being proposed. So I think that this bill needs to include far more imaginatively some of that so that people are not disempowered by it, which is what I fear. Of course, local government hasn't been perfect. Only about a third of local authorities have up-to-date adopted local plans. And that's why I think it's crucial that this bill does take forward public input much more positively. I think that it means that people will find it even harder to have a say in shaping their community's future if none of those things happen. In my remaining time, I will mention part 3 of the bill, because surely we're clever enough to design legislation that allows for growing communities and for nature to be very healthy. A number of noble lords have mentioned mitigation hierarchies about avoiding harm and mitigating unavoidable impacts. Should be the very last resort is providing compensation measures. And this bill goes straight to really the last resort. We must insert a mitigation hierarchy clause. Finally, my lords, I think that from everything I've heard around the House this afternoon, it won't be dying in a ditch, it'll be dying in a chalk stream, but we will fight to the last to have these irreplaceable habitats really recognised in this bill as irreplaceable, because the name is on the tin, my lords. If the government cannot see that, then that's exactly where this House should make a stand.
Hear, hear.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a councillor in central Bedfordshire. My Lords, it's widely recognised that we need a simpler, more consistent, faster planning system that delivers higher quality outcomes at lower costs. As others have raised, the failure to deliver infrastructure, housing, commercial premises, particularly in the London, Oxford and Cambridge, while also failing to deliver good environmental outcomes. Now, the last government made some good progress with over 1 million new homes in 5 years and the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, and I will ask whether this government will seek to build on that rather than replace it. Developers are equally frustrated, particularly with their inability to plan and invest for the long term due to the uncertainty of their most critical raw material, building land. Now, we support many of the government's ambitions, and there are some positive measures in this bill, such as taking on board the recommendations of my noble friend Lord Banner on judicial review, and also reviewing the consultation process. However, it falls well short in many other areas, as many other noble lords have pointed out earlier in this debate. The bill takes a rather simplistic, overly centralised and blunt government knows best approach, rather than to seeking to address the details, complexity and overlapping issues needed to improve the system, one that I believe the public would be more supportive of. So, my lords, some questions. Strategic and local plans. Well, these should be the fundamental base upon which to build development. However, the government's proposals are top-down. They're telling authorities what they need to achieve with the threat of government intervention if they don't do it. So where are the tools to support authorities to achieve great outcomes for their areas, to make it easier to deliver these plans? If you give someone an impossible task, don't be surprised if they fail. And who determines the balance of achieving things like environmental, infrastructure, affordable, commercial, housing numbers, while seeking to meet the requirements of all those statutory bodies? How will these proposals make it easier to deliver a plan? Local democratic accountability is crucial. Local residents should have a voice, as many have pointed out. Now, there may be times when local councillors, under pressure from their electorate, are maybe too willing to call something in. But there are far more times when it's important to have this option, particularly where developers seek to push the envelope. There are already measures in place to address this, and these need to be bolstered, not completely removed. Environmental development plans are an interesting concept, but seriously, giving this responsibility to an unaccountable quango that has no responsibility to deliver within a wider context, with tax raising and CPO powers, and one that marks its own homework. Why not, for instance, through the strategic or local plans, working with a variety of providers? Why have the sensible proposals from the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act on CPO and development corporations not already been taken forward? While there's some positives on delivering infrastructure, will these really move the dial? Will it stop the delays and costs that we have seen for critical infrastructure, such as the Lower Thames crossing? Will it improve biodiversity? Will it create a better environment? Why does this bill encourage more development on greenfield and green belts? Why has this government not continued with the strong material presumption in favour of brownfield development? And what is the bill doing to make processes simpler, provide consistency, for instance, setting national policy frameworks, standardising templates and processes? My Lords, while I can agree with many of the aims of this bill, and there are some positive measures, overall it is a missed opportunity. It could have built on the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act. It could have supported councils in planning to move faster and be more consistent. It could have addressed many of the unintended consequences of the Habitats Directive and other nature and environmental legislation that is overlapping and in conflict. It could have done more to address the consequences of JRs. It could have turbocharged brownfield and urban generation. It could have addressed the role of the many other public and quasi-public bodies needed to deliver. It could have a standardised process and paperwork driving consistency. It could have set clearer priorities and ranking against which development is judged. As I said, a lost opportunity. I hope that the government will engage positively on this bill as it makes its way through the Lords, working with peers across the House and the many good suggestions that I have heard to address the issues in this bill and make it something that will deliver for our country and our communities.
Hear, hear, Lord Jameson.
My Lords, some may wonder why I, a criminal barrister, have chosen to speak in a debate on planning and infrastructure. The reason is that I have a lifelong interest in housing, which derives, at least in part, from my observation of hundreds of criminal cases, including those I saw during the time I spent as a judge presiding over jury trials. In so many of these cases, one of the problems of defendants is that they have never enjoyed the advantage of a decent home, which should be a place of personal safety and stability. Unfortunately, it's a depressing truth that the most comfortable and secure place in which some people spend a significant proportion of their lives is a custodial institution, and the shortage of decent homes for poorer families has contributed to this. So against this background, I want to congratulate the government on this bill. It is the most ambitious programme for housing since 1953, and as a member of your Lordship's House, I wish to contribute in an effort to help the government achieve its objectives by ensuring that what is built will be remembered for its good qualities. The best of the great Victorian architects and builders produced houses that we still want to live in nearly 200 years later. And I know that this government is fully conscious that it should be building new homes for many generations of our citizens, and we should be ambitious that in 200 years people will talk of this project as one of the finest in housing development in our history. I don't think it's controversial to say that good housing is about far more than providing 4 walls and a ceiling. It includes what architects refer to as placemaking. In other words, providing the qualities that turn a house into a home, a tenement into a community into a place where you can say you are proud to come from there. So when this Labour government builds a new neighbourhood, we want people in 50 and 100 years to say that they are proud to come from and want to live in that neighbourhood. This means building durable spaces and places where people remain in their old age alongside the new generations growing up behind them. Providing these and other requirements in the same place is how strong communities are created. And, reverting to my criminal law theme, another benefit is that strong communities self-regulate. It is axiomatic that there is far less antisocial behaviour, far less graffiti, for example, in places in which people are proud to live. Since large-scale council house building effectively ended in 1979, although architects have been involved in many projects and in some have produced wonderful designs, it has been the house builders who've been the dominant partners. And as the noble Lord Best has said in his powerful speech, this has led, certainly on occasion, to profit being a more important concept than community. But good design, the creation of the good place, should be at the beating heart of every development. One of the first actions undertaken by a certain Director of Public Prosecutions, who may or may not now be the Prime Minister, was to publish a document called Core Quality Standards, by which every prosecution could be judged and, most importantly, measured. So I and some noble friends and colleagues in your Lordship's House are currently working with a group of architects and planners to draw up a list of just such core quality standards for new housing, which we will ask the government to enshrine in policy and, if necessary, in the legislation. We want to be sure that everyone involved in planning homes is expected to reach high standards of placemaking and that these are integral to every scheme put forward. By way of example, one of the things I think we would all like to ensure is that when house builders put together their applications, the word child appears more often than the word car. So this bill provides an opportunity to strengthen and clarify design requirements. In the view of these professionals, it's not necessary to make radical changes to the current planning system in order to achieve improved quality outcomes. Rather, what is needed is to ensure that quality is embedded in all applications for new development. So what are needed are clear, predictable and measurable design requirements, and then if these are met, this would enable planning officers to sign off significant components of planning applications, and a consequence of that will be to reduce the number of areas which will then be subject to democratic debate and decision making. So applications which demonstrate compliance with the standards could be processed speedily within the current system, and thus the promise of speedy approvals will provide an incentive for the house builders to incorporate these measurable standards in their applications. In other words, if there are core quality standards in place, then this should speed up delivery of the new homes which the government has promised and is determined to deliver. The aim is to provide homes at scale and at pace, which will give people better lives throughout their lives.
My Lords, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill. I declare my interest as Honorary President of National Energy Action, a Vice President of the Association of Drainage Boards, and an officer of the Water and Flooding All-Party Parliamentary Groups. I have to ask where the interests of rural England lie in this bill. The bill envisages virtually no benefits for rural areas, quite the reverse. Rural communities are seen as the vehicle through which to deliver the government's infrastructure and energy policies. Combined with the fact that compulsory purchase compensation is dramatically reduced and curtailed, and the power to object to a planning application is severely limited, it represents a full assault on rural communities. The government's clean energy policies specifically disadvantage rural dwellers. The standing charge on energy bills is used to pay for future energy structures in a way not allowed by other utilities. The standing charge is the part of the energy bill that the householder cannot control. It is already high and no doubt will go higher. The government's clean energy policy would also take 10% of farmland and 10% of fisheries out of production, which inevitably will have an impact on food security. The compulsory compensation provisions in the bill need to be revisited. I urge the government to proceed wherever possible by agreement with the landowner and not to remove the requirement to carry out pre-application consultation on a proposed project with landowners and occupiers of the land, and not to remove the hope value. Villages and rural communities are in need of small, affordable, 1 or 2 bedroomed homes, not the 3, 4 or 5 bedroomed homes that they are currently being offered. New build is attractive to developers as it is free of VAT. One possibility is for the government to consider switching how VAT is charged, i.e. to put 20% VAT on new build and take the VAT off renovations and repairs of older buildings. That alone would revolutionise communities to have housing stock refurbished with better insulation and energy provision. The issue of building on functional floodplains must be addressed, and the end to the automatic right to connect, so easily achieved with the implementation of Schedule 3 of the Flood and Water Management Act 2010. When we considered the Levelling Up Bill, we were told that that was not appropriate for that bill. When we considered the Special Measures Water Bill, we were told it was not appropriate there, that this bill, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, was the appropriate home for it. So I hope that the government will consider to support that. In terms of improvements to the bill, I do seek government support in a number of areas. As mentioned, implementing Schedule 3 of the Flood and Water Management Act 2010, ending the automatic right to connect to inadequate pipes, ending building on functional floodplains, in particular Zone 3B areas, implementing property flood resilience measures where buildings are built on functional floodplains, creating transparent conditions for planning approvals and consents, and envisaging a role for internal drainage boards in the planning process and in the prevention of floods. I would also seek to amend the Reservoir Act, and in particular the de minimis rules in that Act, to permit the building of small reservoirs on farms and golf courses. The government has not published statistics for the number of houses built on functional floodplains since 2022. The statistics for 2021-22 show that in England, 7% of new residential addresses were on flood zone B, described by the Environment Agency as their best estimate of areas of land at risk of flooding. I put it to the ministers this evening that any development in Zone 3B should be resisted. The government previously, while in opposition, supported an amendment for not building on floodplains in the Levelling Up Bill. I'm hoping that that support will be repeated in this bill, or perhaps the government might even bring forward its own amendment to achieve the same end.
My Lords, I must remind your Lordships of my professional involvement in aspects of this sector as a Fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, an Honorary Fellow of the Chartered Association of Building Engineers, a Vice President of the National Association of Local Councils and Joint President of its Sussex County Association. I'm also a CLA member and a small-scale landowner. Now, my Lord, there's much to welcome in this bill, especially the need to speed up the pace of delivery. Inordinate delays involve substantial cost and risk. However, I apologise for concentrating on some of the bits of concern me, cutting out consultees and indeed some local deliberation seems to me, which seems to be part of the proposal, strikes me as an unlikely saving when I feel a more systematic approach to a rather labyrinthine planning system is in fact needed. Now, the main focus of the bill is in fact infrastructure rollout, but the delivery seems to me to remain via a rather poorly regulated private sector and still risks putting commercial imperatives in front of national policy and public interest, both as to rollout and cost of the taxpayer. Look where we are with utilities and telecoms right now. As to electrical power, for instance, the rate of transfer of carbon-based road fuel and heating loads onto a greener electricity grid remains fettered by excessive cost per unit, while generation capacity and distribution lag years behind need, arguably requiring significant redesign beyond ever more pylons, which of course is a challenge in itself. Now, my Lords, water quality and quantity affect several key regions. Limiting consumption of a finite resource by the rest of us is, I think, a necessary offset as part of new housing and water neutrality, but that's only happening at the margins. Simply adopting an aspirational cut of 40% per capita consumption is a nonsense if my information is correct that there is a good trade in removing water flow restrictors and upgrading showers. Nobody seems to have any incentive to monitor or enforce neutrality offsets effectively. The same could easily happen with environment and nature. Will there be eco-deserts of some sort where development takes place, but for commercial convenience, ecology has been traded away to another location? Or will the immediate locality have priority as it rightly should? Will nature offsets still be adequately managed in 100 years' time, mentioned by other noble lords? And will Natural England remain the objective government conservation advisor or become the agent for a developer-led offsetting activity based on viability? Will it continue to command the respect, especially if environmental NGOs start being excluded as consultees? They're, after all, the source of one's information. So we have a system that involves democracy and rights of public audience. That's been mentioned by other noble lords. That needs to be fostered. And also, councillor training has been referred to more than adequately by others. I am unclear what Part 3 of the bill means for urban density or long-promised reforms to tenure, for individual autonomy and exclusively, the sort of things that go into building a concept of one's home, whether it be by ownership or otherwise, for communities that are stable, engaged and self-sustaining, and making the best use of urban infrastructure as a means of preventing endless development on the fringes and urban sprawl. I am concerned about the commercial risks to urban redevelopment, in particular caused by the expanded compulsory purchase powers in the bill. All these interests or issues are interlinked and need to be dealt with together unless coherence is going to be lost. Specifically on the compulsory purchase step-in powers under Part 5 of the bill and removal of hope value from compensation, the bill doesn't actually say that it's going to use existing use value as the basis for land value, but the explanatory notes do say that. However, there's no national or international definition of this term, without which the measures are flawed, uncertain of outcomes, and arguably expropriatory and open to challenge. Many desirable sites are under option, so I would simply ask, whose existing use are we addressing? Others make large profits from developers, including society at large on greenfield sites, whereas the landowner often gets quite a small proportion of the overall profits when totted up. My Lords, I will make one particular thing I wasn't going to make, but for too long, emphasis on housing development has been a proxy for growth in the economy. There is evidence that this is reaching an end point. And whether we are going to continue to have year-on-year increases in values and the value of the housing inventory is in doubt. If that is correct, then it has very profound implications socially and economically. And I therefore agree with Lord Best, Noble Lord Best, but for other reasons, that a different delivery model is in fact needed. My Lords, unless these critical factors are addressed, many of the measures in this bill risk substantial failure, and I look forward to pursuing these as the bill moves forward.
My Lords, I'll contain my remarks to Part 3 of this bill, which rips up the current planning rules, which for decades have ensured that environmental outcomes of developments have been taken into account. And in its place, the government are saying great things about its proposals, which will speed up the planning process, it will deliver the homes we need, and it will restore nature through this overall improvement test. To my mind, however, the proposals in Part 3 will allow developers to buy out of their obligations and will dismantle environmental protections that we have had in place for some vague promise that Natural England will somehow make the situation better in the long term. As worryingly, the bill as it stands gets rid of 3 fundamental environmental governance structures. It gets rid of the precautionary principle that we don't allow environmental destruction until we know exactly what is going to be lost, whereas with the proposals we move straight to buying offsets elsewhere. It loses the mitigation hierarchy, which many other noble lords have raised of great concern, not just because we need first to move to ensure that we avoid harm, but also because the mitigation hierarchy has been the means for when you can't always avoid, you then improve the area around. And as Baroness Willis of Summertown was saying, we need planning to help build green spaces into communities. And the new proposals, which is that you can go straight without worrying about mitigation, moving to support an EDP, these EDPs could be anywhere in the country. The bill as it stands does not say they have to be in the same locality, and Natural England today confirmed that they didn't know how many EDPs there were going to be or where they were going to be. So, for example, we could have planning applications in Burnley and the EDPs could be down in Heathlands in Dorset. Now, the ministers, look, I hope you'll be able to clarify in the final remarks, there is no guarantee in this bill about how many EDPs there are going to be, when they are going to be, within the next time frame. It is an extremely worrying point, which I don't think has been picked up fully yet but so far this evening, so I'm glad to have had the opportunity to make it. We need to seriously look at that issue. And the third main environmental governance tool that's disappearing is the polluter pays principle. In the past, people paid up front for the amount of pollution they were and destruction they were responsible for. Now there will be a fixed fee paid at some point in the future. And as Lord Goldsmith said, in the bill there is even an economic viability opt-out. For those of us who sat on planning committees for a long time know just how much the economic viability clause in the past has stopped social housing being built in developments. We're facing the same prospect happening here with environmental projects. Now, I'm not opposed to strategic landscape scale nature recovery. We all know it can have benefits, but not for irreplaceable habitats and species, and I'm not going to revisit that point because others have done it so well. But what worries me particularly about these proposals is that it is the Secretary of State at DCLG who is going to determine whether these EDPs actually are strong enough to outweigh the harm undertaken by the by the developments. And in the bill it actually says it's not that they have to, it just says it's that they will determine whether it is likely that they will outweigh the harm. That is not strong enough, nor does the bill say anything about the Secretary of State having to look at particular scientific evidence to make sure that those decisions are robust, that can give us any form of confidence or certainty that the environmental losses that we are having to take up front will be mitigated for in the future. Now, the reason why this government are saying that the environmental regulations need to be changed is because planning needs to be speeded up. Other members have said why environmental regulations hasn't been the cause for those delays. And in her opening remarks, Baroness Scott of Bybrook made a very important point, which is that this new system is going to create uncertainty, which will be legally tested. And so Part 3 will actually deliver more uncertainty and will stop the government at the same time delivering on its legally binding environmental targets. We need more quality, affordable homes, but we also need homes for nature.
My Lords, I speak today as somebody who's led a council for 20 years. I've sat on more planning committees than I care to remember. I've been accountable for 3 local plans. I've sat on the SIL review for the Minister in 2016-17. I've even built a few homes on my own account, and I've chaired the district councils for 4 years, established a public sector environmental credits. My Lords, I'm well qualified to participate in this bill. And at the outset, this bill is defective because it doesn't remind ourselves what the purpose of planning is. And of course it is to arbitrate between the private and the public interest. So our work is important here. We need to optimise housing and economic growth within the context of optimising the burden of well-meaning regulations. We need to get the public-private balance right. Now let's not be churlish. There's there are several welcome moves in this bill. It should not take 10 years to produce a local plan, as the last local plan I was involved in. But superficial headlines fail to finger the felons who hold up progress and, most perversely, potentially reward the biggest blockers. Because this bill perpetrates the myth that councils and councillors are a block on progress. That is wrong, and local councillors should not be the scapegoats for wider failures in the rest of the regulatory private sector. Those who Lord Rooker, and it's a shame he's not in his place because I agreed with nearly every word he said when he talks about silos. And my Lords, just training councillors and emasculating planning committees alone is not going to somehow deliver millions of homes. It's just wishful thinking. Now, this bill has a touching faith that officials can clear away the debris like they don't have any prejudices of their own and get Britain building all by themselves. But in my experience, too often, officialdom in its widest sense is inflexible. It interprets the local plan grounded in data, maybe several years old, stuck in the past, rather than addressing the needs of tomorrow. And my Lords, as I've said, I've sat on enough planning committees to know that not always, but too often, officials in other parts of the state put the black spot on proper proposals. Too often, statutory bodies claim a veto to advance their own narrow interest and on their own timescales. And the noble Baroness, the Minister, will remember how we both worked together to get the Planning Inspectorate to do their job in Stevenage at a time when they thought that 1,000 days to start an inspection was an appropriate lead time. My Lords, if you give someone a veto, don't be surprised if they use it. And Natural England in particular, but also the Environment Agency, the MMO, the Highways Agency, National Rail, or whatever they call themselves nowadays, and I want to be charitable here, often use overly precious objections, advanced on specious science, or contested legal opinion to make their weight points. And that's before we deal with a whole new set of other regulators. For example, the fire safety regulator, who acts as if Canute-like he can somehow abolish fire. This bill does nothing to address all those other blockers. So, my Lords, councillors aren't the problem here. In fact, we need elected officials at all levels. to arbitrate positively in the public interest, to get through these vetoes, and to ensure those bodies don't use them capriciously. Now, turning to part 3, there's been a lot of NGO shroud waving that tells us how a cottage industry of well-meaning ecologists have turned into a drag anchor on our economy. And we shouldn't ignore them, but we must roll back their veto on environmental protections because their demands have become disproportionate and detached from reality. Why, only this afternoon I received an email as part of my casework as a councillor. A development in Norfolk has been told, on the basis of Natural England's calculations, that the cost of installing a loo in a proposed single dwelling in a village not far from where I live is going to be £32,450. We have to stop this. They're on different continents of value to what is reasonable or achievable. So I am concerned that proposals to give Natural England judge and jury powers will effectively nationalise nature and to set mitigation measures at state-run prices. It's dangerous. Get the price too low and it will kill the incentive to innovate in an area where the UK has developed some world-leading market leadership. And I'm anxious that we're going to undermine innovative local schemes where nutrient neutrality, biodiversity net gain, GIRAM, SANGs, whatever they are, have been contracted and executed with 80-year tail liabilities. And that's completely inconsistent with the 10-year life of an EDP. On a much more positive note, and I'll conclude shortly, I broadly welcome the proposals for development corporations in Part 4, but I do have concerns over the financial models for these organisations, and it's going to be important to clarify the relationship between compulsory purchase and that cat's cradle of responsibilities between the mayor, development corporation boards, planning authorities, and the interactions with the money and the finance that delivers the infrastructure. Look, there's much more that I want to say, and will do so later on in the process. But for the moment, I welcome this bill and will do much to improve it, but there is more polishing to be done.
Lords, this is a crucial bill. It's a key enabler of this government's programme to get Britain building again, to get Britain tackling its housing crisis, building the infrastructure that levels up the country and enables the country to grow, and at the same time achieve our net zero commitments. I rather liked what Lord Lilly said, strangely. I thought that he said the vetocracy has to be overcome. And I agree with Lord Fuller very strongly, as someone who served for 20 years in local government like him, that the problem is not local councillors, who in my experience are quite keen on development. It's the special interests, the inquiry system, the judicial review system, which is giving far too much weight to delay and people who want to obstruct. And that has got to be... It's the nonsense of the back tunnel, the nonsense of the fact that we've spent, 1.x billion on the Lower Thames crossing without actually achieving a single thing. These are the things that this bill is intended to overcome. Now, could I make two particular points? I'm a strong believer in the need for us to accept the need for climate transition and move to net zero. And I'd like to reinforce the points that Baroness Pidgeon made about the need to do more to facilitate electric cars in cities and towns. The bill contains some useful measures on public charging points, but it neglects the problem, which is a key problem for the take-up of electric cars, of the need to simplify the system whereby you can charge your car from your own home on the street if you don't have off-street parking. And the bill neglects that issue and something has got to be put right there. And I've got some ideas, but we can discuss that in committee. The other thing that I think is very important is the role of development corporations. And I'd like to back what Lord Best said at the start of this debate. I mean, when people think of development corporations, of course, there's the wonderful brilliance of Michael Heseltine's Docklands Development Corporation, and he is one of the great sort of enablers of modern Britain. But I also think of the post-war generation of new towns. I have a special affection for Stevenage because I knew Shirley Williams very well, and she was devoted to Stevenage as a new town. And it wouldn't have happened without the setting up of a development corporation. And then I think Milton Keynes is one of the most successful places in modern Britain, again because of a development corporation. And I think the model worked because the development corporation had the ability to borrow, to buy land at existing use value, by compulsory purchase if necessary, to prepare that land for development, and then to get the money back from the developers that then allowed it to reinvest in further schemes. Now, I think that the bill contains some progress towards this model, but I think there is a significant problem, which is that the borrowing of the development corporations counts against the department's expenditure limit, even though the money will be got back in future as a result of the land being developed and the developers paying for it. And we have to overcome what I think is this significant block on reinvestment. It's a typical Treasury thing, frankly. It's that they want to keep control of borrowing. But in fact, you could do it other ways by having regular audits of how the how the development corporations were working. So I would hope that our front bench might look at this, and I would particularly hope that Baroness Taylor of Stevenage, for whom I have great admiration, would look favourably on enabling development corporations to do the best job they can.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure and something of a challenge to follow the noble Lord Liddell in this debate. Indeed, it's something of a challenge to follow the 50-odd other contributors who we have had today, because there is little left to say that has not already been said. In that respect, I would like to go into bat to defend council planning committees, notwithstanding the fact that several other people have done the job already, because I spent 4 years chairing the planning committee in the London Borough of Havering, on the northeast border of London where the city meets the country, and there was a great deal of pressure there between the housing demand and the green space that people wanted to build on, and so it was quite a tough place to do that job. My committee members, all my committee members, were trained in basic planning law so that they could do their jobs better. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think it is a bad idea to insist they be trained and then to take their powers away from them and have them discharged somewhere else. That seems somewhat perverse to do. And I must admit to the Minister that occasionally we did, even though we were a good planning committee, occasionally we did actually discuss people's extensions and modifications to their homes. And I think that was quite an important thing to do, because In allowing something to change on one house, you created a precedent and the ones next door could do the same thing, and you could pretty soon see whole streets and whole neighbourhoods even change substantially because of decisions made on a relatively small number of properties. And I think that because of that, it's still a really good idea that we allow some democratic involvement in those decisions, because people will look at their changing neighbourhood and say, well, where did I vote for this? Where did I have a say in what's happening? I also used to feel that it was very important to run a committee which was fair and which gave people a say, because for quite a lot of the public, the planning committee was the only bit of the democratic bit of the part of the council that they met or encountered. If we did our job badly, if we were unsympathetic, if we were poorly briefed, that reflected badly not just on the committee, but on the whole of the authority. And on occasions, I have to say, we were quite independent. We even on occasions sent the council's own applications back for changes to be made to them. A good committee shouldn't be scared to do that. We did have some challenges whilst I was there, because we had a race for golf courses. Suddenly there was a demand for lots of golf courses around North East London. Not, I have to say, because there was a demand for golf, but because there was a demand for space to dump inert waste from building sites without having to pay the landfill tax. And it's that sort of perverse incentive which, if we're not very careful, badly drafted environment law creates. And I would really urge the ministers to take a close look, particularly at Part 3 of the legislation, to imagine how it might be misused in that way, because if they don't take that look, then I'm sure that people in the property industry will do so and will take advantage of it. It's worth taking the time. I was also very impressed by the speech from the Noble Lord Best at the start of the debate. He said some fairly strong things about the big house builders, and Baroness Levitt said some good things about design and architecture in future. I think they could have been a lot more cutting than they were, actually. I've lived in new build flats in London for the last 30 years. And there have been a considerable number of problems with not just the design, but the execution of the build. We hear a lot about quite rightly after the disaster at Grenfell, about fire safety, but actually the shortcomings go much further than that. And I can give the Minister, if she wants in future, a whole list of defects and problems which regularly occur in new built properties at the moment. I hope that the government achieve their target to massively increase house building, but a wave of increased house building mustn't come at the expense of the quality of the properties that are built. We don't want to see people who buy their houses and flats landed with the costs of repairing them and making changes to them in a short time after they've been built. And actually, to allow that to happen is bad news for the housing market in the UK anyway in the long run, because people will not want to participate in it if they think that what they are buying is junk. So I'm really looking forward to taking part in the scrutiny of this bill in the coming weeks, and I hope we can do a constructive job of it.
Yeah.
Of this bill, and I declare my interest on the register, a former practicing chartered surveyor. I certainly support this bill. I like it very much, and I wish to address just a few concerns this evening. Most of the ground I might have considered has been well covered. I will try not to repeat too much. First, I want to touch on housing. 1.5 million homes in a short window of time is a huge undertaking. It will not be done piecemeal. It requires many vast new build schemes. These are going to be predominantly, I'm sure, on green spaces. We must learn the mistakes of the last 30 or 40 years, where acres of matchboxes identical to each other have been built with no thought whatsoever to the appearance to those passing by or nearby or living in them. What an opportunity this is to introduce some design vision to the process, style guides, development themes,
Please let us move on from matchboxes. Introducing design at the outset is free. It is more expensive, slightly only more expensive because it's cosmetic, but costs nothing to the developer because it's factored into their appraisal and it comes off site value. Living in an attractive, landscaped environment has great impact on society as a whole and, of course, to the people who live there themselves. The bill refers to design training for planning council committee members. I think this is an excellent suggestion and will inform the design vision I refer to. The RIBA state that in the last couple of years, feedback from their members suggests that local planning authorities lack any 54% of local planning authorities lack any design expertise. Second, brownfield land. I'm very pleased the bill refers to brownfield land, but it's not much more than that. Reference to passports to accelerate the development process is welcome, applauded, but I regret there is no single brownfield land clause in this bill. It deserves a clause of its own. It's of primary importance because tens of thousands of residential dwellings, units, could be built on this land, on brownfield land. They're already usually in metropolitan areas. There's no need for the additional infrastructure services of schools and transport infrastructure and medical centres and shops. Simply expenditure on expanding the existing provision that already exists in the metropolitan areas. My third concern is planning departments. And I'd like to build on the excellent words of the noble Lord Evans before me, and support the planning system as it was structured. I don't want to refer at all to the roll call of consultants who surround and influence the planning process. The system itself, local planning authorities, is well designed, but it's broken. Years of under-resource has taken its toll. The government statement, at the autumn statement, £45 million for 300 new apprentice planners, is a woefully inadequate addition to the cohort. It's less than one per local planning authority. There are, I believe, 2,200 current vacancies in the planning system amongst local planning authorities. 13% of planning authorities are operating, trying to operate with 25% or more shortfall in their numbers. Morale is naturally, understandably low. They're under-resourced and they are unloved. It is a revolving door of employment. Case handlers change, sometimes twice for an applicant. Knowledge of the file is interrupted. Site visits, meetings, relationships destroyed as the faces change. Delays are inevitable. Government must act, rebuild from the bottom up. Don't break the structure, but rebuild, recruit and retrain. Return professional pride to these wonderful teams of people. Let them take pride in their work again. Finally, flood risk. The bill makes no direct reference to flood risk management. There are too many homes being built with a 1 in 100% likelihood of flooding, which, as we all know, with climate change is accelerating rapidly. We should not build on flood risk land. It's madness. This bill could stop it. To conclude, it's a good bill, but there are gaps which need filling. Very good.
My Lords, it's always a joy to follow the noble Lord, Lord Thurlow. It's always perhaps slightly less of a joy to be Speaker number 59 on the Speaker's list and honorary tail end Charlie. I can reassure the House of two things. First, I have only one point, and secondly, it's a new one. I should first declare my interest as a practicing barrister and mediator in a set of chambers which specialises in public and planning law. The one specific issue which I want to discuss is, perhaps counterintuitively, the reduction of statutory appeals and contentious litigation in the planning sphere. And I suggest, my Lords, that we do this by expanding the use of mediation and alternative dispute resolution. We should aim in this bill to ensure that landowners, house builders, local authorities, nature conservation bodies, local people and other stakeholders are having proper and more constructive conversations. If they do so, the likelihood of litigation in the planning sphere, with all its delay and division, could and should be reduced. In the committee stage, I hope to table amendments which will offer a way forward in this regard. The Scots have been ahead of us in this game for some time. Section 40 of the Planning Scotland Act 2019 contains a provision introduced by the Scottish Government to provide specific legislative provision that focuses on the promotion and use of mediation in the planning process. Those measures in that 2019 Act require the Scottish ministers to issue guidance on the promotion and use of mediation and other methods for resolving disagreements related to planning matters. Experience tells that it is working. On the other hand, whilst mediation within the English planning system is known and has been successfully used, currently it continues to be a significantly underdeployed and underappreciated resource. Generally, while mediation has now become central to the civil justice system in other fields and greatly encouraged by repeated appellate court judgments, it is increasingly becoming mandatory in other fields, but the planning system lags somewhat behind. Despite its potential for avoiding conflict having long been acknowledged in numerous reviews and reports in 2006, 2009, 2010, 2011. Despite these reviews and reports, there has in practice been little sustained progress towards the formal adoption of mediation in planning. For example, there was the Noble Lord Pickles' introduction of Section 106 brokers in the summer of 2012 when he was Communities Secretary. The initiative was then taken into legislation through the short-lived Sections 106BA to 106BC of the Town and Country Planning Act, as inserted by the Growth and Infrastructure Act of 2013. And that allowed for renegotiation in respect of those agreements. However, that measure was subject to a sunset provision and expired on the 30th of April 2016. Another provision was that of the Planning Minister, Sir Brandon Lewis, who included a measure within the Planning and Housing Act 2016, sections 106ZA and 106ZB, which a form of adjudication of disputes was to be introduced. However, it was never implemented. And then most recently, there was a government's Pathfinder scheme to deploy mediation in summer 2021 to reduce the enforcement appeal backlog. That scheme was not a success, I'm told, because a lot of local planning officers were less than enthusiastic to engage in meaningful discussion about mediation, often because they did not understand the process. And the experience from Scotland is that those efforts can only be facilitated by greater education and training as to the merits and costs that can be saved by adopting that course. It's tolerably clear, though, that where formal mediation has been used in planning scenarios, it has often been successful. And even where its techniques have been deployed informally, through the presence of a neutral facilitator or chair, negotiations have been accelerated and produced better outcomes, and consequently, public and private resources have been saved. Stakeholder relations have been improved, and crucially, earlier delivery of new developments and infrastructure has been the result. Therefore, if this bill is truly going to succeed where other measures have failed in bringing about meaningful and lasting reform of our planning system, then a culture of better, more constructive, less disputatious conversation should be a part of the changed regime. And having a statutory provision promoting mediation would be timely, my Lords, reflecting in the planning context the new mood music from the senior courts about resolving differences through better conversations and lead to quicker, cheaper and more certain outcomes.
My Lords, speaker number 61 or 60, this has been a long and wide-ranging debate, and I want to thank all noble lords who have raised important and pertinent issues for the House to address at the next stages. Some of them have been new issues, and I look forward to hearing about mediation processes within the planning system. And I particularly want to thank my 10 Liberal Democrat colleagues for their contributions, which have been, as you will have heard, both supportive and challenging in equal measure. And many of us, we have heard, have benefited from the professional groups, charities and individuals who have provided really helpful information on which we can base the debates we've had today. And my Lords, I want to also remind the House that I have a relevant interest as a councillor on Kirklees Council in West Yorkshire. Now, this is a very significant bill for our nation. It has the potential to fundamentally change the foundation of the 1948 Town and Country Planning Act, which established the principle that planning permission is required for land development. It separated land ownership from the automatic right to develop it. And enshrined in that act is local democratic decision-making, both in terms of what land can be developed and how it can be developed. And this democratic principle has gradually and properly expanded over the years to include those affected by potential development to be involved in the process. In the era of instant and easy communication of both factual and inaccurate information, the principle of local communities having their say and elected representatives making the decision is ever more important. Ensuring the involvement of communities is vital in both hearing local information about a site and demonstrating that those directly affected are important in the process. The erosion of the local democratic process, as proposed in this bill, is neither acceptable nor will it lead to swifter planning decisions, as many noble lords from across the House have referenced. A better balance must be found between the needs of development and those local communities and their elected representatives. Major infrastructure projects are, as we've heard as well, being beset with delays and eye-watering cost rises. And HS2 is but just one of the examples that has been referred to in our debate. And change is necessary. Reducing the length of time taken to reach a decision is critical. Removing the pre-application stage, however, is a false economy, as it is at that stage that interested parties are alerted to the scheme and can have input which will help the applicant make amendments in response. As there will be increasing numbers of national significant infrastructure projects, it is vital that communities are informed and engaged at an early stage, both in the detail of the application, but also in its prime purpose for the nation. Communities must feel they can have their say if resentment at change is not to thrive. Turning to the more specific planning process changes, spatial development strategies will do much to inform both economic development, infrastructure investment and local strategies in a mayoral authority. And I too remember and was part of helping to develop the previous regional development strategies, 20 odd years ago. However, any such strategy must have the support of communities and their local elected representatives if they are not to be constantly challenged. The new clauses introduced in the bill when it was taken through the Commons End throws some light on how this will be achieved. What is not clear is whether all constituent authorities will have a place on a joint board and what decision-making powers the board jointly and severally has in relation to the mayor. And perhaps the noble Baroness the Minister can provide some details on the membership and powers of the joint board. And she will have thousands of questions to answer when she sums up, so maybe a note would suffice. Moving on to the proposed changes to the local planning system, the starting point for these discussions must be the knowledge that the local authority planning procedures vary greatly according to the type and size of council. Differences reflect the communities that are served, and one size approach to local planning definitely does not fit all. Now, like other members who have spoken this afternoon, I also agree with mandatory training for members of local planning committees and introduced it when I was leader of Kirklees 20 years ago. In understanding, members of planning committees understand the constraints of legislation, both planning and highways, which is important, and it helps the debate on a planning application to focus on planning issues. The number of members of a planning committee is also important, and limiting the membership must be alongside the rights of ward councillors to speak to committee on a pertinent application. That is their elected duty and responsibility. And equally, as other members have said in their contributions today, is that local councils ought to have the right to choose the size of their planning committee to suit their local needs. Imposing top-down schemes of national delegation is not the way forward. There is no evidence that planning committees are the blockers. A contemptible accusation. 80% of planning applications are already approved, one way or another. 90% are already delegated to officer decision-making. And of those referred to the planning inspectorate by developers, less than 3% are overturned on appeal. The planning system works. It just needs more investment. The real blockers to housing development are the major house builders who acquire planning consent and then wait for an upturn in the market or even play the system with constant applications to alter aspects of their original planning permission. The evidence is clear. The government could easily reach its target of 1.5 million new homes in this Parliament if the 1.2 currently with planning permission were built. Reform of this part of the process is desperately needed. That's the bit that needs to change. There are families in every community who are desperate for a home at a social rent. And the scandal of this bill is that this need is not being specifically addressed, nor is the urgent need to provide a definition of so-called affordable housing. Part 3 of the bill has attracted a very large number of comments and challenges from across the House, and rightly so. The proposal for a Nature Restoration Fund reads like a developer's charter. It enables developers to disregard the impact and destruction of nature as a result of their development and salve their consciences by contributions to that fund. And this will not do. Developers must be cognizant of the effect of their development, their construction on habitats, and the bill could well result in some localities having their local habitats and green spaces destroyed, and the recompense is miles away. And that is no good for them or for the biodiversity of the area. So fundamental changes to this part of the bill are essential and no doubt will be proposed. Finally, my lords, the direction of travel envisaged in the bill is one on which we on these benches support. However, the bill has absolutely failed in finding the right balance between the competing ambitions of infrastructure provision, house building and economic development on the one hand, and community involvement, democratic decision making and nature protection and enhancement on the other. And we on these benches will do all we can to work with the government where this is possible to tip the scales in support of democracy, nature and communities.
My Lords, it is a great pleasure to rise to speak to the Government's Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Second last, everyone's, I'm sure, well aware. There is much to commend in this bill, easing the path to building more homes for the people in this country and allowing strengthening of our infrastructure. Before I begin, I draw the House's attention to my register of interests as a farmer and landowner, as an owner of residential development land, developer of commercial property, renewable energy infrastructure and new forests, and also as an investor in natural capital-related businesses, Agricarbon, Cecil Earth, John Deere and Circular FX. My Lords, planning goes to the heart of how homes are supplied. I hope the Noble Baroness, the Minister, will consider the means by which we bolster much needed supply, including the supply of planning officers, as many Noble Lords have mentioned. We are deeply concerned also about the proposed national scheme of delegation, which would remove councillors' ability to vote on individual planning applications. As my noble friend Baroness Scott of Bybrook set out earlier, democratic accountability matters, especially when it comes to house building. Many noble lords clearly agree. Local consent, legitimacy and trust are essential to delivering not just more homes, but the right homes. While the planning system is part of the problem in the housing shortage and slow and expensive delivery of critical infrastructure, we must also address cost of delivery, heavily impacted by inflation on labour and materials, increasing energy efficiency regulations, tighter environmental regulations, accessibility and safety requirements. All of these add to the cost, and we need to question whether we can truly afford all of them. Housing affordability has also been impacted by the increase in mortgage rates, thanks to inflation, and also this government's forecast expenditure remaining at 45% of GDP over this Parliament, even with optimistic productivity forecasts, undermining financial markets' confidence. My Lords, what plans does this government have to reduce the cost of building new homes and providing their infrastructure in order to make houses more affordable? Does the Noble Baroness, the Minister, intend to drive down new and existing house prices by creating more supply of houses than can be absorbed by the market at current prices? The house builders have received a bruising this evening. What proportion of the 1.5 million target is expected to be supplied by the private house building sector and what by the public sector? My Lords, I would like to focus on the environmental aspects of this bill, set out in Part 3. While a nature restoration levy may appear to be a welcome simplification of the environmental conditions attached to the planning system, this is a problem that is more imaginary than real. As Richard Benwell from Wildlife and Countryside Link said in giving evidence to The Other Place, it is worth noting that Natural England reckons that 99% of the housing applications that it is consulted on go through perfectly properly. Only 1% receive objections on the basis of environmental concerns. It is also worth noting that the long-term trend is that only 10% of major infrastructure projects are challenged. So I asked the Noble Baroness, the Minister, where is the problem that this government is trying to fix with a radical overhaul of how environmental damage is dealt with in planning? Is this really because the government resents £100 million being spent on a bat tunnel? Or because the previous opposition, now government, rejected our amendment to the Levelling Up and Renewal Act that would have removed the blockage by Natural England advice on nutrient neutrality rules for well over 100,000 houses? My lords, the fingerprints of Natural England are all over these instances, and I support my noble friends Lord Gascoigne and Lady Coffey and others in their questioning whether Natural England should really be allowed to build an authoritarian empire to deliver these EDPs. Natural England will have forcible powers of entry, ability to set its own fees, and uncontrolled compulsory purchase order powers, extending even to gardens and allotments. This does not seem right. We will be seeking to remove or restrict these powers and challenge the role of Natural England in committee. We hear major concerns around Part 3 of this bill from the National Trust, the NFU, the Wildlife Trusts, the Woodland Trust, Wildlife and Countryside Link, the Better Planning Coalition, the CPRE, the CLA and RSPB, and many more. I don't think I've ever come across an issue where they were united. And as the noble Baroness Lady Young highlighted, even the supposed beneficiaries are very concerned about Part 3 of this bill. Many noble lords have added their voices today from all benches, and I hope the government is listening to this debate and the negative response to Part 3 from all those organisations with deep domain expertise. The Office for Environmental Protection has been cited in passing by a number of noble lords. I would like to read out a couple of their lines from their letter to the government. Aiming to improve environmental outcomes overall, whilst laudable, is not the same as maintaining in law high levels of protection for specific habitats and species. In our considered view, the bill would have the effect of reducing the level of environmental protection provided for by existing environmental law, the Environment Act. As drafted, the provisions are a regression. I have a number of amendments that would have the effect of underpinning the Environment Act and also simplifying the interrelationship between legacy EU law and our own law, which has driven confusion. I hope the noble Baroness the Minister will take these in the constructive spirit in which they are offered. The apparent removal of the mitigation hierarchy, as mentioned by many noble lords, appears to lead to the potential for a complete loss of protection for key environmental features, which is both a destruction of nature but also a loss of access to that nature for local communities. The requirements on the Secretary of State are very weak, with only a likely overall improvement in the same type of feature over 10 years, a vanishingly small amount of time in the lifespans of ecosystems, let alone trees, and a very low bar for decision-making. My lords, this does not fill the House with confidence, and we would be interested in working with all noble lords to strengthen these environmental protections and restore the mitigation hierarchy in this bill. I also question whether it is appropriate that the nature restoration levy should be used for compulsory purchase by Natural England. Why should developers funding EDPs be subsidising the government's acquisition of land? In the other place, we suggested this should fall to the Treasury, and I expect to repeat those arguments in more depth in committee. The Secretary of State in the other place mentioned that we expect farmers and land managers to benefit, with the Nature Restoration Fund providing opportunities to diversify their business income. That is a generous sentiment, but as my noble friend Lord Lucas highlighted, nowhere in this bill do I see any requirement for Natural England to consult with land managers and farmers or to work with them on delivering environmental improvement within EDPs. At a time when the government has imposed the family farm death tax, slashed D-Link payments, slammed shut SFI applications, I'm surprised that the government would not look to allow farmers and landowners to provide these services commercially to developers or to Natural England. To add insult to injury, the publication of this bill has chilled the biodiversity net gain and nutrient neutrality markets, undermining an existing business activity for many farmers. I join my noble friend Lord Goldsmith in asking the noble Baroness the Minister how she sees Part 3 of this bill relating to those markets. What role can they play if developers are forced to pay the nature restoration levy without the option of their own full or partial mitigation activities, either on-site or through these existing markets? The noble Baroness the Minister was unable to tell me in answer to a written question what levy rate developers will be required to pay, nor how large the Nature Restoration Fund was likely to be. I wonder whether the government has given more thought to this and would be able to answer those questions now. How can we be confident that this won't undermine the financial viability of developments, or as other noble lords have mentioned, whether it will be used as an excuse to reduce other contributions developers are making? My lords, moving outside of Part 3 of the bill and addressing other concerns that impact on the environment and rural community, I've been confused by comments from the noble Baroness the Minister and her officials in meetings, and also by the Secretary of State in their descriptions of when they see compulsory purchase orders being used without hope value. I would be most grateful if the noble Baroness the Minister could lay out exactly those circumstances. Depending on the answer to the previous question, I also asked the noble Baroness the Minister how this bill really can be compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights, given it allows the compulsory purchase of property at beneath its market price. To remind the House of the Council of Europe explanation of the ECHR, under the European Convention on Human Rights, people have the right to possess property that is lawfully theirs. Governments cannot take property away without proper reasons, and neither can other people. For example, if a government takes land away from someone for public use, the former owner has to be properly compensated. In response to a written question, the government helpfully cited that local authorities used CPOs 54 times and others 7 times in 2024. Could the noble Baroness the Minister indicate what increase in frequency of CPOs are expected, both by Natural England and other bodies with CPO powers? I also asked the noble Baroness the Minister whether these CPO powers will be used on land already controlled by house builders, by forest enterprise, by university colleges, by the church. Who is excluded apart from the Crown Estate? I expect we will also address in committee whether the government has got the balance and extent of compensation to landowners and occupants right. Agricultural tenants invest heavily in equipment, in buildings and in soil, and indeed in their businesses. Their economic loss as a result of a CPO is very material. To back up my noble friend Lord Hodgson of Astley Abbots, I would highlight that the bill provides no protection to our best and most versatile land, that is responsible for much of our food security, alongside reducing protections for other land. My lords, this bill is attracting considerable attention in this House and beyond. As His Majesty's official opposition, we intend to play a detailed and constructive role in improving this bill and helping to deliver a better outcome for all stakeholders. Noble lords have raised considerable concerns, many reflecting those of rural representation groups and conservation bodies. I am grateful to the noble Lord the Minister for conceding that there is scope for strengthening this bill, suggesting an openness to constructive amendments. My lords, there have been many contributions over the course of the evening. I think given the hour, I'll return to those in committee stage. We hope the government is able to take a cooperative approach in engaging with all members of this House and have an open mind to amendments that will allow better delivery of houses, better delivery of infrastructure, while restoring nature and protecting those impacted by development. I very much look forward to the noble Baroness the Minister's response.
Can I thank all noble lords for this wide-ranging and very productive and comprehensive debate. And I would just say that with the over 60 contributions, I'm obviously not going to be able to reply in detail to every contribution. I will do my best. I have tried to put first the things that were talked about the most. If I don't get to some of the questions, I will, of course, reply in writing. I've been very encouraged to hear the degree of consensus about the need for action, about much of the intent for the bill, even if there has been some reference to opinions of what I think Baroness Thornhill, in a characteristically direct way, referred to as the bad and the ugly in the bill. I think it's been a very good discussion, and I don't think there's any difference of opinion that things need to change. I would especially like to thank Lord Banner for his contribution to the bill, especially in the critical area of judicial reviews, which we have looked at in great detail, and I'm grateful for his support on that work. And I think the contributions of Lord Fuller and Lord Liddell from opposite sides of the House definitely showed why this bill is so important. The Noble Lord Gascoigne described it well when he said, this bill is about the kind of places we want to build and the kind of country we want to be. I think that was a very good way of describing what we're doing here. I'm going to make a few general points and then turn to some of the more specific issues that were raised. The Noble Lord Best referred very powerfully to the housing crisis and the broken model of relying on volume house builders to deliver against the housing need that we definitely have. We currently have 160,000 children in temporary and emergency accommodation. That's an absolute scandal. We have to deal with these issues. And I was at a school in Walthamstow yesterday, at St Mary's School in Walthamstow, where the children are doing a project on homelessness. And I asked them what they would say to the Prime Minister, and they said, can you tell the Prime Minister to build some more homes that people can afford? I think that was quite right. I said I will tell the Prime Minister that. So we will get on with that as quickly as we can. Since 1990, home ownership for 19 to 29-year-olds has more than halved. Homes cost 8 times the annual earnings of an average worker. The number of homes granted planning permission has fallen from 310,000 in 2021 to 235,000 in 2025 quarter one. The number of new homes is estimated to drop to around 200,000 this year, and this would be the lowest year for net additional dwellings in England since 2015-16. Infrastructure costs have increased by 30%, more than GDP per capita since 2007, and the time it takes to secure planning permission for major economic infrastructure projects has almost doubled in the last decade to more than 4 years. So not that we're not putting the blame on planning officers or councillors, and I want to pay tribute to all those planning officers across the country who work day in, day out with this system, and to all the councillors who do play their part in it as well. We know 96% of planning decisions were made by planning officers in the year ending March 2025, and it was that small percentage outside of that were made by planning committees. Only 20% of planning applications for major development are decided within statutory deadlines, within the 13-week statutory deadlines. I think it's important that we focus now on how we're going to improve this system, make it better than it is. I would comment on the 2 points made by Baroness Coffey and Baroness Grender. Firstly, on 700,000 empty homes in this country. Once house builders have been granted permission for residential development, meeting local housing needs and preferences, we expect to see them built out as quickly as possible. Local planning authorities already have powers to issue completion notices to require a developer to complete their development if it's stalled, and if they fail to do so, the planning permission for the development will lapse. And then in terms of homes being approved but not yet built, we know too many developments secure planning permission and then are either stalled or not built out quickly, to the frustration of both local planning committees and authorities and their communities. That's why we're proposing to introduce a new statutory build-out reporting framework to ensure there is greater transparency and accountability about the build-out of new residential development. We're currently consulting on that, but we are determined to make sure that communities don't see empty homes or homes that are permissioned and not built when there's such an enormous need for housing around the country.
Intervene. Is it not the case, and can you accept that in the cases where permissions are granted, but in many cases it's pre-commencement conditions are not yet met, and that's the reason these permissions aren't executed or completed. And in so many cases it is because the other statutory duties, not the council, the baton's passed from the council to the developer at that stage. They are the hold-up, and they are that break between the issuance of permission and commencement on site, and that's really where much of the government effort needs to be.
I understand exactly the point the Noble Lord Fuller is making, and there are things in the Act which will ease that pressure. We are looking at StatCons and how all of that process works, but overall we need to make sure that we get a very smooth process, so we speed up the whole application process, we speed up the pre-commencement phase, and we speed up the build-out phase, because that's what's going to start delivering housing at pace in this country. I just wanted to add that some noble lords have mentioned the New Towns Task Force. They will be reporting this summer, and we will also be publishing a comprehensive housing strategy. I can't say exactly when. I've got that civil service phrase in the not too distant future, which is frustrating, but it will be, I hope, very soon. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, mentioned the very excellent Church Housing Commission with the Nationwide Foundation. I was very grateful for that piece of work. It's been incredibly helpful in shaping thinking, particularly on social, affordable and specialist housing. The Noble Lord Patton and other Noble Lords mentioned that the thing that planning is not necessarily the block to growth, and it's not. And I would say it's not the only key to growth, but it too often can be a substantial constraint on it. And we want to move that forward as quickly as possible. And what I do know, I was asked what number of homes we're going to be building. Exactly what the plan is over the years. We are working on that plan, particularly for the social and affordable housing. But what I do know is that it was going down. I've mentioned the figures already. It will ramp up to deliver that 1.5 million during the course of the Parliament. And I think it's very important that we, as we do that, we do deliver the kind of homes that we want to see, with the design, with the net zero, and that they don't have a detrimental impact on our environment. My noble friend Lord Hunt and Baroness Liddell have emphasised skills and investor confidence as further parts of this picture. I think they're very important, and I'll say a little bit more about those in a moment. We feel the ambition of this bill is really transformative. We want to mark the next step in the most significant reforms to the planning system in a generation. We're building on urgent action to unlock development, including our new pro-growth national planning policy framework, which was published in December, ending the de facto ban on new onshore wind, a review of the role of StatCons, as I was mentioning to the Noble Lord Fuller, supporting SME builders and boosting local authority capacity. And I've spoken before about the government's action on skills. All of this, and now this bill, will help deliver our plan for change, get 1.5 million safe and decent homes built, and fast-tracking planning decisions on 150 major economic infrastructure projects by the end of this Parliament. We recognise the scale of the challenge, and I look forward to working with noble lords in this House to make sure that the bill does facilitate that scale of ambition. I want to start on some of the specific issues with the issue of the reform of planning committees. Many noble lords have mentioned this. Baroness Scott, Noble Earl Russell, Baroness Coffey, Lord Mawson, Lord Gascoigne, Lord Shipley, Baroness Jones, Lord Bailey, Viscount Trenchard, Baroness Miller, Baroness Pinnock, and probably some others that I didn't get round to writing down when I was doing it. But this is a very important part of the bill, and planning committees do play a very critical role in the planning system, ensuring adequate scrutiny is in place for developments and providing local democratic oversight of planning decisions. However, they're not currently operating as effectively as they could be. Now, we're not taking local decision-making out of local hands. Those decisions will continue to be vested locally, but we do want to engage the public and councillors more at the stage of the local plan, where they can really have an influence on the place shaping, and they can really influence what they want to see in their communities, as a number of noble lords in the chamber have said. We will be introducing a national scheme of delegation which will facilitate faster decision making, bring greater certainty to stakeholders and applicants, and effectively utilise the planning professionals at doing what they're best at. We're also introducing mandatory training for committee members, and I must give a confession here. We've always had compulsory training for planning members in my local authority. I didn't realise that it wasn't compulsory. So we do need to make sure we do that to get well-informed decision making and to improve consistency across the country. A number of Noble Lords have mentioned the role of AI in planning. I met with the digital team in our department this morning. They're making great strides forward in planning. This is very exciting, I think, and it's not just for digitising the planning system and mapping out all of the spatial issues that we face in the country, including all the nature the mitigation that's needed, but it's also to help with consultation, because on the local government consultations we're doing at the moment, we're getting hundreds of responses. If you can digitise the assessment of that, of course it always needs human oversight, but it's really going to help with the planning process. Lord Banner rightly referred to resources in capacity in the Planning Inspectorate. I think I just want to reassure Noble Lords that consideration is being given to this. Baroness Miller referred to Planning for Real, and I remember it very much. I think one of my, just before I became a councillor, I got involved in a Planning for Real exercise. Now, those Planning for Real exercise, what we're hoping to do is engage and encourage people with those kind of exercises as they draw up their local plans. Lord Lucas spoke about digital twins and AI, and that's another thing I've been very interested in. I know Singapore have a fabulous way of doing this, so that's important to planning. And Lord Murray, can I thank you for your contribution on mediation? I think this is, we are very supportive of that, and we are looking at that. Some Noble Lords have suggested that reforms within our bill remove democratic control from local people and restrict the input of community voices in the planning process. That's simply not the case. Engagement with communities is and will remain the cornerstone of our planning system and a vital step in the design of major infrastructure. We are currently consulting on the proposals for the scheme of delegation, so everybody will have a chance to contribute to that. I'll move on now to the wider housing and planning issues, including affordable housing. A number of Noble Lords have raised the issues of social and affordable housing. Lord Cameron, Baroness Jones, Lord Teverson, Baroness Levitt, Lord Best, Lord Evans. This is a vitally important issue. And the government's manifesto commits us to delivering the biggest increase in social and affordable housing in a generation. The spending review confirmed £39 billion for a successor to the Affordable Homes Programme, and for the first time in recent memory, we will be able to give providers a decade of certainty over the capital funding they'll have to build new, more ambitious housing development proposals. And we have also, in the National Planning Policy Framework, asked local councils, when they draw up their local plans, to assess the need not just for affordable housing, because that's a very difficult definition, but to draw up the need for social housing. And I think that's really critical. On housing quality and design, the Noble Lords Thurlow, Noble Lord Crisp, Lord Shipley, the Earl of Caithness, the Noble Lord Carlisle, Baroness Levitt and the Noble Lord Best all raised this issue, and can I thank Lord Crisp for meeting with me to discuss this. We need to ensure new developments are built to a high standard, and the importance of good design, promoting the health and well-being of all those who live there. I'm sorry to Lord Carlisle that architects haven't been mentioned perhaps as much as he'd have liked, but the NPPF makes it clear the importance of well-designed, inclusive, safe places, and how this can be achieved through local design policies, design codes and guidance. That includes transport, open spaces, climate change mitigation and adaptation. I'm going to move on now because time's pressing on to the issue that I think was probably mentioned by most Noble Lords, which was the issues around the Nature Restoration Fund and Section 3 of the bill. I won't, if you don't mind, I won't read out all the names because we'll be here most of the evening. But when it comes to development and nature, the status quo is not working. We need to build on the success of policies like diversity net gain, and ensure we do everything we can to deliver positive development. By moving to a more strategic approach to discharging obligations, the Nature Restoration Fund will allow us to deliver environmental improvements at greater scale with greater impact, while also unlocking the development this country needs. We're confident the new model will secure better outcomes for nature, driving meaningful nature recovery and moving us away from a system that at the moment is only treading water. And on the issue of regression, can I reassure Noble Lords this new strategic approach will deliver more for nature, not less. That's why we've confirmed on the face of this bill that our reforms will not have the effect of reducing the level of environmental protection of existing environmental law. Through the NRF model, we're moving away from piecemeal interventions and going further than simply offsetting harm, as is required under current legislation. We have been clear that environmental delivery plans will only be put in place where they're able to deliver better outcomes, which will leave a lasting legacy of environmental improvement. I won't go into more detail on that now, but I will set that out in writing, because I know lots of Noble Lords are concerned about it. On the issue of irreplaceable habitats, let me reassure everyone that we consider irreplaceable habitats are just that, irreplaceable. The legislation is clear that EDP can relate to a protected site or a protected species, with these being tightly defined in the legislation. As the Housing Minister made clear in the other place, the bill doesn't affect existing protections for irreplaceable habitats under the National Planning Policy Framework. And while there may be circumstances where an environmental feature is both part of a protected site and an irreplaceable habitat, an EDP will not allow for action to be taken that damaged an irreplaceable habitat, as this would, by definition, be incapable of passing the overall improvement test. So I hope that's provided some reassurance. And can I just reassure Baroness Willis that green space in urban areas is already part of the planning system through the National Planning Policy Framework. A number of Noble Lords have commented on capacity and capability of the Earth Natural England. I will write to Noble Lords on that if that's okay. Noble Lord Roborough talked about the impact of the NRF on farmers. I know that's a very important issue, and many in this House very ably represent the interests of farmers, so I welcome the opportunity to flag the opportunities that the NRF presents for farming communities. We want to work in partnership with farmers and land managers to deliver conservation measures which will provide opportunities for them to support the delivery of conservation measures and diversify their business revenues. I'm going to go on now to I will write out about EDPs and all of the other issues relating to section 3 of the bill. I did want to just briefly say on Swift Bricks to the Noble Lord Goldsmith. He did quote my words back to me very accurately. I have been to Poundbury now, by the way, and seen the Swift Bricks in action. We recognise these are a significant tool, and we've made it clear in the revised NPPF that development should provide net gains like that. And I recognise why many would want to mandate this through legislation, but we think there's a better way of doing that. So we will be consulting on a new set of national policies, including a requirement for Swift Bricks to be incorporated into new buildings. So I hope that will answer the question on that. I just wanted to talk briefly about the Gypsy and Traveller housing mentioned by Baroness Whittaker, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, and Baroness Bakewell. I share their frustrations about how this has been dealt with. As part of the revised National Planning Policy Framework, we have corrected long-standing inconsistencies in the way that applications for sites are considered and provided greater clarity. We've revised the definition of gypsies and travellers to align with domestic and European law. I see I've run out of time. I'm not going to try and cover all the other issues. I've got plenty on development corporations, on infrastructure and so on, but I will write to all Noble Lords that have taken part in this debate and answer the questions that I have, including rural housing, protection of the green belt and so on. But can I reiterate my thanks to your Lordships for your engagement with the bill to this point. A particular thanks to opposition spokespeople. I've been there, so I know what that's like, and I'm grateful to you. I look forward to working with all of you during the passage of this important and truly ambitious piece of legislation. My noble friend Viscount Hamworth referred to the ambition shown by the post-war government when reconstructing our country. It was that government that took the pre-war planning inspiration from Garden Cities and Ebenezer Howard and took that a step further to create my town, other first generation's new town, and the boost that that gave to the economy. We now have the opportunity to take the next step to clean energy, to use artificial intelligence, to a new clean energy transport infrastructure, and to plan the new homes and communities that a new generation will need. I look forward to working with all of you on that over the next few weeks and months.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as are that opinion shall say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be committed to a committee of the whole House.
The question is this bill be committed to a committee of the whole House. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.